Did R60 receive any midlife upgrade like AMRAAM Asparo that got updated multiple times? Sort of. So it got better fuses. There were a couple of different fuse types. Most of the export R60s got the Colibri fuse. I'm not sure how you pronounce that in Russian, but it's not even a Russian word, so... that's the R60 MK. I don't know if there was an R60K. I think there might have been, but R60 MK is usually what you read about. That was widely exported. The original fuse you don't really hear about so much, so I wonder if it was just replaced outright very early in service. It didn't get a lot of big upgrades, though. The main one it got was R60 through to R60M. Soviets typically, when it came to their missiles, they didn't really follow the same trajectory as American missiles. So the Americans designed a couple of missiles that go on everything. Sidewinders go on everything. Sparrows go on everything. AIM-120s go on everything. Whatever. Really, there's only a few missiles the Americans fielded that was specific to an airframe. The Phoenix, for instance, wasn't even specific to the Tomcat. The Phoenix was specific to the AUG-9 weapon system. So anything that mounted an AUG-9, be it an F-111B, a North American NR-349 Retaliator. Oh my god, I wish that thing had entered service. Oh my god. Guys, imagine an A5 Vigilante, but instead of the bomb train, the poop chute, they put another fucking engine in it. It was 3 engines. A tri-engine supersonic air defense interceptor with AUG-9 radar, or something even better probably, since it was a 70s era design. Erst under the nose, fucking 6 Phoenixes carried along the fuselage. Like, it would have been fucking phenomenal, man. It is such a gorgeous aircraft. Go on Google, like, just open a tab, go on Google, search North American NR-349. And like, have a box of tissues ready, because man, that shit is it's so good. We live in the wrong timeline, honestly. Between things like the 349, there was, I can't remember the index of it. It was a Vought design. Oh, wait, no, was it Vought? No, it was fucking Convair. Sorry, Convair. Of course it was Convair. OKB Convair. Convair designed a little light fighter. It's a cute little thing, little chubby plane. I forget the name of it. I know it, I'm not able to recall it at the moment. That thing was phenomenal. Razbam made it for FSX, actually. So if you look at Razbam's FSX products, you'll figure out what I'm talking about. But it was a Convair fighter design for the Air Force and the Navy. The naval version was VTOL. Right? The naval version was a VTOL aircraft. So me and Warhammer have a bit of a thing going. Is it public? What do you mean, is it public? Like Razbam's products for FSX? Yeah, just go to their website, or like Google Razbam FSX or something. Me and Warp have a running joke that Convair is to be referred to as OKB Convair, or Convair OKB, because of all the American aircraft design bureaus. Convair was Soviet as fuck. Like, I don't know what it was about Convair, especially considering Republic had, Seversky, and then Tvarcheli working for them. Like, was it? No, not Tvarcheli. Sorry, what's the fucking ethnonym for Georgians? Because that was literally his name. They had Ukrainians and Georgians working for them anyway. You would think they would be the Soviet-themed one. No, the Soviet-themed one were Convair. Convair were fucking based as shit. They made extensive use of pneumatic systems. The F-102's weapon bay doors are pneumatically driven. A lot of their solutions to problems were very Soviet in mindset. Like, they would take... If you had an American approach, which every other design bureau would take, and then you had a Soviet approach, which every single Soviet OKB would follow, Convair would go with the Soviet solution. Independently. Not because they were copying the Soviets or the Soviets were copying them. It was independent. Like, Convair were just that based. And so the navalized version of this fighter, Model 200, yes, that's it, the Convair Model 200. The navalized version of the Convair Model 200 had lift jets and the downwards pivoting afterburner. It had the Yak 141 or Yak 41, whichever name you want to use for it, the freestyle. It had the Yak 41 VTOL method in a Convair carrier-based fighter. Like, it was just fucking based. Like, oh my god, it would have been so good if they built it. But through looking through the design, or like the RFP, the request for proposal, that led to the Model 200 navalized version, I found a whole other slew of incredible VTOL naval proposals. Boeing had a proposal for a Mark III fighter that would, like, it's a weird looking thing. It's like a long neck looking kind of thing. Like, the proportions of the J71, like the long MiG-21 that the Chinese built, it has similar proportions to that and a weirdly angled cockpit that pivots. The reason the weirdly angled cockpit pivots and the proportions are so weird is because this Boeing design, again, I can't remember the fucking name of the proposal, but if you start digging on Google for the Model 200 naval version, you'll find it. You'll know what I'm talking about. This Boeing proposal would approach the carrier, pitch up 90 degrees, and then approach the carrier like belly out and land on a fucking gantry crane. Like, you know, Half-Life 2 players, you know the scene in the Citadel when you're going up to Breen's office? Sorry if I just spoiled like a fucking 25-year-old game for anyone. Oh my god, it's nearly 25 years old. But the fucking scene with the gunships, and the gunships are coming in to land on those gantries, and then the gantries are sliding around. That is literally what Boeing thought was going to happen with aircraft carriers. Boeing were going to have these fucking sliding gantry cranes with fighters attached to them. Like, this is fucking, like, 1960s. 60s and early 70s they were proposing this kind of shit. Like, my guys, we grew up in the wrong timeline. We absolutely grew up in the wrong timeline. There was another Boeing proposal for the Navy. It was going to be a very fat sub. It was like, you know the Typhoon, as it's called in NATO terms, or as the Soviets called it, the Akula. Not the Akula attack submarine, as NATO calls it, which is the Shuka, which is a pike in Russian, but the Typhoon, the big boy, the SSBN. Fucking 5 pressure hulls, motherfucker. That thing. Imagine that, but even chubbier, like probably 4 pressure hulls wide or some shit. There was a proposal for the Americans to build that. The conning tower would have been at the back, and you would have had this massive fucking deck. It would have been, like, literally it looked like a cartoon version of the Typhoon. And the reason for that was that it had VLS, not tubes, but it had VLS boxes with a fucking crane, or like not a crane, but like a launch gantry. Like, you can't make this shit up unless you work for Boeing in the 70s. It had a fucking whole array of these. This launch gantry would pivot upwards 90 degrees. And on each of those launch rails would be a fucking Mark III Boeing fucking fighter interceptor. Which actually, probably it was multi-role, because probably a Mark III jet launching off a sub, they would have wanted to drop nukes. So probably you had a combination of a Mark III air defense interceptor and a Mark III nuclear strike aircraft in one. Like, it is difficult. Like, this is shit I didn't know about. You guys know how fucking obscure I get on this stuff. Like, I know every little fucking detail about some random-ass Soviet air defense system that never even entered service. Like, I didn't know about this shit. Like, 1960s, 1970s failed proposals? What the fuck? Like, so like, you've got this. The US Navy has got, like, carriers just yeeting fighters off of gantry cranes and submarines launching Mark III aircraft while surfaced. Like, they just pop up the surface and yeet out fucking Mark III fighters. Mark V, where did I get that from? That's the Americans, right? You got this, the Valkyrie, shit like that. Incredibly based. There was also a proposal for the B-58 as a hedge against the Valkyrie. If the Valkyrie didn't work out, they were going to make a Mark III B-58 that was capable of supercruising at Mark II. Yes, you did hear me right. Supercruising at Mark II. The only other aircraft ever built that I'm aware of that could supercruise at Mach 2 is the Concorde. Sorry, is Concorde. You're not supposed to use a definite article. But yeah, Concorde is the only thing I can think of offhand, aside from this B-58 upgrade proposal, that can supercruise at or above Mach 2. I don't even think that the Tupolev 144 could do it. I think the 144 had to be in burner to hit Mach 2. I could be wrong on that, though, because I know the 144 was faster than Concorde was. So it had a lot more power behind it, but it was also heavier and slightly draggier aircraft. Either way, shit's bananas, right? So this is the Americans. We got fucking Valkyries, we got Mark III sub-launch fighters, we got the fucking, belly landing Bizarro planes. You turn anything into an aircraft carrier with a design like that, you could be launching them off of fucking destroyers and shit. So the entire US Navy is like just launching out Mark III planes at shit willy-nilly. Let's go across the Iron Curtain. What are the Soviets doing? Well, Sukhoi has a bunch of very talented young engineers who don't have a lot of projects to work on because the Su-15 Interceptor project is so important and so prestigious that all of Sukhoi's top engineers, like Pavel himself and his top gang, are all working on the Su-15. The XF-108, yeah, I've seen that. The XF-108 looks positively fucking sane and normie compared to some of the shit I've seen recently, believe me. But yeah, like, they had all these young engineers fresh out of engineering school, very talented, who were just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. And the Soviet Union produced engineers like America produces, people with substance abuse problems and who live below the poverty line. Like, they're lousy with engineers, right? Same with even Cuba now. Cuba produces doctors like you wouldn't believe. Doctors are so badly, well, not badly, but doctors are relatively low paid in Cuba because they have so fucking many of them. It's like not special to be a doctor in Cuba. Likewise, it was not special to be an engineer in the Soviet Union because they had so fucking many. Cab drivers in the Soviet Union got paid better than engineers because there were less of them and they were, there was less incentive to be a cab driver than there was to be an engineer. Soviet, like the way the Soviet economy worked internally is really fascinating. Just like the comparative pay rates of different jobs, like the way the cost of living worked, it's really interesting. I recommend you guys look into it someday. Ushanka Show on YouTube. He is Sergei. He's living in the US now, but he was born in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. He lived, I think, in Kiev or just outside of it. He's been doing a lot of stuff about the war, as you'd imagine. But he also does a lot of content about what life was like in the Soviet Union. So he lived there through his childhood, and I think he left in his 20s. He was an engineer. And he had the issue that because he was an engineer, he couldn't really travel outside the Soviet Union because he worked in a military-oriented factory and security risk and all this, all this shit. But yeah, he has a lot of really interesting stories about the things that were good about the Soviet Union and things that were crap about the Soviet Union, by the time he was kind of growing up in the 70s and 80s. And it's really interesting because it gives you the perspective that you don't get from, those evil commies, nothing they did was good, we should have nuked them back when we could, blah, blah, blah. That kind of perspective, or, fucking tankies who will say, Stalin didn't do nothing, the Soviet Union was perfect, there were no flaws. Of course it wasn't. If it was perfect with no flaws, it would still fucking exist. But you get really good perspectives from people like him because, he's obviously, he doesn't live in Ukraine anymore. He still well, maybe not now because of the war, but he still visited it regularly. But he moved to the US. He quite likes living in the US from what I've kind of pieced together out of his videos. And that makes sense. Not everyone's going to like growing up in a place like the Soviet Union where, to put it as one former Soviet citizen did, Ushanka Show, Sergei. If you go on YouTube, look for Ushanka Show and subscribe to him. Do it now. It's mandatory. If you watch his channel, go watch him. But like I heard it described from one former Soviet citizen that the Soviet Union was the best place on Earth. This is obviously post-Stalin. This is like in the 60s and 70s. The Soviet Union was the best country on Earth to raise a family. There was no better place on the planet to start a family because it was safe. You had really good prospects for, education, healthcare, whatever. Even if you lived out in the sticks, it would be harder to access, but, that's true of anywhere. If you live out in the sticks in Australia or in the US, it's hard to get good education and healthcare too. I mean, I'm going to be real with you guys. The Americans might disagree with me here, and feel free to, because you guys live there and I don't. But from an outsider's perspective, looking at things like, like small town America, you go out in the Midwest somewhere, some bumfuck town with maybe a population of 2,000 or less. To me, like, I look at that and I look at the quality of life they had in the Soviet Union, which was lower than the West. Let's just get that out of the way right now, unless you remember the pretty highly placed member of the party. You might need to boil the water before drinking it, depending where you lived in the Union, because it was kind of inconsistent. You might not be able to get exactly what you wanted. You might be on a waiting list for 5-10 years to get a car. Although once you got that car, you had good public transport, so you didn't really need it unless you traveled a lot. And once you got it, it would work no matter what. But like a lot of the luxury goods we have, they didn't have. I'll say that straight out. Mum traveled there in the 70s, as I said. The Soviet Union was kind of at its peak in the late 60s, early 70s. That was when it was kind of at its strongest politically, militarily, and economically. And then it just fucking stagnated from there under eyebrows. But even in the 70s, when it was at its peak, and even traveling around the major cities, as Mum did, she said, I didn't trust the water, so I boiled it before I drank it. The chocolate was like fucking, it was like ashes to her. She said, a lot of the consumer goods were just not quite up to the same quality, or if they were hard to get. And like the Soviets built some decent consumer goods. Soviet TVs you can buy now still fucking work. They're really well built. They're just, you would be on a waiting list for a couple of years to get one probably. You might not even have a radio. You might not even have a telephone. And that's one of the things that Sergei talks about is he didn't have a telephone growing up. A lot of households would have to share one. Either a couple telephones for their building, they'd have them in the common area of the building, or you would go into town somewhere and there'd be a building with like a telegraph exchange, a TASS exchange, and they would have telephones for if you didn't have one. And it was a big deal if you got a telephone. It was a big deal if you got a radio. The newer apartment buildings, everyone had like a radio speaker, but you couldn't tune it, so you're at the mercy of whatever the fucking radio was tuned to, which is usually like news or popular music or whatever. And it led to some, I wonder if the meds are wearing off, because we're kind of on the sidetrack rant we usually get here. But you also had some weird cultural things. Like, I've spoken about this before. It wasn't portrayed in the Chernobyl miniseries, but it should have been. And this is something Sergei brought up, because he was, he was growing up when that happened. He was a child when that happened, living in Kiev. And he said, when Chernobyl happened, it was the same thing as what happened when the general secretary of the Communist Party died. Because the same thing happened when Brezhnev died, and then Chernenko, and then it was Brezhnev, Andropov, Chernenko, and then after Chernenko was Gorbachev. But when Brezhnev died, when Andropov died, when Chernenko died, and when Chernobyl happened, or when any other major crisis happened in the Soviet Union, the radio would just switch to classical music, or it would start playing like the Nutcracker or something, or Swan Lake. I think he said it was Swan Lake it would usually go to. If the radio cut away from popular music or news programs or sports programs or whatever they normally run, like it's a normal radio station. The Soviet Union wasn't really that different on the individual level, if you think about it. But it would cut away from whatever it was playing, and it would go to Swan Lake or whatever, ballet or classical ensemble by a Soviet composer usually, or by Tchaikovsky. And it would stay there until TASS figured out, TASS being the telegraph agency of the Soviet Union, until TASS figured out how they were going to break the news. Sometimes that was only a few minutes. In the case of Chernobyl, I seem to recall he said in the case of Chernobyl, it was several days before they actually finally cut back to the normal programming and had a bit of a news update like, oh, there's been a bit of a whoopsie at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It's all good. The army's got it under control. Don't panic. Go to the May Day celebrations in Kiev tomorrow. It'll be fine. And so, like, the entire population of Kiev and most of the villages around were out parading around for May Day, on the single worst day for fallout from Chernobyl because the wind had changed. So, but that was a well-known thing. It's not like people say, oh, Soviet citizens didn't know what's going. Like, give them some fucking credit, my dude. Soviet people were fucking smart. You know, there's a reason the Soviet Union got to space first. There's a reason they got, you know, to other planets with interplanetary probes first. They didn't get to the moon first, but they gave it a fucking try. They're not fucking stupid people, you know. They had a lot of very bright engineers, but they weren't completely unaware of their own situation. They knew that if that music started on the radio, something had gone wrong. Like, they knew. Some people might kind of be in denial, but they knew. It was a common thing. You know, it's not like you can't gossip with your neighbors. Maybe if your neighbor works for the KGB, you might want to keep your mouth shut, but people would talk. It's like any country. People would talk. You just had to be careful who you talk to or how loudly. But yeah, his videos are great for perspectives on life in the Soviet Union and how the Soviet Union's economy worked, which is really, I recommend that to anyone who is from a Western background, because if you try and process the Soviet economy, or like how much was a MiG-21 worth, how much was the export cost of this and why, you can't really do that. So export prices were kind of set arbitrarily. To a large degree, the Soviet export market was done through direct trade between Comecon partners. So the Soviets would give you MiGs, you would give them radio parts. So like Bulgaria was known for electronics parts, so was East Germany. East Germany was also good for agricultural stuff. Cars as well, obviously, with Trabant and Wartburg. And then the Czechs for aviation, small arms, tanks, things like that. So you had a lot of trade. We give you this, you give us that. Like, there wasn't a lot of fixed monetary value trade going on within Comecon. And then outside of Comecon, particularly with like third world trade partners, the Soviets would either arbitrarily set a price, or they would kind of figure out the price based on what their trade price would be in goods. Or they would just give them to you for free if they were in a good mood. So I strongly recommend checking out some of his videos about how the economy of the Soviet Union worked, about how different jobs were paid, why engineers were paid less, for instance, than cab drivers, how that worked. Because a lot of that as well does tie into reasons why centrally planned economies like the Soviet one fell apart. It's very hard to keep track of things. People will, you know, like they do in capitalist economies, they'll cover their ass by making the numbers look better. That's not exclusively a communist thing. It's not exclusively a capitalist thing. It happens because humans are humans. You know, the whole idea of people lazing off because, oh, they're commies, they have free housing, free whatever, they don't need to work. They do need to work. And, you know, just like people in a capitalist economy, some of them might be more committed to that work than others. Some of them might have figured out ways to game the system. Some of them might just really be hell-bent on whatever job they do to get it done 100% of the... Like, people are people. People are fucking people, no matter where you go. I think if the fucking Americans and the Soviets had actually sat down and fucking spoke to each other a bit more, they would have realized how similar they are in a lot of ways, including the fucking authoritarian habits both of them had, and both still have, in the case of Russia and the US. So yeah, like the way the economy worked is very counterintuitive to a Westerner. The Soviet ruble wasn't a currency as we would recognize a currency. It was more like food stamps. Like the way that it was used functionally, it was like something like food stamps or you know, housing tokens or whatever. It was not really a real currency. And because of the centrally planned economy, things like inflation didn't really happen the way we understand them. Because of the fact the Soviet Union was, as much as it could, relying on its own resources or the resources of Comecon partners, a lot of raw materials, but the Soviet Union was largely a raw material producer, right? It was also heavily industrialized. Thanks to the Soviet Union, Russia was purely raw materials and is back to being purely raw materials thanks to modern Russian corruption. But under the Soviet Union, it was primarily raw materials, but also very heavy tech and manufacturing, which they've lost. They've basically lost it. Largely because a lot of those factories were outside of what is now Russia. Anyway, because they were doing the resource retrieval themselves, they were doing the mining, they were doing the processing, they were doing all of that themselves, it didn't really cost them to do stuff. The Soviets, like titanium, for instance, titanium in the West was like hen's teeth. It's incredibly expensive, incredibly hard to get. You had a very limited supply of it you could get, to the point where the SR-71 was built using Soviet titanium. The CIA had to set up a whole bunch of front companies to trade with the Soviet Union without the Soviets realizing what was going on, and then get Soviet bauxite to then turn into the titanium that was turned into the SR-71. Like, that was a problem the Americans had, because their own native titanium production wasn't enough. And the Soviets were sitting on the biggest reserves of the shit on Earth, and they just didn't really care. Like, if you look at it, the Soviet Navy used titanium extensively, so their submarines would use it in their pressure hulls. They could dive deeper and well, much deeper, because they had these titanium pressure hulls. They were much lighter and stronger. But the Soviets didn't really use it for aviation. Some very high-speed aircraft, the MiG-25 has some titanium on it, but not very much. It's only where it absolutely has to be. The missiles have it, so the R-40, the MiG-25's missile, has a lot of titanium on it because it needs it. Some of the other air-to-air missiles, I think the fins on the R-27 might be, but I'm not 100% sure. But the MiG-25 was primarily nickel-steel alloy, because steel is cheaper. Steel is, well, cheaper in the sense of labor. Like, it's easier to extract, it's easier to process, it's easier to work with. For the Soviets, monetarily cheaper doesn't make a difference. Labor value is what makes a difference, and steel is cheaper in labor value as well as actual monetary value. So it was easier to just use titanium only where they had to, and then use nickel-steel alloy for the rest of the aircraft. It's heavy, sure, but it has high thermal resistance, it's strong, it has every other property you want. The only downside is that it's heavy. And, you know, with an aircraft with a wing that large and with that much power, the thrust-to-weight ratio on the MiG-25 is not actually that good. It's like fucking 0.4 or some shit. It's not very high. But, you know, at higher altitudes where you don't have air resistance factor in as much, it doesn't matter too much. And the MiG-25 is mostly fuel weight anyway. Yeah, it does use a little bit of aluminium, but not much. So the Soviets were very practical about their material use. They wouldn't use titanium if they didn't have to, because titanium is, even if you have the world supply of it, even if it's refined, even if you don't need to worry about the actual processing, titanium's a cunt to work with. The process of welding titanium is very, very hard. It took the Soviets a while to master it. It's easier for the Navy, because the Navy is doing it on a larger scale for a pressure hull. But trying to, for instance, process the number 2 fuel tank for a MiG-23, which is the wing pivot point as well. So the wing carry-through pivots are on the kind of... It's like the Tomcat. It's got these ears that come off the center fuel tank. That's the number 2 fuel tank, and the service tanks integrated to that. That whole assembly has to be titanium, because it has to be strong and it has to be light. The initial MiG-23s, I'm talking like pre-production models with no index, the early MiG-23S, to a degree, I think even the MS suffered from this, but the very early access MiG-23s, because it was an early access jet in real life, they had an issue with the titanium welds cracking in the wing boxes because they hadn't mastered that yet. There were imperfections in the welds. You have to, when you're welding titanium, it has to be in the correct gaseous atmosphere. You have to, I think it's like some nitrogen mix. It has to be inert gas. You cannot, or actually it may have even been in a vacuum. I think it's in a vacuum. Put it this way, it has to be done in a special sealed chamber to a very specific kind of atmosphere. And if you don't do that, you'll get bubbles in the weld, which produces imperfections, which then makes the weld weak. And then when you go to pull 7G, which the aircraft is supposed to be rated to, the wing box gives out, and you know, the wing is suddenly not attached to the main structural member of the fuselage anymore. Very bad no-no. And that's why, as well, Tomcats, if they broke the wing box, that plane was trashed. So Drovenwolf, Skittles, who hangs out here in chat sometimes, he was a Tomcat maintainer. He has a couple stories about planes that broke their wing boxes, and the plane was just, as soon as that wing box had a crack in it anywhere, didn't matter how big or small the crack, didn't matter where in the wing box it was, if that Tomcat had a crack in that wing box, that plane was immediately pushed to the corner of the hangar, had a tarp thrown over it, and it would never fly again. That was a parts plane. and they just scavenge it for parts because you could not make it fly again. Same with the early MiG-23s, and that's why the early MiG-23 had such a low service limit. I think it was like 4G for a while, because they had not sorted out the production issues. It gradually got raised from 4 to about 6.5, somewhere in there. Got raised to 7. I think nominally the design was supposed to be 7 or 7.5. 7 was about standard for 7 to 7.5 was about standard for jets of that era, both American and Soviet. The early MiG-21s were 7.5G jets. And then with the MiG-23 ML, which strengthened and lightened the entire aircraft, they were able to up it to 8.5, somewhere in that ballpark. And they obviously sorted out the issues by then. So titanium's a prick to work with, long story short, so don't use it if you don't have to. If steel will do the job, use fucking steel. But yeah, little things like that. You wouldn't really figure those out intuitively as a Westerner because the Soviet economy works so differently to ours. It wouldn't make sense looking at the way they did things from a Western perspective. So I cannot recommend videos like that enough. Particularly, you know, everyone's going to have biases for or against. You know, he moved to the US. So I think we can safely say that Sergei saw the faults of the Soviet Union and decided maybe it wasn't for him. There were people that stayed there all their lives, even though they had the opportunity to leave. There were people that fled the place the first chance they got. To go back to that quote, which I got sidetracked from, as a former Soviet citizen put it, it's the best place in the world to start a family, but the worst place in the world to be if you're a single young adult with a really strong ambition that wants to see the world, because you would not see the world inside the Soviet Union. You would see, for my American viewers, imagine small town America, but on a national scale, and you basically have the Soviet Union. That's pretty much what the entire country felt like, as best as I've been able to kind of synthesize that from first-hand accounts from people that grew up there. It was basically small town America on a national scale. And that included small town America problems. So not really being able to get away from the town where you grew up. Either, not so much because you can't afford to. In the Soviet Union, you could go wherever you wanted within the USSR, usually, unless you're on the naughty list. You know, if you were a Soviet factory worker in Barnaul, you could get a holiday. You know, you could go on holiday to Crimea, you could go on holiday to Georgia. That was not a big deal. It was accessible to everyone. Every working class Soviet citizen, unless they did something to piss off the KGB, could go on holiday to resorts in, you know, Crimea or Georgia or wherever the fuck. But you couldn't really travel outside the country easily, especially if you were an engineer of any sort, because you probably worked in a sensitive job. So you had to apply for, like, there's an internal passport system. That's not a Soviet thing, that's a Russian thing. That dates back hundreds of years. The Russian Empire always had this internal passport system. It was part of serfdom. When they got rid of serfdom, they never got rid of the internal passports. The Soviet Union brought that back pretty quickly. Partly as a means to control the population, sure, but also because doing a centrally planned economy, you need to have enough data about every little town in the country that you need something like an internal passport system. So this, for the Soviet Union, that served two purposes. It wasn't just a, you know, evil controlling the population thing. It was a combination. But, you know, you couldn't easily travel overseas, particularly outside of the Eastern Bloc. You could do it. If you hadn't pissed off the KGB, if you weren't seen as a flight risk, if you weren't working in a militarily sensitive job, you could travel outside the Soviet Union. People did it. A lot of people did it. And if you were an outsider, you could travel to visit the Soviet Union. It was annoying to get the paperwork done. It could be difficult. It was very rigidly structured. So, you know, like tour bus kind of stuff, you couldn't just travel wherever the fuck you wanted unless you were lucky. If you had a stopover on your flight in the Soviet Union for whatever reason, like you were forced down due to weather, you would have a very interesting experience at the airport. As a friend of the family retold me, she had a very unpleasant stay in the USSR for about 24 hours. But mum actually enjoyed it. Mum said it was like, you know, she wouldn't want to really necessarily live there compared to Australia, but she didn't think there was any other way that they could feed a population that big with so little useful landmass and such, you know, such a massive handicap in terms of industrialization and mechanization. So it's a mixed bag. Like most countries, you hear, don't go to this country, it's dangerous. Don't go to this country, the people there hate us. And you go there, and it's fine, because people are people. Most people are fine. Most people are actually eager to tell you about their country and show you what their culture's like and share things with you. Not everyone, sure. You got to be careful who you fucking mix with, but I had a guy that I went to school with travel through the southern tip of Afghanistan when the Taliban were fucking wrecking shit down there on a bus because he was going from India. He went from India overland through Pakistan. He went from Pakistan, cut the bottom tip of Afghanistan. That's like, he went through prime Taliban country, and he went to Iran. And the Iranians fucking loved him. They wanted to make like a series of tourism ads with him. They thought he was fucking wonderful. And then he went from Iran up through Iraq. This is when ISIS was still a thing. He went through Iraq, through what should, I'm going to make a spicy take here, what should by rights be Kurdistan, through there, and then through Turkey, through Georgia, through the Caucasus, and he ended up in Germany eventually. Like, generally people around the world are going to be friendly. They're not going to want to start shit for no reason. They're going to want to teach you about, the world as they see it, and they're going to want to hear about the world as you experience it. It's when you have people that wall themselves off and never leave their fucking hometown, or if they do, they only go to safe tourist spots that are, it's like the fucking Brits in Spain. There's entire enclaves in Spain where nobody speaks Spanish because it's all fucking British retirees. Those kinds of people are fucking obnoxious. Those are the kinds of people that cause all the problems in the world. Them. They are the reason we have problems. They are the reason we have wars. They're the reason we have racism. They're the reason we have any of this shit. Famine, fucking shitty economic systems. People who refuse to get out there and mix with other people. And yeah, like, I don't care. Ooh, big evil global. Like, fuck off. Get out there and experience life. Americans are so brainwashed about Iran. Most Westerners are. Americans to a degree above everyone else, but even here, like, people say shit about Iran. Like, I would like to visit Iran someday. Might not go, like, well, here's the thing, actually. Here's the thing. It might not be an issue for me because I am very outspokenly anti-Zionism. So the fact that I am Jewish shouldn't make a fucking issue because Iran has its own indigenous Jewish population, and it always has. Fucking Afghanistan did until the Taliban ran the last guy out a couple of years ago. Like, again, get out there and fucking mix with people. So what if they're different to you? Fuck, I probably got a better chance of getting into Iran and not getting harassed than I do of going to fucking Israel and not getting harassed because I'm fucking outspoken on things. But yeah, fuck. I think it's wearing off. I forgot where I started that tangent about the Soviet economy and the Soviet life experience to what, what level I can understand it as someone who unfortunately will never be able to visit it because it didn't, well, it existed while I did for a couple of years, but all I can do now is rely on the accounts of people that traveled there, like my mum, and people that grew up there, like Sergey. Where did we start with that rant? How do we get on? No, I know that started with the quote, but how do we get to the quote? What was it we were talking about? I'm drawing blanks. So maybe that's interesting. This is why I wanted to do a stream when I got my meds, is because I want to see how long it takes for them to wear off. I want to see what actual effect they have and how much I notice it, and I want to see how much you guys notice it. So I think they're still working a bit because I remembered, like, I didn't get too far off track with that whole rant. But, yeah, like, I don't remember what got me onto that originally. So it's having an effect, but it can only do so much, I think. Anyway, MSFS is loaded, so I'm just going to put this Warthog grip back where I found it, because I've been sitting here fiddling with it the whole time. And we'll get some fights going in MSFS. What new games to stream are you thinking about streaming? I do want to do Sprocket at some point. That is a good question. I want to do Sprocket. I kind of want to do No Man's Sky, because I picked that up fairly recently and I haven't played it yet, but it looks really good. I was thinking of streaming some Star Citizen, but my interest in it's kind of waned for the time being. We'll probably wait until they do another big patch where they add a bunch of shit. The issue with Star Citizen is it's in that territory where it's a bit of a glorified tech demo. Gunner Heat PC is kind of in the same territory at the moment because it's under very active dev, but it's also a very small dev team. So, like, it's understandable that it kind of has that feel. So that's why usually I'll take breaks from GHPC and go back to it when there's an update. Star Citizen, on the other hand, has been in dev for a lot longer, has a lot more money behind it, a much bigger dev team, but it still has that feeling. And so, I mean, I hadn't even played it, except Vandal Swarm when that came out in, like, 2014. I had not even played it until fairly recently when Gato started playing it on stream, and I thought, you know what, I'll give it a try. And I gave it a try. It was interesting. It was extremely buggy on a level that I didn't even... Like, I knew it would be buggy. I didn't think it would be that buggy. And there were a lot of unfinished features or things missing. There was a lot of depth I expected that just wasn't there. But I will say that there was, like... This is the thing with Star Citizen, and this is why I think some people still, you know, make the poorly advised life choice of spending money on it, continuing to spend money on it. You can tell there's potential there. When you play it, you can tell there's potential there. You can tell that with some more polish or some more focus, less of a shotgun approach. It's like, remember how I called ED, like, ADHD game dev? Because they just have this shotgun approach and there's no rhyme or reason to what gets added or what gets updated and what gets worked on. Star Citizen is that times 10. Star Citizen is that, but far worse in that respect. So it's interesting, and I can see the potential, and I can see why people are so enamored with it that they still spend money on it. But for me personally, it's not something I can keep playing continuously. I played it for maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I ran out of things to do because I only have a little babby tier Hornet ship. I'm not spending real world money to buy a bigger ship, and I'm not grinding long enough to buy a bigger ship with in-game currency. So I did a few little missions with my Hornet, bummed around space, explored the single solar system that the game has. And by the way, that single solar system, there's only a couple of player enterable places. It feels kind of instance-based. Now, I'm curious if No Man's Sky will have the same feel. I know that this was a complaint about it early in development, but I think this may have gone away since, with more content being added. But Star Citizen definitely had this thing where you felt like it was a whole solar system of a neighborhood. Because every mission I got to clear bandits out of a cave, it was the same cave. It was in a different place. It's like... You know how Mount & Blade has like an overworld, but then it has a limited number of actual battlefield maps or city maps? It does have different ones though, so it's already got one up on Star Citizen. But it's like Mount & Blade. So you have the overworld, which is, oh yeah, it's a whole solar system. Oh my god, it's incredible. And then you do a mission, and it's like, oh, I'm going to clear out some dudes in a cave on this moon. And you land there. It's like, this is identical to the cave I was on this moon, on the complete opposite side of the solar system. Literally the same layout, the same props inside of it, the same enemies inside of it, same number, same position, whatever. It's like that. The missions where you have to either clear out an outpost that was captured or help defend one that's under attack, it's the same outpost every time. You still, like, it's... The layout's so confusing, I still get lost, even though it's the same outpost every time, but it is the same outpost every time. The space stations and the actual planetary cities, the ones that are enterable, they're unique to a degree. But when I say planetary cities, again, it's like Mount & Blade. You think, oh, the overworld will seamlessly blend with this city. I can walk straight from the city into the overworld. No. The cities are very much a localized thing. You can fly around the city and admire it from above. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, look at all those buildings. It must be amazing to walk down on the streets of that city. Well, guess what? You're not going to know, because you can't. You have to land at the spaceport. You get out of the spaceport. You're on a monorail or a bus or like a space bus or something to the city instance. The city instance is like, again, it's a limited area. And yeah, it's got NPCs, it's got players, it's got all different shops and buildings and stuff to do, but it doesn't connect to the overworld in any way, shape, or form. You can't walk from the overworld into the city, you can't walk from the city into the overworld, you can't interact with the city in any way. You cannot intrude the city's airspace. Your ship will physically leave, like your ship will override the controls and fly away from it if you try and overfly the player area of the city. You can't use weapons in the player areas of the spaceports or cities, whatever. It's extremely limited. Now, I haven't played Elite Dangerous, so I don't know if it has the same problem. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it does, because it probably does. I don't know how else they do a game on that scale without this problem, except maybe No Man's Sky, which I, again, have yet to try. But yeah, like this whole idea of a world scale simulator, and this is why anytime you guys see like the classic Blue Drake, oh my god, armor but world scale type thing, I think he's finally figured out that's, well, actually no, I don't know if he still does videos like that, because I'm sure he knows that's not going to happen, but also he would benefit from views on it. So not to take down another content creator, as they call us these days, but that's just what I refer to it as blue draking, is when you see a fucking tech demo for a world scale, like VBS or something like that, or fucking Titan IM or whatever, and you're like, oh my god, it's the future of milsim gaming. It's like, nah, bruv, nah. I can tell you right now, you're going to be in a fucking wheelchair in a nursing home by the time that's playable and like consumer market. But yeah, like Euro Truck Simulator, you don't have an overworld. You have the impression of an overworld, I guess, but you don't actually have one. So yeah, like if any of you are thinking like, oh my god, world scale fucking armor or world scale whatever, that doesn't happen. It's not technically feasible. And if you want to see why, take one look at fucking Star Citizen. Even take a look at fucking Mountain Blade. That's not even full world scale. That's the overworld's what, maybe a couple 100 kilometers across maximum. They can't even do that. MSFS. I'm going to go there. MSFS is the closest thing we have to a whole world scale anything, because it is whole world scale. But again, MSFS only has a certain level of detail it can handle. You know, it's streaming. It's doing all the shit through streaming, because you can't do this without streaming data. There's just no way. You don't have enough storage space. So MSFS is the closest thing we have or have ever had to the global scale, you know, milsim, FPS, space game, whatever the fuck you want to call it. MSFS is the closest thing we have. You will notice MSFS, yeah, you can drive cars. People have made drivable car mods. That's the thing you can do. You can totally do that. You know what you can't do? You can't walk around. You can't go inside buildings. And I kind of don't see that ever happening in MSFS. You know, maybe depending how much money Microsoft sinks into it and how long they do that, maybe if Microsoft are really feeling keen and really want to upset the gaming industry by doing a Chris Roberts before Chris Roberts can do it, maybe they could, you know, sort of funnel some more development time and money into harnessing what MSFS is capable of to do that, but I don't see it working out very well. I don't think it would work. Not anytime soon. That's like 10, 20, 30 years in the future, minimum. Don't think to. I'm not trying to like. I don't want to overthink it. I'm not sitting here like, oh, you know, I must analyze this exactly. I'm just curious what they do. I'm curious what they do, because this is the first time I've ever taken any medication that fucks with my brain chemistry. So I think last stream, I'm pretty sure I got into the whole thing about I'm a sad asshole and I've had depression issues like my entire fucking life. I've never taken antidepressants of any shape or form. I don't want to start. In fact, it took a bit of arm twisting from my doctor to get me to try the ADHD meds, because I was a little worried they'd fuck with my thought process. But so far, yeah, I'm liking them. They're good. They're good. I wish I got them earlier. If I got them earlier, I might have actually like finished university and got a job that I could actually enjoy. Who knows? But yeah, like antidepressants and shit, I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that. I will never fuck with that. I'm too like used to the way my brain works. Even if it doesn't work well, it works a certain way, and I don't know how that is. I think a lot of the negative shit in my life has made me who I am, and I kind of don't want to get rid of, you know, I don't want to kind of cast aside part of my identity and my personality and what makes me me. I don't want to throw that aside just so I can sit here and be all smiles and fit in with society better by pretending things are cushy when they're not. The whole smile or die attitude society has these days, it's especially bad in the corporate world, and this is why the economy keeps dying as well, because fucking morons keep deluding themselves into thinking things are better than they are. But the whole smile or die mentality is really harmful to the world. I think I'd rather be pessimistic about something and have a pleasant surprise than think everything's fine and there's nothing wrong and then get ambushed by like a global crisis, you know? So I stay the fuck away from antidepressants. Besides, that shit makes your dick not work, it's no fun. It's no fun at all. Blue Drake's given up that? Oh, okay. So I guess even he's kind of realized, like, yeah, it's not going to happen. Well, no, your dick works. Your dick works. It's just that, yeah, fuck that. Like, there's only so far I'm willing to take edging, my dude. Like, real talk. This just became a TOS stream, I guess. But, like, yeah, no, fuck that. What's the point if you don't get the fucking payoff, right? What's the fucking point if you don't get the payoff? Fuck that. We ain't doing antidepressants. I even had it, because my doctor recommended to me, like, because my sleep's so fucked. He's like, there are studies, and it's kind of, I think it's an indicated use for certain, is it SSRIs or some sort of serotonin uptake inhibitor for treating sleep problems. But then you also get all the, and he's like, you're depressed too, so it'll probably help with that, but you also get all the side effects. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good, chief. If I get in a bad enough mood, I'll find a way to get out of it. Like, look, put it this way, and trying not to TOS myself here, but I've been to some pretty dark places before, and I left the pretty dark places. Like, the fact I'm still here in current year, especially fucking current year with the last fucking, 5-year run we've had of crisis after crisis, not even personal crises either, the fact I'm still here means I don't need antidepressants. I am my own antidepressant. I sense when things are getting dangerous for me. I sense when I'm starting to have, the kinds of thoughts I'm not supposed to talk about on Twitch. And I figure out why I'm having them, and I remove myself from that situation. That's why I yeeted out of the job, which we'll see if they want me back for a couple days a week or something now. But that's why I yeeted out of that job, because I was starting to kind of go back to that headspace, which I hadn't been in for years. And I think I hadn't been in that headspace for years because the job I had beforehand was 2 days a week, and it was pretty easy and pretty chill, and my co-workers were all, like my co-workers at the motel aren't bad people or whatever. They're fine. They're nice people, and they're pretty cheery given the shit they've gone through. But every now and then, one of them will have a bad day, and that shit rubs off on me. I catch feelings really badly, and it was just emotionally exhausting. So I sensed that I was starting to get into that headspace again. And I realized that the job was the reason I was getting into that headspace, certain aspects of it. And so I removed myself from the situation. And within an hour of walking out of that job, I was back to normal. I was happy. I felt safe. I felt like I was safe to be around other people. Like, all the things I was worried about just left my head. Some people need them. Yeah, for sure. Like, if you need antidepressants, there's no shame in taking them. Just personally, it's not for me. Look, you should never ever base. I know I said we'd organize a flight here. Just let me get this train of thought out the way. You should never ever base your own decisions about your own healthcare, particularly mental healthcare, on what works for other people, because it might not work for you. It might be amazing for you, but it might be harmful as well. So, like, just because I say, like, that shit's not for me, don't let me stop you from trying it. If you want to try it out, see if it's for you, go for your life, If you genuinely need that shit, then it is what it is. But I've kind of come to the realization, the older I get, that I don't need antidepressants. I don't need antipsychotics. My sister's on antipsychotics. I think she's borderline. I'm going to be real. I wouldn't be surprised if I am too. The two of us are like basically, she's the same person as me, but younger and slightly better at masking. Well, a lot better at masking. So, like, anything she has, I usually have some form of, just undiagnosed, because I never fucking go to the doctor unless I feel like I'm dying. But yeah, I think she's on antipsychotics. I don't know if she's still on them or if she's off them by now or what, but that's like to keep her mood under control. My moods get really bad, but again, I've realized it's not that I need to, well, maybe if I'm trying to fit into a fucking sick society where people are treated as expendable objects to extract labor value from. Maybe if I'm trying to fit in with that society, maybe then I need meds to fit in, you know? You're picking down what I'm putting up here. We'll exclude the ones I'm on now because they are actually helpful to me. Like, they're helping me right now. I can think clearly. I like it. But, you know, the idea that you should take antidepressants so you can fucking work 40 hours a week and bow down to the man. Like, take antidepressants if you need them to stay here on the planet and appreciate life. If that's what you need antidepressants for, you know, then great, take them. But for me personally, I don't need them for that. I'm capable of staying here on the planet and enjoying life just on my own terms. It's hard sometimes. Like, sometimes it's, I can't do it for a couple days in a row. Sometimes I have a few months where I'm really, really, you know, close to the thing we probably shouldn't talk about. The last time I was that bad was about 2015, I think. I don't even know why. Like, sometimes I don't even know why. I wasn't having a particularly hard life at the time. My brain cracked the SADs, and for like 6 months I did nothing but listen to Joy Division. And contrary to what you might expect, Ian Curtis, God rest his soul, actually helped me through it. I don't know how that works. Listening to really depressing music for 6 months made me feel a lot better, and I kind of pulled out of it. But, like, yeah, I don't need antidepressants to get by. I'll have moments where I'm in a really bad mood, or like at work especially, where I was getting stressed and my mood was circling the drain, my brain was circling the drain. I was starting to think about, you know, things you would do in Minecraft. And the best way to stop that was just remove myself from the situation. Sometimes it happens, like, sometimes I'll be in a really shit mood, but then just something random will perk me up. Like, there have been a couple days at that job where I was having a shit day, I was ready to fucking punch someone. And then just out of nowhere, like, I just, something buoyed my mood. Like, one of my co-workers, you know, came along and we had a quick chat, and that was just like, oh, human interaction, hooray. Or, you know, I realized, oh, we're actually ahead of schedule, I might get home on time. Or, you know, at previous jobs, like, there was this girl I had the hots for. She'd walk in and I'd be like, oh my God. I'd bounce from, I'm about to kill somebody, to like, oh, I'm so happy. Oh, life is so wonderful. Like, just at the drop of a hat, within like 30 seconds, my mood swings that violently. So yeah, like, if I wanted to be a normal, functional, full-time worker or whatever, I'd probably need antipsychotics to stabilize my mood or whatever, and antidepressants to not be sad, but I don't need them. I don't need them. And then, you know, if I'm having a good day, I'm just kind of sitting here like, man, the universe is so cool. Like, just appreciating, like, who cares about fucking work? Who cares about the economy? Who cares about, you know, obviously I care about fucking wars because human suffering is bad, but, you know, there are times when, I assume other people get this too, but I don't know, because we all live in our own little headspace, and we just have to take it, you know, we just have to take it on other people's assertions that they're real people with thoughts of their own, because we have no way of knowing that. But I assume this is similar for other people. I'll just sit here and I'll just be feeling kind of tranquil, and I'll just start thinking about, like, you know, not ignoring, but humanity's problems kind of fade away, and it's just like, the smallest things, like the tiniest things, like some bug crawling across my desk, like, what a cool little creature. Or, like, you know, it's a nice warm day, and I'm getting you can feel the heat of the sunshine on you, like little shit like that. I think normal people just, like, absorb that and maybe don't think about it as much, but for me, that's like a whole thing. That's a whole thing. If I get caught up in that, the whole world just kind of disappears. I tune that out completely. I think that's technically what normies call meditation, except it involves no effort on my part. One thing that helps, I found, is to not think too far into the future. But that's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Now, let's just, at least so you guys have something to look at, because the fucking, yeah, the BRB screen's already gone to that. Let's open the game scene. We'll just sit in the world map for a bit. We'll pick somewhere to fly from in a little while. I'm fucking procrastinating horribly here. I thought that was supposed to stop me from procrastinating, but we'll pick somewhere to fly in a bit. But yeah, like, it's a double-edged sword, because a lot of humanity's problems happen explicitly because humans are really bad at forward thinking. You know, people can't plan more than about 5 years ahead. I can't plan more than about 5 seconds ahead. Maybe now. We'll see. Maybe now I can, but me in my native ADHD addled state, I can't plan 5 seconds ahead. There is no plan. Shit just fucking happens. Or actually, no, shit doesn't just fucking happen. Shit just doesn't fucking happen is probably the most accurate way to put my life experience up to this point. But yeah, like humans are really bad at planning ahead, and so we'll do things and we won't think about the consequences. We might think about the immediate consequences, but we won't think about the long-term consequences. And there's a lot of long-term consequences that I'm going to have to deal with, that you guys are going to have to deal with, that your kids are going to have to deal with. Not mine. I ain't fucking having them. Leave me out of this. But actually, on that note, if the world wasn't such a shit fight, I probably would want to start a family. But like the state of the world mixed with the state of myself, mixed with like, I just kind of not feeling it really. Not for me. But yeah, like all of the problems that humanity has to deal with, all the really bad ones that humanity has to deal with, like little problems, whatever, but the big problems we have to deal with are because people can't think ahead. Global warming. We can't think ahead. Yeah, let's go for... We need energy. We need energy fast. Coal's a good source of energy. Oil's a good source of energy. It's readily available. It's accessible. We got plenty of it. We'll never run out. It'll be fine. Not only are we starting to run low on this stuff, but it's having some very bad effects. Effects which some people... Like, there are visionaries in every generation who, like... I'm not talking about fucktards like Elon Musk who, like... Snake oil sellers. Musk is a fucking snake oil salesman. Quote me on that. I don't care. He's an absolute fucking moron. Programmed an online payment service and he thinks he's a fucking real engineer and the fucking messiah of humanity. Fuck that prick. Anyway, there are certain people in every generation who are gifted with like some sort of magical foresight. One of those happened to be somebody that wrote in a letter to the editor to a newspaper. I believe it was one of the Australian newspapers in 1911. So Australia was 10 years old as a country. Australia had existed as a single country for 10 years when this was written in. Australia, of course, being a resource nation, which fucking heavily depends on coal to this day. You can imagine back in 1911 how coal dependent we were economically. It was coal and agriculture and nothing else. To a large degree still is. So this person in 1911, who I'm going to presume was some sort of scientist, had written in that we cannot, at our current rate in 1911, think about that, we cannot at our current rate continue to burn coal without causing serious damage to the atmosphere of our planet. The amount of carbon dioxide being released into the air by coal burning is going to produce a significant shift in the proportion of gases in the atmosphere. It was 1911. They hadn't worked out the finite details of this, but, you know, the broad concepts they had. You know, if you studied chemistry, you know the broad concepts. If you have a finite volume of gas and you start pumping another gas into it, it's going to change the properties of whatever's in that. You know, that's our atmosphere. Our atmosphere isn't infinite. Along with planning, humans can't do long-term planning. Humans also can't do large things. Humans... You know, it doesn't matter how smart you are. You could be the smartest person on Earth. It's still a struggle. Humans have a really hard time processing, and I assume the rest of the animal kingdom's probably even worse with this. Who knows? Maybe they're better with it. Maybe they're more in tune with the environment than we are. We'll never know because we can't communicate with them to figure it out. But humans are really bad at understanding that a big thing is still a finite thing. If there's a big thing or a lot of something, we just assume that it's a magical infinite supply. There's a lot of land on Earth. It's a magical infinite supply. There's a lot of resources to be dug up in the Earth. It's a magical infinite supply. There's a lot of air in the atmosphere. Magical infinite supply. There's a lot of fucking cheap plastic shit that gets made in China. Infinite supply. So... You know, you don't need to be able to say, oh, if we pump this exact volume of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere in this many years, in this location in the world, it will cause global warming to this degree, that will have this exact effect. Doing that helps because it actually demonstrates, like, this is what potentially could happen. But even then, you don't have all the variables. You know, like a lot of climate science done in the 70s and 80s was really doomer, and it hasn't quite come to pass. It's bad, like, don't get me wrong, it's bad where we are now, it's really fucking bad, and it's going to get really fucking worse, but a lot of the climate science that was done in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they thought by now we'd be a lot worse off than we are. But also, they probably didn't predict that we would actually start making even a token effort to do something about it. So like there was it was from some TV program. I think it was the ABC ran it back in the 70s, and it was some fancy computers, the 70s, so computers were a big deal. Some fancy computer that they plugged in a bunch of parameters to try and run an Earth simulation. Like you were trying to run an Earth simulation in the 1970s using fucking command prompt. It was quite cool. I'm pretty sure I posted it in my Discord. I can't remember the link for it. I'll have to try and find it again and post it again because it was really interesting. But they had predicted that by the 2020s, civilization will be starting to collapse. Now, you can see the cracks forming at the edges. If you're a perceptive person, you can certainly see cracks forming at the edges, you know, of all the world's great powers of human society as a general. But, you know, it's not falling apart yet. It's not quite there yet. It's going to be a while before it gets there, and that's assuming we don't do anything to try and stop it. Or we do the wrong thing to try and stop it even. But yeah, like back in the sort of 60s and 70s, they were doomsaying that by the 2020s, there will be mass famines, mass wars, the population will be in decline far worse than it actually is. You know, like humanity's fucked, essentially. Like they figured by about the 2020s, we were fucking done. And 2020s have come to pass. The world's a shit. Fucking economies are fuck. Everything's screwed. But you know what? It's hard, but it's livable. It's a lot more livable than they thought it would be. So we don't have all the variables, even if we think we do. We can never predict with 100% accuracy, even if we try. I'd rather we predict a doomsday scenario that never comes to pass than predict sunshine and roses and then get the doomsday. So I would personally prefer that we, you know, when scientists start sounding the alarm about the climate and say, oh, this will happen, that'll happen. Yeah, it's probably not going to quite be that bad, but, you know, maybe we shouldn't say, oh, it won't be that bad and then just do nothing. Maybe we should try and act. Because what's the worst that can happen? We mildly inconvenience ourselves to, well, okay, majorly inconvenience ourselves, but we stave off something that could have been much worse. You know, I'd rather we get an accidental utopia than get an accidental hell. So yeah, humans are bad at forwards planning. Humans are bad at understanding large numbers. Things like, you know, fucking astronomers. I don't know how the fuck they do it. I can't process any number over about 10. So I don't know how they figure out, you know, the difference in distance between, or difference in mass between cosmic bodies or whatever. Like, what the fuck? It's just, the numbers are so big. The numbers are so big, they become a blur. Like, you know, you can't process it. Even the human population, like you think about the famous, I think it was actually a Stalin quote. I don't know if it was actually a Stalin quote or if it was misattributed, because quotes are very often misattributed. The useful idiots one was not a Lenin quote. Lenin did not say that. I think it was von Mises who said that. So the other school of economics, the one that came out of Austria, because nothing good comes out of fucking Austria somehow, except decent beer and pretty nice looking girls. And good action flick actors. But yeah, like, I think it was actually a Stalin quote. The one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. That is a real thing. That's a very real aspect of human psychology. It's very hard for us to process that big of a number, like especially the Eastern Front. So particularly in my my teens and my early 20s, I was really like my autism focus, so to speak. It shifts around every couple of years. It's been on it started on things like dinosaurs, trains, the usual autistic kid things. If this progression sounds familiar to you, go get an assessment done. Dinosaurs, trains, the Titanic, back to dinosaurs, back to trains. Planes were always kind of a lingering theme. They were always there, but back to aviation. Tanks and ground warfare, back to aviation. Yeah, but like, so my big focus during my late teens and 20s was the Eastern Front of World War II. Well, World War II in general, but particularly the Eastern Front. Even as somebody who would go out and read about this and try and find like source documents or try and find veteran accounts or whatever, try and find the Soviet Storm series was produced by one of the Russian TV channels, I think. Very good. Very, very good source for the Russian perspective of the Eastern Front, which is not 100% flawless, but it's pretty good. Likewise, David Glantz, who was really the first Western historian I know of, who made an effort to understand the Soviet side of things and really got into the Soviet archives as soon as they opened. And he did it for the military because, your average, your fucking racist uncle might think those darn commies are, everything they say is propaganda, it's all lies, you can't believe a thing they say, fuck them, they're inferior, we could stomp the shit out of them. The US military would beg to differ. The US military has always begged to differ, even if it didn't say so publicly, and that's why they had people like David Glantz going through the Soviet archives looking at how the Soviets fought World War II. What happened? What was the experience on the Soviet home front? Like, this kind of stuff. The old adage of know your enemy better than you know yourself, or you will lose. Any sane military will do that. The Soviets did it with the West. The Soviets analysed the living fuck out of their own war with the Germans, and they analysed how the Western Allies fought as well. The Soviets did that to an extent nobody else did. It was called military science in Soviet parlance. It wasn't just military art, it wasn't just military studies, it was military science. And if you've ever wondered why Soviet doctrine tended to be so rigid, that's why. They tried to distill it down to a doctrine that was one size fits all. Didn't matter if you had a very good junior officer, didn't matter if you had a shitbag lieutenant that didn't know right from left, didn't matter what, as long as you applied Soviet doctrine as closely to the book as possible with no improvisation of your own. It might be costly, it might not always work out along the entire front, but if you applied that doctrine along the entire fucking front, somebody would break through, and once somebody broke through, there was no stopping him. So that's why Soviet doctrine was so rigid. The Soviet military was meant to operate as a single, finely oiled machine, like a single organic entity. Everything was connected to everything else. It was a very holistic approach to how military works. Western approaches, so the Germans actually got a lot of their theory from the Soviets. Something people forget, particularly tankies, is that the Nazis, well, the Weimar Republic, even before the Nazis came to power, but the Germans were training with the Soviets. The Germans would go across the Soviet Union to do military training, so they could say, we're totally not rebuilding our military, guys. We're just having a friendly training session with our buddies across the... So that was the thing, the Weimar Republic and then the Nazi Germany, the Wehrmacht, they trained with the Soviets. They learned Soviet doctrine. They modified Soviet doctrine to fit their own needs, and so Blitzkrieg, which was never a single thing. Blitzkrieg was never a single doctrine. Blitzkrieg was a term coined by the media and by Western generals to analyze it. I think it did see some use in Germany, but it was mostly a colloquialism. It didn't have a name as such. It was a loose set of different doctrines that you could mix and match. It was like a pick and mix for doctrines. That was what we know as Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg implies that there's a single doctrine that it's executed the same way every way. It's not. You would take what you wanted from it and you would improvise as necessary. The Germans were better suited to do that than the Soviets because the Germans had typically higher education, particularly back then, for their troops. So, you had a lot more initiative at the lower levels of the military, like the strategic corporal concept that the Americans have. Same deal. Like the British Army and the Australian Army, Canadian Army, whatever. Commonwealth armies are the same. The most important rank in a Commonwealth military is a corporal. Because a corporal in a Commonwealth military is a section commander. He has more men under his direct responsibility than anyone else in the entire military. What are we at now? Fucking 10-man or 12-man sections, I think. No, I don't even remember. They brought in new doctrine right as I discharged, so I never learnt it properly. But when I was in the army, the doctrine was still Vietnam era, which was in turn World War II doctrine modified to include automatic weapons. So we're still losing a lot of Vietnam, learning a lot of sort of Malayan emergency, PNG, Vietnam War kind of era jungle fighting doctrine when I was in, which is pretty interesting. It was, as someone who's interested in military history, it was really cool. Like, holy fuck, I'm being taught the same shit my grandfather was taught during World War II. And it hasn't changed much, if it ain't broke, I guess. But especially with the kind of equipment the Australian Army had at the time, we didn't have all the Gucci bells and whistles, so you can't have your fancy fucking modern kind of American style doctrine if you don't have the toys for it. So, but yeah, like the corporal when I was in had a full section under him, so that was want to say 9 men. I want to say it was a 9-man section I was in. You had scout group, gun, assault group. I think it was 9-man. And then we had, because we went, because the Minimi was our section level machine gun, we had 2 Minimis. So originally during World War II, you would have had your Bren gun, you would have had probably a couple guys with submachine guns and the rest with Enfields. During Vietnam, that got revised, so you would have a guy on the 60, you'd have an M60 gunner, he was your main base of fire. Then you'd have, the scout group would usually have M16s, so we did use the M16 in Vietnam. It was usually the Seco would have it, I think the 2IC would usually have one, and then maybe the number 1 rifleman. So your scout group had either F1 submachine guns or Owen guns if they still had them, which they did. They used them a lot in Vietnam. Or M16s. So you got those guys with light automatics. That's your scout group. They're going to scout ahead. They need something light but pretty good on firepower. So it makes sense. And then you had the rifle group who just had L1A1s, trusty old SLR, or FAL if you're European. And then you had the gun group, which was old mate with his M60. Now, by doctrine, I think they were supposed to have an L2. I don't know if the L2 was supposed to replace the M60, or if it was supposed to be in addition to the M60. The L2 was a heavy-barreled, full auto-only L1A1. So it's a light support weapon based on the FAL. So you've got a heavy barrel for sustained fire. You've got the handguard kind of split and folded down into a bipod, which is quite cool. It's locked to full auto. There's no semi-auto on it. It's a bit beefier internally to stand up to increased abuse from sustained automatic fire. But otherwise, that and it had 30 round mags. But otherwise, it's basically an SLR. It's just better for sustained fire. They were meant to have those. I don't think they ever actually used them in Vietnam. I don't even know if they were issued them in Vietnam. The PIG, the M60, was the main base of fire. So, coming from that, the M60 was phased out in the 90s. I know I'm so far off topic. We're not flying or anything here. I assume at least one of you is probably interested in this shit. Also, I just realized I've got my light on, so you guys can barely even see me. But because they replaced the M60 and went to the Mag 58 or M240 if you're American at the platoon level. Platoon level, I think it was. It was platoon or company, I can never remember which, but it went up above the rifle section. So the rifle section then had no medium machine gun, no GPMG, no Gimpy. So to replace that, they tried to offset the loss in firepower from getting rid of the M60 by putting a pair of Minimis in the section. So the Minimi is a 5.56 weapon versus 7.62. Has a bit less reach, bit less hitting power. Rate of fire on the Minimi is good. It's like 900 rounds a minute, something like that. It's a good weapon. I have complaints about it. That stupid fucking magazine well that poked me in the guts every time I carried it. But it's a pretty reasonable weapon. But it's a lesson that was learned very quickly in Afghanistan. They went back to the Mag 58 at the section level. So they kept the Minimi, but they'd have one Minimi and one Mag. And then they sent the Mag 58 back up, but they brought in the Maximi, which is the Mark 48 Mod 0, the 7.62 version of the Minimi. And the reason they sent that back up is because I think it was kind of realized probably during Vietnam that the GPMG is great to have at the section level, but it's just too big. It's too big. It's too hungry. All the ammo you got to carry for it, spare barrels, fucking cleaning kits. The weapon itself weighs a fuckload. The M60 is light for a general purpose machine gun, and that thing still weighs a fucking ton. The Minimi is light for an LSW, and that weighs like 7 kilos empty. It's not fun lugging that around. So that went back up because it's just, you don't need a weapon that heavy in the rifle section 9 times out of 10. So that went to, it was company level because it was DFSW platoon that had them. So that went back up to the company, and DFSW platoon would have, I think they had a pair of Mag 58s with the tripods. So they had the heavy tripods and the optical sights for them and all the other shit. DFSW platoon had your direct fire support weapon is what that stands for. They had your fucking Carl Gustavs as well. So your rifle section organically would have 66s that have M72s, which are either called 66s or 72s here, depending who you talk to. but they wouldn't have any heavy shit. The Carl Gustav was at DFSW. They could be distributed among the sections if they needed to. So if you had a situation where you had a rifle section that needed to go out and patrol or hold a position or something, and they needed heavier weapons, they just fucking bum them off DFSW and then give them back when they were done. But that's the way it worked. So they had the 2 Mag 58s in DFSW platoon. That was the company's 2 58s. And they had them with the whole kit and caboodle. So one of the cool things about Commonwealth Doctrine that I don't know if anyone else did this, and I think the Army still does it. If anyone here is like still in a Commonwealth military, feel free to update me on this. But we had this really cool thing where DFSW platoon would offer direct or indirect fire support with Mag 58s. So if you had an enemy position that was not in direct line of sight, but say was behind a low terrain feature or just, far enough away, what they could do is they'd set up the 2 tripods with the mags, they'd set up the optical sights, they'd basically fucking artillery computer that shit, and they would indirectly just alternate 20 round bursts. 20 rounds out of the left gun, 20 rounds out of the right gun, 20 rounds left, 20 rounds right, and they would just hail fucking 7.62 on whatever those were pointed at. And it was indirect fire with fucking 7.62 machine guns. It's fucking great. It's like the old World War I volley sights on the Enfield rifles or on the Maxim machine guns. Same shit. They were still doing that when I discharged in 2012. Like, fucking incredible. So they had the Mag 58s. Us at the rifle section level, the Mag 58's a big, heavy gun. You don't want to be lugging that round everywhere. It has more reach because it's got a nice long barrel on it. It's nice and steady because it's heavy, but if you're a rifle section, heavy is the enemy of your main advantage, which is your mobility. So that's why they went to the minimize, I think. I assume. I don't work for DSTO, so I can't say, or fucking whoever draws up Doctrine, so I can't say for sure, but that's what we went to, the 2 minimize. And then, again, in Afghanistan, they realized the minimi didn't have the reach, so they went to 1 minimi and 1 maximi. And the maximi is the size of minimi. It's slightly heavier, I believe. It needs to be built a little heavier for 7.62. And it gets rid of that stupid fucking magwell. Thank Christ. It's fairly short barreled though, so it's not going to have it has the reach as such, but shorter barrel, the round's not traveling as fast. Never mind accuracy. You only want a certain amount of precision out of a machine gun anyway. You want to create a beaten zone, but it's more so that the round's not really got that much oomph behind it, so it's going to fall a bit short. But if you needed a long-range fire support, you just fucking call up DFSW. Or you do what they actually did in Afghanistan a lot of the time. You have a lot of very bored guys with javelins that have use-by dates. And so I've spoken about this on armor streams before, or when I've been talking about thermal optics and their applications to actual warfare. The guys would, if they had like fucking Terry Taliban up on a ridgeline that was out of small arms range, but they could see him, they would just pull up a javelin, because the fucking Taliban aren't going to rock up with tanks. The most they've got is a fucking beat to shit Hilux. You don't need a javelin for that. So they just pull up a javelin and fuck him up. Like, it's pretty rough, but there it is. You don't want to be the unlucky guy to have a fucking javelin land on your head. And they were fucking good at it too. Like, the javelin's a really good weapon. It's capable of doing that. And then after they'd fired it, they just keep the CLU, because the CLU is still a perfectly functional thermal optic, right? So you just hold on to the CLU and suddenly you've got the fucking Eye of Sauron for observation. That's what they end up doing. So, even when Doctrine doesn't quite fit, you get a lot of creative problem solving happen. And you see that a lot in Western militaries. There's a lot of discourse about, we have initiative and they're all mindless drones that follow orders directly. That's not true. Soviet bloc militaries did have some instances of initiative happening. It's usually higher up though. You could see it happening on a small level on the ground, but it's not as widespread because they have that doctrine, and the doctrine is color directly within the lines, because if you color outside the lines, you'll fuck up something way down the chain that you might not have any contact with. So yeah, it's the main difference between doctrines is that You have the more flexible doctrine, which relies on much higher educated professional soldier kind of junior officers and NCOs. And you need professional soldiers for that. It doesn't apply well to a conscript army. And again, that's part of why during the Napoleonic era, when most armies were conscript armies, you didn't really see them doing anything fancy. And when you did, it was usually the British, because the Brits had a professional military to a large extent. They still had things like press ganging and stuff, but you know, they had a smaller military, but they had a much higher proportion of educated or at least more experienced troops, so they could get away with shit like that. And then same thing. So like the Soviets had issues with, they were a conscript military, so you can only teach someone so much in 2 years, and then they're going to forget it all anyway, even if they stay in. A lot of them didn't stay in. A lot of them are coming from backwater villages where they may not even have access to modern, like even in the Soviet Union, for all the effort they made, a lot of villages in the Soviet Union did not have running water, did not have electricity. You know, you used to be shitting in a fucking dunny and you'd be reading by candlelight, even if you weren't that far from a major city sometimes. Like there's some of the villages around Pripyat, for instance, that's, what, 100 kilometers from Kiev? 150 kilometers from Kiev? And then Pripyat itself was a 50,000 person city with all the mod cons, and there were villages a couple kilometers outside it where people had been living since time immemorial with no electricity, no running water. So you'd have guys from that kind of background who knew nothing of modern technology, except maybe what they'd kind of heard stories about from their friends that had worked in the major cities. You had people who maybe came from the far north or something, so they were really hardy and well-adjusted to dealing with extreme climates, and then you send them to the fucking desert. You had people from the fucking desert who were then expected to do well up in the Arctic. You had people who had no experience with any machinery more advanced than a tractor. You had people who were fucking engineers and were, you know, kind of not used to the rough side of life. So with conscript militaries, and particularly like really big multi-ethnic conscript militaries like they had, you have to be more rigid in your doctrine. Oh shit, Beetlejuice. Hey man, thanks for the raid. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. We're nominally flight streaming today, but I think I've been just talking for like an hour and a half at this, probably 2 hours at this point. We started with some DCS, had a really good run in the Su-25 on Enigmas. We taught Blue 4 a fucking thing or two, and also had a bit of a minor crisis watching them fail to push sectors with a 3-to-1 stack. And we're going to do some misfits when I eventually shut up and pick somewhere to fly. Oh, no worries, man. I'm always happy to raid you. Always happy to raid you. My guys in chat who don't follow him yet, go follow Breedle. Go follow my man Juice. Like, right now. Right now. He is one of the nicest streamers you'll come across on Twitch. Absolute top guy. I have no idea why anyone would have beef with him. It did happen once. I'm still at a loss. But great guy, great streamer, extremely entertaining. And he flies all the fun stuff too. 4-hour dissertation. It is a bit like that, yeah. It is a bit like that. But yeah, so doctrinal differences are a thing that exist. And once again, I feel like my train of thought was more consistent, but I don't remember how I got to doctrine. Oh, right, the Germans training with the Soviets, yeah. So the Germans learned most of what they did learn about modern maneuver warfare from the Soviets. They just changed it around. Likewise, a lot of the other Western countries either developed their own independently or learned from the Germans, or more typically it was a bit of both. So it's, yeah, like, these things don't happen in a vacuum. But yeah, World War II history. That's what it was. World War II history. The Eastern Front. So yeah, like reading about Eastern Front history, it's so hard to process some of the numbers involved. You know, you talk about typical military history. Oh, there's a battle at, you know, fucking Brokass Creek and 20,000 people are involved and, you know, 4,000 die, 8,000 are wounded. Such and such general gets shot off his horse. This is the outcome. Like, shit like that. Or, you know, like, even things like Napoleonic Wars or the American Civil War, there were some pretty fucking big battles, and they were pretty bloody, and there were some big, you know, big knock-on effects from them. But then you look at the Eastern Front of World War II, and you see forces numbering in the millions being committed against each other. You see forces numbering into the high hundreds of thousands within the confines of one city and its immediate surroundings. You see tens of thousands of people dying in a single chain of engagements. You see, like, in 1 week on the front, hundreds of thousands of people getting killed or captured, mostly, like largely captured. And then a lot of the ones captured on both sides would then die later in camps, because I can tell you right now, for all the whining and crying and bitching about, Soviet mistreatment of prisoners, the Germans were a lot worse. And the Soviets were pretty fucking bad with it too. But the NKVD made a point of trying to drill into units like, hey, will you please stop shooting the Germans when they surrender? Can you please actually give them warm clothes and food so we can at least sort out who the officers are who might know shit before you start fucking starving them to death or shooting them or whatever to get revenge. The Germans just rounded up huge numbers of Soviet troops and left them to fucking cannibalize each other in camps out on the steppe. It was horrific. But you look at some of the engagements of that, just the number of people being mobilized against each other, the amount of equipment being lost over the course of a day. I mean, Operation Bagration is probably the absolute case study for this. Operation Bagration happened in sort of mid to late June of 1944. It was part of an agreement that Stalin made with the Western Allies that the Soviets would put through a major attack to coincide with the Normandy landings. It was a little late because of conditions on the front and a few other things, but the Soviets promised that they would put through a major attack to draw as much German force away to the east as possible, and fucking boy howdy, did they. Operation Bagration commenced on June the 22nd. World War II history knowers will know that date. June the 22nd, 1944. That is 3 years to the day after Operation Barbarossa, after the Germans drove across the Soviet border and started the invasion of the Soviet Union. 3 years to the day. In the course of about 2 weeks, the Soviets had liberated much of Belarus, like most of the country of Belarus, large parts of Poland, which they then followed on a follow-up offensive with, parts of northern Ukraine. The Soviets had deleted not a division, not an army, not a division, not a brigade, not an army. The Soviets had caused Army Group Center to effectively cease to exist. Now, Army Group Center was obviously undermanned. It was an army group on paper. It was still stronger than an army in effect, but it was not really a true army group. But still, if you think about it, in the course of 2 weeks, the Soviets liberated a huge chunk of territory, like ridiculous, the size of France just about, and deleted one of the 3 remaining German army groups. There's Army Group North, Army Group Center, Army Group South. Army Group Center no longer existed. So the Soviets were able to force a breakthrough between the 2 other remaining army groups. There was a parade, and the Soviets, I swear to God, I'm absolutely convinced of the existence of the All-Union Academy of Sick Burns, which these days I'm beginning to think was probably in Ukraine somewhere, given recent events. Russians are very good at it, but the Ukrainians seem to be a cut above lately. But I swear there was an all-union higher academy of sick burns, because just something about watching people who grew up in the Soviet Union put each other down or put other people down, there's art to it. It's incredible. There's levels of irony that you don't even know exist. It's amazing. And one of the things that they did after Bagration was they decided to parade a portion of the captured troops, through Moscow. So they selected 20,000 of them. That was a small fraction of the number of German troops that have been captured. So they selected 20,000 troops. They probably intentionally picked the most disheveled looking ones just to rub the salt in. And they paraded them through Moscow, obviously under armed guard, looking like absolute shit, here, and they picked the best fucking Red Army troops to march along as escorts. So here's your master race for you. Here's your fucking master race, that kind of thing, right? And then after the parade had gone through, partly out of practical concerns because they were all fucking riddled with typhus and lice, but also partly, I think, for the propaganda effect, the Soviets deployed street cleaners. So they had all their like their chemical troops come through and hose down and scrub every street that those prisoners had been marched down. And they filmed the whole fucking thing and they sent it over to the Western Allies like, oh yeah. Like, the scale of it is mind-boggling. The absolute scale of it is just fucking phenomenal. And this is part of the reason why I don't remember if I've spoken on stream before, but I speak about it quite often when the topic comes up in Discord, but just how fucking stupid and suicidal it would be to listen to dumb fucks like Patton or MacArthur when they're like, oh, we shouldn't have stopped at the Elbe. We should have kept going. We should have gone all the way to Moscow. You would have fucking died. Yeah, like the Americans had nukes, but in 1945, the Americans had like one spare nuke, I think, that they hadn't used yet. Like, they didn't have enough, put it that way. And a lot of, actually, I have spoken about this on stream before and in Discord, but a lot of the politics around the use of the atomic bombs on Japan, it's very complicated, it's very messy, you'll run into a lot of pushback from traditionalists on this, but if you look into the history and look into more and more sources that have come to light since the end of the war, and particularly since the collapse of the Soviet Union, and also Japan becoming like a functional country with, like actual somewhat democracy, the more you look into it, the more you start to realize the nukes were not a necessity militarily. The military had straight up told the US government, we don't need them. We're not even going to land. The military had said a landing is a worst case scenario. Operation Downfall, I think it was. Worst case scenario. We don't want to do it if we don't have to. And they didn't have to because they could just starve the Japanese out. It would have taken time, but they could do it. Japan no longer had the capability to project power, so they were kind of trapped on their home islands plus the Kwantung Army in Manchuria. Japan couldn't project power anymore. It wasn't really a threat to anyone unless they developed some sort of super weapon, which they hadn't. The Japanese had sat there twiddling their thumbs. They were nowhere near a nuclear bomb. In fact, they were even further behind than the Germans, I believe. The Germans would never have... The Germans physicists didn't even know it was possible. They'd written it off. So the Axis powers were nowhere near having super weapons. Nowhere near. We had them. And it was decided that the military would just blockade Japan. They figured they could probably starve them out by about 47, 48. Maybe 1950 at the latest. If worst came to worst, they could do a land invasion. The Japanese would put up a stiff fight. Probably 200,000, 300,000 Allied troops might die. Now, some of you may have heard the claim of millions, or a million, or 2 million, or whatever it was that Truman came out with. That's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. Truman said that to cover his own ass. The military said about 200,000, I believe it was, for the sort of... That's what we expect. Now, that's still a fuckload of people. That would still be really felt, particularly in the UK, because, smaller population. But to put it in perspective, 200,000 is about the total of what I believe the Americans lost in Europe for the entire war. In fact, it may even be a little past that. I think the British Commonwealth was about 200,000-300,000, something like that. So the Western Allies, respectively, did not lose anything approaching what happened on the Eastern Front. The Germans lost about 7.5 million military casualties. Fuck knows how many civilians. The Soviets lost 11.2 million military, the vast bulk of which were in 1941. And a lot of that was because they weren't killed outright. They were taken prisoner and then they died in camps. But the Soviet military lost 11.2 million during the war, very heavily weighted towards 41, 42. And totaled up with civilians, they lost about 25 to 27 million people, which is just mind-boggling to me. 27 million people is several million people larger than the entire population of Australia. I mean, 27 million people is approaching the population of Canada. Just incredible. Like the fact that the country was even, the fact the country existed after that, let alone was able to rebuild its, I guess this is one of those moments where you kind of, you look at totalitarianism and you think, you know, it's pretty shit, but every now and then there's something that you think, I don't know how else they could have got it done. And that's one of those things. The fucking post-war Soviet turnaround miracle, I don't know how else they could have done that. I really don't. Like, to rebuild a functional country, to what extent the Soviet Union was functional, from something that was completely destroyed, like everything west of Moscow almost was completely destroyed, if not by the Germans and by the Soviets when they'd retreated. It's just incredible. They were able to rebuild not only a functional country from that, but a superpower. And I've got into arguments with some of you guys. I don't know if the people involved are watching currently, but I've got into arguments with some of you guys before. Like, I think probably one of the great miracles of human progress is, if you actually look within context, what the Soviet Union or East Germany or any of those countries were able to achieve, Vietnam even, let's not talk about Cambodia, the ones that were not like full whacked out insane homicidal, the ones that were maybe a bit homicidal but at least had like a lofty ideal to aim for, and not just some guy that hated dudes with glasses. The amount of progress those countries were able to make, these aren't like, Russia at the time of the revolution was an agrarian backwater shithole. They had abandoned serfdom, and Russian serfdom is not Western European serfdom. It's closer to what you guys in the US would identify as slavery. That was Russians enslaving Russians. That was how they were until when was it? Like 1850 something, I think. 1850 something, 1860 something. So around the same time you guys got rid of slavery. It stayed on for a very long time. And they never got rid of some things from it. Like the internal passport system was a vestige of that they never got rid of, even under the Soviets. But the way that countries like that could just fucking almost bootstraps themselves, to use a fucking, the meme term. But they actually did. They did the thing that fucking right-wingers tell you to do all the time. They fucking bootstraps themselves. And so within 20 years... the Soviets had eradicated illiteracy. They'd eradicated a lot of common health conditions that were, easily solved by decent healthcare, but were completely endemic before. It's kind of difficult with the Soviets because they went forwards and then they took a step back. So a lot of what Stalin did in the 20s and 30s as he came to power basically directly undid a lot of the ideals held during the revolution. So a lot of traditionalist ideas came back. So, for instance, Korenizatsiya, which I've spoken about before on stream, where the initial policy of the Soviet government was to celebrate differences in ethnicity, because the Soviet Union, even modern Russia, with all the land it's lost to independent former Soviet states, modern Russia is a patchwork quilt of different people. People that were already there, people that came there from different parts of Europe. Like, I can kind of see, like, the Heartland theory is kind of archaic and laughable at this point in history, but I can kind of see why they buy into it, because more than anywhere else, the territory they exist on is very much a human heartland. You have so many ancient civilizations rising and falling on territory that is now Russia or was the Soviet Union. That's ridiculous. Like, I've been taken to reading through what history we have about all these different societies back when history was a thing that only the Greeks or the Romans seemed to do. And almost all of them either came through the steppe or fled from, tribes that came from the steppe, or were displaced by the counteraction the other way, or something like that. Like, it really is, if Africa's the cradle of humanity, and the Middle East, particularly around the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, is a cradle of civilization, then I feel like sort of the southern Russian and Central Asian steppe almost, and down to the Caucasus, is like the cradle of a lot of modern societies we recognize. It's not civilization, that was already worked out, but like, it was kind of the genesis of a lot of what we understand to be like Europe. You know, all the different countries, all the different ethnic groups, they all came through there. They were all influenced by that one way or another. To go back to something that I know got a funny reaction out of a couple of people when I said this on stream, all human history is tied together. It doesn't matter what fucking color you are. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It doesn't matter where the fuck you're from. You know, obviously some populations were more isolated than others. The Americans had their own thing, or you know, the original Americans had their own thing going on. Once they crossed the land bridge across the Bering Strait and then the sea levels rose, they were cut off. So the Americas they developed their own thing, kind of uniquely. Africa was still, to a degree, tied in with what was happening elsewhere. It still largely did its own thing because of terrain. So Africa was, you know, there's large parts of Africa that have impenetrable jungle or, you know, barren desert. They're hard to get across. But there was still, like, particularly between North Africa and Europe and the Horn of Africa and the Middle East, there was a lot of transfer there. That's how you ended up with, like, Ethiopian Jews or like the Coptics or, you know, the Moors coming across and controlling much of Spain and France for however many fucking centuries it was. So all human history is tied in together. We can sit here and pretend we're all different. We have our own little neat borders and our little picket fences and shit as much as we want. But something you have done or your ancestors have done has affected something that somebody else has done at some point. Like it's just dumb trying to separate humans into little fucking pigeonholes because it doesn't work. It's never worked. It's never going to work. But yeah, like, they had so many different diverse ethnicities because of that in the Soviet Union, and they all spoke different languages. They all had their own histories. They all had their own different traditional cultures. And the Soviet Union initially was kind of, towards embracing that and celebrating it. Kind of like what I think Western countries are trying to do now. After, you know, Western countries for how long have kind of been like, no, you assimilate to the dominant culture or you get fucked. And we're just now kind of getting to the point, it's getting a lot of pushback, as we see every fucking time this comes up, even in stream chat. But we're starting to see a process of like, why don't we just recognize that people are different and be mindful of how our differences affect each other? Be like, yeah, cool, whatever, you know. I'll learn about you, you learn about me, we'll find a way to get along. You can do things I don't know how to do. You know, I can solve problems you can't. It works. It works better that way. And if you have a little fucking dispute or whatever, then you talk it out. But that was how the Soviet Union was initially meant to work. That was called korenizatsiya. And that policy meant that you would signpost things in the local language. You would teach in the local language. You would use the local language as much as possible. So if you're Bashkir, you'd be speaking your own Bashkir language. Your corner store would have all the products listed in it. If somebody came to talk to you from the government, you know, some big man came down from Moscow or from the oblast or wherever, he would, you know, generally either speak to you in your language or you'd have some kind of translator. I mean, ultimately, the word Soviet means council. Like, and that's why in Afghanistan the locals refer to them as Shuravi. Shura is Farsi, I think. Farsi and or Pashto for council. I think it's Farsi. So they were known as Shuravi because I think the fucking Afghans are the only people I can think of offhand, aside from the Soviet republics themselves, who actually didn't just transliterate the name Soviet, but actually realized what it meant and translated it into their own language. So they would call them like the council because that's what they were. So the original design of it was meant to be more, not more decentralized, but less strictly centralized, if that makes sense. It was meant to be more accommodating towards ethnic differences, more accommodating towards smaller communities, regional communities, whatever. That died with Lenin. That went away in the late 20s, early 30s. So after Lenin died, as Stalin took power, korenizatsiya went away. Korenizatsiya was replaced with Russification. I'm going to have to get a drink in a minute so I keep my voice. But the Soviet Union became very Russified through the 30s. And you can see this during World War II as well. So the original sort of Red Army uniform was very... It was like a gym shirt. It was like a peasant shirt. In fact, it was essentially a peasant shirt that they just dolled up a bit to be an army uniform. So, you know, you had your peasant collared shirt, which buttoned down to about the chest, and then it was one piece below that. And it had just a normal collar on it. Previously, the Imperial Army had worn like the fucking choker collars, and they had very fancy, well-cut uniforms, all that shit. Riding pants for officers and all that. But during the Civil War, that was the Soviets were, or they weren't even the Soviets back then. The Red Army and the Bolsheviks in general, and all the other revolutionary movements that are aligned with them, they were very much into the whole symbolism thing. And so you had the Budanovka, the funny pointed hat, kind of like a dunce cap, haha, very funny. It's like an Ushanka, but it's got a point on the top, and a big red star and a peak, and it folds down over your ears because it's a winter hat, or summer and winter hat. If you look at a Budanovka and you just kind of squint really hard, so the red star fades away, and maybe instead of being brown cloth, it becomes a brown indescript kind of shape, maybe like bronze or like brass or like some sort of metal. It's a fucking bogatyr helmet. That's what it is. That's what it's modeled on. So it was meant to call up these great traditions of the people that made up Russia, but also kind of give it a new meaning. And at the time, the Imperial Army were wearing the Ushanka. The Ushanka was actually stolen off the fucking off the Tsarist army after they were defeated, and then pressed into Soviet service. It's a little more practical. The Budanovka was a very nice piece of symbolism, but not a very practical piece of headgear. So things like that, and things like the uniform. So it was a peasant's, like a peasant field worker shirt. That was just brown because it's not going to show stains. Brown dye is easy to get. It blends in somewhat. This is kind of the era where people were starting to realize camouflage was a thing that you want. And then you had red tabs on the collar to show that you were in the Red Army. There were no shoulder boards because shoulder boards were a bourgeois excess, and your rank wasn't. You didn't have named ranks, so you didn't have a lieutenant, you didn't have a colonel, you didn't have a major, didn't have a general. Your rank was what you did. Your rank was your job description. So you would have a squad leader, and he was called the squad leader. You had, and it was often, because the Soviets loved portmanteaus, it was often kind of condensed down. So Kommandarm, commander of an army. Combat, if you've heard the Lyube song Combat, they're not talking about combat. That's not a cognate. Combat in Russian is like fucking war is vojna, but it's something like that. It's not a cognate. It's Kommandir Bataljona, or I forget what the abbreviation for detachment commander was, but Kommandir Otdelenia. It's like a detachment commander or like a squad leader or something. And then, that's your rank. And your rank is shown not as these fancy, ornate shoulder boards with golden threading and shit like they had in the Tsarist times and like they regained later. But your little collared tabs, and the color would correspond. It was initially just red during the Civil War to show that you were in the Red Army. But as the Soviet Union established itself as an actual country, and they started establishing the Red Army as an actual, like, full-on national military, those would change. So you'd have magenta for infantry, you'd have red for internal affairs, you'd have blue for cavalry, black for tank or artillery troops, things like that, and pale blue for paratroopers cornflower blue for paratroopers, and pale blue for the Air Force. So you had your little collar tabs, and your rank was just pins on those. If you were a squad leader, you would have maybe 2 or 3 little red triangles, little red triangular enamel pins that would go in there, and that tells you the number of pins, tells you the rank. The shape of the pins tells you like the level of the rank. So your most junior your most junior NCO, like a junior corporal or something, or a freighter. Would have, as we would call it now, as they called it then. I don't know what it would have been called back then, but they would have had just a single triangular pip on their collar. Going up to your platoon, your company, your battalion level, you'll start to see squares appearing. An extra side on the shape means higher rank. So, or like upper level. So you'd have like a platoon commander, I believe, was a single square pip. And then you'd have like the equivalent of captain, or like a company 2IC or OC, something like that, would have 2 square pips, 3 square pips, going all the way up like that. And then I think once you got up into your staff officers, they would have stars, like actual stars. But they were still just little things on their collar. Like if you look up photos of guys like... and then if they were a marshal of the Soviet Union, it was a fucking great big star that took up the entire collar pip like Stalin had, or like Tukhachevsky, Rokossovsky, any of those guys. So it was, again, it's symbolism. They're peasant shirts. It's the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, the RKK. Рабочие и крестьяне Красной Army. Workers and Peasants' Red Army. So you've got the symbolism of the peasant shirt. You've got the symbolism of you don't call the guy, you don't address someone by some bullshit made up status rank. You address them by their job. Comrade company commander, comrade general, comrade marshal of the Soviet Union, right? Now, it's all good and well in theory. In practice, obviously, Soviet society almost immediately re-stratified the way it had been to begin with. So there's only so much you can do with this kind of shit. But that was the philosophy behind it. And that's why calling each other comrade was a thing. Comrade replaced sir or mister or, lofty job title. Comrade was a universal term of status. So everyone was meant to be a comrade. Everyone was supposed to be equal. Again, not that ended up actually being the case. So yeah, you would address like Tovarish, Commandir, well, you wouldn't use the full term. So for instance, you go to talk to the battalion commander, you need to suggest something to him, or he's going to kick your ass because you fucking fell asleep on watch or something. Tovarish Combats, that's how you address him. Yeah, so like that was how they did their whole uniforms thing. And then under Stalin, during World War II, and ostensibly this was done for morale reasons, but it was also because Stalin, despite being Georgian, obviously had a raging hard-on for Russian history and the idea of great Russian state power. This is beginning to sound familiar, isn't it, guys? Beginning to sound familiar. So Stalin had this massive raging hard-on for great heroic figures of the Russian imperial past. Nevsky, guys like that. And so he brought back a lot of the old stuff that had been binned in the revolution. During World War II, he brought back the uniform stuff. So around 43, I think it was, mid-43, you see the gimnasterka, which was the basic uniform tunic. It goes from the normal collar with the tabs. It goes back to the choker collar that the Imperial Army had with brass buttons, and then shoulder boards. The shoulder boards now correspond to your color of service. So if you're infantry, you've got magenta shoulder, magenta piping around them. If you're cavalry, you'd have blue, whatever. But we've gone back to the Tsarist era uniforms already, right? This is like 43. At the same time, around 42, 43, he started introducing a lot of wards like the Order of Nevsky. So he's bringing back a lot of the sort of heroic aristocratic figures of Russian past and using them as bravery awards. He's trying to rehabilitate this idea of this great Russian state power to try and, I guess to give some cohesion to a state that nominally was supposed to not be a state. Like the Soviet Union was supposedly like a state that wanted to not be a state. It's kind of hard to make it romantic, I guess. It's kind of hard to appeal to the common man who maybe doesn't quite jive with all these lofty ideals of a stateless, classless society, but wants to be part of some great country with a great legacy. Well, what do? You bring back all the old ways. You bring back the idea, and America, as well as all the other English-speaking countries doing this now. But you bring back all the old icons. You give this illusion that, yes, we're a strong country. We have this continuous thread of history, which is us. I'm sorry, I just realized I've had chat kind of on the wrong screen for the past hour. And so, yeah, that's what happens when your state faces either an existential crisis or its power begins to wane. In the Soviets' case, it was an existential crisis. The power wasn't really waning. Or, when there's this big sort of identity crisis that a nation has, the pushback from traditionalism comes very hard, it comes very quickly, and it comes with a lot of very strong arguments that will sway over. The whole idea of working class solidarity kind of requires a certain level of awareness of your own situation that most people don't have. And this is spicy takes, maybe. I'm sure I'm going to catch shit from some fucking left-wing content creator or other for this, but this is traditionally why left-wing from the bottom grassroots revolutions rarely happen, and when they do happen, they're usually stamped out pretty quick. They do sometimes work, but generally not for long, because somebody else just rolls in and crushes them. This is the problem that Makhno had in Ukraine with the Ukrainian Free State. This is the problem that the CNT and FAI had in Spain. Someone will roll in and crush you. Either the enemy, or supposedly your own guys, in this case the tankies, in both instances. And this is the problem you have, is if you don't have sort of a strong national identity to rally around, it's very hard to get people to organize in large numbers. They'll kind of divide into smaller units, because humans will typically divide along tribal lines. You'll get parts of a family dividing from the whole family, dividing from the neighborhood, dividing from the rest of the town, dividing from the state, dividing from the country. Like human society is not naturally that centralized. And I know that's probably going to be a hot take to a lot of people. I don't give a fuck. You guys should know by now. I don't care if I offend anyone about this. But that's how it is. Humans are not designed to work in a strongly centralized, top-down fucking society. I don't care how much the fash think that's how it works. It's fucking not. Go fucking masturbate over some outdated fucking shit about wolves. Like, fuck off. But that's not how human society generally works. But you know what's really good for controlling a larger amount of people, which is a larger amount of labor, which is a larger amount of resources you can extract? Centralized power structures. So you start to see, and this is probably the reverse of this, where this started from is probably the way that the world's going to go over the next couple hundred years, if I had to guess. You see a lot of smaller principalities and things with sort of shifting alliances, and like Crusader Kings. If you've ever played Crusader Kings, you see that starting to coalesce into a smaller number of much more powerful, much more rigidly centralized states. Like, the idea of a nation state is a modern invention. It's a modern construct. You know, even in ancient times, ancient Egypt was probably one of the closest ones to being like a functional nation state, and even it wasn't completely homogenous. You had upper and lower, a few other things during that time. Greece was a mix of warring city-states. The Romans were, you know, they got very provincial once they started establishing an empire, and a lot of them went native, so to speak. So it's not in human nature to really want to or naturally form these top-down structures, but that's what happened in Europe. Because it happened to be the most efficient way to extract resources, the most efficient way to garner wealth. And that's what happened. So you end up with all these little principalities and shit, either through force or through allegiances coalescing into states. You know, you have the fucking meme at one point where the Habsburgs controlled basically the entire European continent by themselves, even though they were still at war with their own fucking siblings, essentially. Like, this is the insanity of monarchism, is you're fighting your own cousins, your own brothers, your own sisters over like dumb shit that isn't even real. You're probably not even from the fucking ethnicity that you're ruling over, and you're professing to be fighting in their interests. Like, monarchy's fucking stupid, dude. Monarchists are fucking dumb as fuck. I'm sorry if any of you are monarchists, but like, wake the fuck up, my dude. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, all of these start banding together because the best way to extract labor value and resources is to band together into a strongly centralized state. And a strongly centralized state needs a national creation myth. It needs something resembling a police force. The modern police force didn't come from a need to solve, you know, people beating up on old ladies or stealing each other's chickens. The modern police force, as we recognize it today, grew up from things like night watchmen, or in the case of the US, slave patrols in the South, even in the North early enough. It evolved from that kind of neighborhood watch thing, or like, you know, almost vigilantism, into a modern, centralized, highly organized police force with all these extra resources, not because they cared about solving murders or solving thefts or catching people speeding in their horse and buggy on the dirt road. It was because they needed to put down labor strikes. the modern police exist because of labor strikes. And before the modern police were established in some places, like particularly out west in the US during the sort of Manifest Destiny period, you didn't have cops as such. You had, I mean, obviously you had local sheriffs starting to appear, but even before that you had the Pinkertons, who are currently doing their damnedest to convince the world they care about diversity. And to be fair to Pinkertons, they actually were one of the first companies to hire black people and women and disabled people and all of this, not because they actually like cared, but because they would blend in better when grassing up people that wanted to unionize. So it was driven by necessity, not by good virtue. Fuck the Pinkertons. Fuck them all. They're scum. They've always been scum. They will never not be scum. So anyway, modern police come from labor disputes. Modern states come from the need to control resources and land. So this idea of a highly centralized modern state, a powerful state with a powerful military, powerful police, powerful, powerful law enforcement, even like powerful constitution, powerful parliament, all this shit, this whole mythos of, oh, we're a great country, look how good of a country we are, we have all these great national bodies. And they're kind of, it's been a thing long enough, and it was done effectively enough, and particularly back in the day, education was low enough, that people kind of fell for it. You know, you might not have anything in common with the person who rules over you. You know, a person who was born and raised out in the prairie, out in the Midwest or whatever, has nothing in common other than, you know, maybe the tone of their skin, maybe, except they probably got a tan, compared to some dipshit in DC. They've got almost nothing in common. And yet they will, you know, in the US you still have a lot of power in the States, so it's offset a little, but you still have this great big fucking agglomeration of 50 different states and then overseas territories and shit on top of that. And they don't have a lot in common. The states fucking hate each other. Like, fuck, you got neighboring states that are just about at war with each other sometimes. And all of this is run by an entity out of DC that calls itself a country. And it's purely done so the federal entity, the country, can more effectively harness everything within this wonderful, wonderful part of the world here. I'm not saying that ironically. Like, goddamn, North America is just so beautiful. And by and large, the people are good. But that's what it's for. It's so you can effectively exploit this for resources, exploit the people for labor, defend what you got. And it's not always a bad thing. It's not always a bad thing. If some genuinely bad force pops up, like what happened in World War II, look at the fucking incredible feats of mobilization that the US pulled off. Like, that's phenomenal. You cannot do that without a strong, centralized state. Like, you basically can't. The anarchists are going to get the shits with me now. Maybe you can try, but it's going to be really fucking hard. Really hard. You need some sort of strong federal entity that, even if the states are at loggerheads, can just fucking slap the dick down on the table and say, listen up, fuckers. Put it aside, deal with it some other day, this is what we're doing. So when that power structure starts to slip, like when the Soviet Union was invaded by an existential threat 3 times in about 20 years, or for the United States, when people start questioning its economic system or its political system, which is happening more and more, it's the crisis the US is having now, it's not because of immigrants, it's not because black people can vote, it's not because gay people exist, it's not because kids in school are being taught not to bully each other because one kid seems a bit effeminate. Like, you can say, oh, let kids be kids all you want. Well, how about we let kids actually be kids and we don't let them fucking pick up their parents' biases and then subject other kids to that? You know, it's a mess of hot button issues that get people's emotions up, but it's not the actual cause of the problem, and it's not actually going to do anything. It's not going to affect anything. If you stop, you know, if you get rid of all the fucking shit that's gone through in the last 20 years about, you know, gender equality or you know, the idea of people not necessarily being a binary gender or their birth sex or whatever. If you got rid of all of that, it's not going to substantially change much aside from making those people's lives shittier. You know, it's not going to fix the country. It won't fix the economy. It's not going to fucking make your life any better. It's not going to stop the fact that you lost your job because it got outsourced to India because it was cheaper to hire someone over there than it was to hire you. Like, people just sit there and scratch their heads and blame this or that thing, and they'll never quite connect the dots and realize that all these little things that they think are tearing the country apart are actually not. They're not even symptoms. Like, the division that's happening is a symptom, for sure. But the actual issues like fucking gay marriage, or are you allowed to have guns? I mean, the whole gun issue is like the fucking Democrat version of fucking, oh no, they're turning the frogs gay. Like, it's just extremes. You can't, and I've tried to discuss different things with Americans. Like, obviously, like, you got your normal hot button issues. Even within small groups, if I say anything about gun control or lack thereof, being from another country and having my own perspectives on it informed by my country, like, I don't think Australia does things well. Let me get that clear. I do not think Australia does things well. I think we do a lot of things that are fucking stupid and don't work. I think we do a lot of things that are actively causing loopholes. But we're, you know, like, I think that the US could do a better job as well. And not by copying us, by doing some things we do and by avoiding other things we do. But if I try and talk about US gun law with literally anyone, doesn't matter how they vote, doesn't matter whether they have guns or not, doesn't matter where they grew up, doesn't matter if I speak to an American about guns, within 30 seconds of me opening my mouth, they will fucking call me a Nazi. Or a commie, or both, or like say I want to kill children, or say that I want the blue helmets to take it. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's so polarized. It is literally just, guns are evil death totems, no one should have them, also crime will magically somehow disappear if we enforce this, which we will enforce somehow. I don't know how the fuck they plan on doing that. Versus, everyone should have 20 guns, even if, especially if they're mentally unstable or belong to some fringe political group. Like, you can't be anywhere in between that continuum and not get into an argument with Americans. It's awful. But things like that division is tearing the country apart, but even the issue of gun control, that's not the problem. The problem is the organization of society. The problem is you've got all these different groups making up this country with competing interests that have never been resolved, and you've got the country as a whole taking advantage of all of them. Some get taken for a ride worse than others. If you live in a fucking red state and you have something go wrong with your health, fucking good luck, my dude. I will send you thoughts and prayers, because according to your governors, that's the only thing that fucking works. If you live in a blue state and you happen to, you run afoul of them somehow, I don't know, you express an opinion that wasn't sufficiently, I'm not going to use the term woke because I think that's fucking lazy, and I think most people who use it don't know what they're talking about. I'll say, you express an opinion that wasn't fittingly liberal enough, and that can include if you're a fucking hardcore dyed-in-the-wool communist, you'll say shit that pisses liberals off because liberals are just head empty, no thoughts. You're shit out of luck, because you've got this great big patchwork of different people who have differing competing interests run by a bunch of assholes over here, and then, your different state governments or whatever, and none of them and none of the state governments have your individual interests at heart. Same as any other country. I mean, even in the Soviet Union, same as there. Like, you're having a country run with... I got onto this through ethnicities, didn't I? I'm stunned I can remember how I got on this segue. You've got a country that has hundreds, if not thousands, of different language groups. The ones that were natively there, the ones that came up through Central Asia, the ones that came up from the Caucasus, the ones that came up from Iran, the ones that came from Western Europe, the European Russians as such, who are, descended from Scandinavians in large part, kind of admixing with the existing Slavic cultures. It's such a fucking shit fit of different people that's why Korenizatsiya was a thing, but then the Soviet Union just gave up and said, fuck it, Russify it all. So now you see what's happening with that. Everything's printed in Russian. You have to speak Russian. A lot of people don't speak their native language anymore. There's whole language groups around the Urals that are just about extinct. The people being sent to fight and die in Ukraine are generally not your stereotypical, great Rus. They're not the European Russians. They are Buryats or Bashkirs or, fucking Chechens. The fucking Chechens, like, that's a whole other mess. But they're ethnic minorities. And not only are they ethnic minorities, but they're largely ethnic minorities who either aren't Orthodox Christian or are, identifiably ethnically different to, like, even European Russians are very, if we want to take the risky territory of going into genetics, They're very closely related to all the different people within Russia because Russia is just a giant clusterfuck and everyone mixes in all the time. It's, it is what it is. So if you compare Russians to like Ukrainians, the Russians are more noticeably like mixed in with the Mongols and so on. But that's to be expected when you're being lorded over by the Mongols for hundreds of years. There's no conspiracy theory shit to be had there. It's just natural. People will find people who look pretty and they'll fuck them. And more's the loss to you if you are very limited in who you want to do that with. Appreciate the world, including everyone in it. But yeah, the populations generally being sent to fight and die in Ukraine are Buryats and Bashkirs and Chechens and all of these people from the Caucasus and from beyond the Urals, who generally live in very poor kind of oblasts. They don't get a lot of funding from Moscow. So Moscow, particularly now, it was kind of bad with this even in the Soviet times, but it's even worse now, is basically just a kleptocracy. That it's like a parasite on the rest of the country at this point. It leeches everything good that comes out of the rest of the country and gives them back nothing in return. So we're kind of reaching the point now where, I know where we're flying today. We're kind of reaching the point now where even European Russians, who don't normally have a stake in the the kind of slowly awakening ethnic movements within Russia, even European Russians in the Far East are starting to realize, we're fucked. Moscow doesn't give a shit about us. Why the fuck should we give a shit about them? So it's very possible if Russia doesn't unfuck itself soon, it's going to balkanize really badly. And I'm going to be real with you. I think the US probably will too. Maybe not in my lifetime, but I think sooner or later the US is going to realize, hey, we've had a great history together and sometimes a really awful history together. We've done some amazing things and some absolutely fucking unspeakable things. We should definitely, we're neighbors. We're not going to be apart from each other, but maybe we should act more like neighbors instead of a single dysfunctional family with a very abusive fucking headman at the top of it. I think a lot of places are going to go back to the kind of model that happened in the Middle Ages in Europe. I think we're going to see city-states start appearing again. I think we're going to see provinces become their own kind of self-contained things. I'm not even talking about autonomous provinces, those already exist, but I mean they will just say, you know what, we want to become our own thing now, fuck yous. I think we'll go back to that model, and I don't know if it'll be better or worse for the world. I think it won't stop wars from happening, it may even make more wars happen. War's going to be, we're fucking humans, it's never going to stop. But I think the threat of a big world war is slightly lower, because they did have massive fuck off alliances of 20 different fucking entities kind of wars back in the Middle Ages too, but I think overall it might be a positive for humanity if just we start kind of dissolving the larger states because they're clearly unwieldy. They're, the only way that states can maintain power, and this is particularly obvious with the Soviet Union or totalitarian countries in general, but even the US from my perspective is totalitarian because it likes to deploy the army or the police to shoot at protesters alarmingly often or snatch them off the streets, is what happened in 2020. But these big countries, the only way they can really stay together is by either violence or threat of violence. In Europe, it's generally threat of violence. They don't need to use violence anymore because people have learned, or they kind of get them with the other end, which is, if we're not here to protect you, then what stops the big bad other from rolling in? The other currently being the Russians. Prior to that, it was usually the Germans. Nation states need an enemy, an external sort of enemy to fight. If they turn to an internal enemy to fight, that's kind of a big warning sign that either there's going to be a regime change or they're just going to collapse completely. But this idea that centralized powers are a good thing or helpful, really, I think should probably go away. It's not doing us any good. But yeah, so that was kind of the kind of thing that the Soviet Union was originally aimed at, was to lift up smaller communities, lift up all the ethnic groups the Soviet Union had. It was this is the problem, and this is the problem that you have when you get into discussions about the Soviet Union or many of these other countries. lunatic asylums like fucking Cambodia aside, because the Khmer Rouge were just insane. Insanity is a difficult, dangerous word to use because there's always some logic. It's just the logic might not be recognizable. But the Khmer Rouge will for the purposes of this discussion, are insane. But like the Soviets, like even... I don't want to give anyone dangerous ideas here, but to the extent that they think they're doing good, even though it's pure cognitive dissonance and they're doing literal evil as far as evil goes, even fucking fascist movements at some point or other have thought we're going to reinvent the world in its new image and it's going to solve this problem or solve that problem or solve hunger, solve war, solve inequality, solve the Jews. Oh, fuck, wait. And then you know, we all know where that goes. But you know, it's dangerous to just write off any ideology as, oh, that's evil, or oh, that's insane, because ideologies don't just form because somebody wakes up one morning and chooses violence. They don't happen because someone wakes up and goes, haha, it'd be funny if I was the most evil person in human history. Fucking no cunt does that. Ideologies form because somebody has an idea about how the world should be and how the world is and how to make those two things come closer together. And sometimes they're good ideas. Sometimes they're mixed. Sometimes they're god fucking awful and half the world has to mobilize to fucking remove them from existence. And that's... I know that there's a lot of, particularly these days, with people trying to normalize fascism. Let's not make too fucking, you know... Let's not make too blunt a point about that. People are trying to normalize fascism. Fascists are doing it intentionally, and fucking normies are doing it unintentionally because fascists are really good at getting you to kind of, you know, listen to their talking points, and they're really good at getting you to come around to them. Like, fuck, I've spoken to these kinds of people before. I know how good they can make it sound. Like, even if... like, you can be a fucking dyed-in-the-wool communist, they will find a way to talk to you that will make you sit there and go, And it's only when you realize, wait, no, I know what he actually wants, that you realize the danger you were just in. Like, let's not make fucking bones about that. There is no time where fascists are safe to be around or to be allowed to exist. So, you know, I might have mixed opinions on other things, other ideologies, but there is, like, that kind of thing, once you get into that range, that is the stamp it out as quickly as possible, as violently as possible. Do not let it come back. I don't care if that's, oh, you're as bad as they are. Fucking liberals, oh, we can't be violent, that's as bad as them. Or, oh, they just want to talk, we should give them their free speech. Useful idiots. Useful fucking idiots. It is because of fucking liberals and their fucking wrist-wringing, complete lack of moral conviction that we're having trouble with fascists again in current year. That shit should have died in the 70s, when it came back real bad. That shit should have died in the fucking... 40s, when, it was at its peak. Shit should have died fucking several times over. I mean, even before fascism as a distinct ideology existed, there were precursors to it, which were, maybe not quite as homicidal, but pretty fucking bad. Same shit. Like, you can't give these people the time of day. You cannot give them the time of day. Unless, if you're one of those people that is persuasive enough and charismatic enough to talk them out of it, because you can save people from it. There's a... Chris somebody, he's a Italian-American guy. I forget his full name, but he was in the punk scene in the 80s. I think he's from Chicago. He had a really rough childhood, really shit childhood, and he fell in with the local gangs, and some of those gangs happened to be skinhead gangs, like the bad kind of skinheads, not the good kind of skinheads from before the fascists took over the movement. And he fell in with neo-Nazis. He became a neo-Nazi. He's fucking Italian-American, so he was on the list of people that the fucking supposed master race would want to get rid of eventually, but he fell in with it. And this is the kind of people they target. People who are really vulnerable, but lack the awareness of how vulnerable they are. Because you give them a sense of belonging, and suddenly they're wrapped around your finger. You give somebody a sense of belonging, they will do anything for you. And that's how they operate. They prey on vulnerable people. The same way that organized religion gets new followers. They prey on vulnerable people. I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but that's the way it is. Like, you look for someone who's missing something in their life, like fucking pickup artists. Same shit. Like, you look at a woman and you figure out, what are her insecurities? Same shit. Exact same shit. That predatory mindset that some people have. This person has a weakness. How can I abuse it to my own advantage? How can I wrap them around my finger? That's why, if you are not really self-aware and really fucking clued in, switched on, do not interact with fascists except to fucking punch them. That's the only interaction you should ever have with them, is fucking hurt them. I don't care if Twitch bans me for that. If Twitch are such fucking bitches, they want to TOS me for saying we should punch Nazis, they can go fuck themselves. But if you do have that self-awareness and you can kind of pull yourself back from the brink, it is worth engaging. Not the ringleaders, you'll never convince them, but individual foot soldiers, like this Chris guy. Somebody talked to him, somebody got him to pull out of it. And he goes around giving speeches around the US now about the dangers of radicalization. Not just, neo-Nazis trying to rope in young people like he was, but, Islamic extremism too, because he had a whole speaking to around after 9/11. Because it's the same shit. Doesn't matter. They could be fucking Nazis. They could be, tankies. They could be fucking full-on Islamists. They could be, a Kool-Aid worshipping cult. It doesn't matter. These sorts of entities prey on vulnerable people. And if you aren't kind of in tune with how they operate, you're at risk. You're a potential fucking victim to them. You're prey to them. But if you do know how they work, you can kind of reverse the effect. You can find the guys that you can kind of tell that there's a good person hiding under there somewhere. It might be locked away very deep, but, somewhere in there's something salvageable, and you can slowly kind of, you talk to them, you find out what their issues are. You try not to judge them too harshly. You don't want to push them away, but I can talk through this, but I can't do it myself because, I have that whole, my family survived someone trying to office, so I have no tolerance for it. But on an intellectual level, I understand how it works. You kind of gently approach them the same way you'd approach somebody with a problem with alcohol or a problem with drugs. It's the same shit because it's the same kind of person that falls for it. They have a problem, there's a hole in their life, they're looking for something to fill it. And unfortunately, the something to fill it happens to be like a fucked up, whacked out ideology. You've got to find a way to replace that hole in their life. Which we'll come back to that because that's relevant to modern Russia again. But yeah, that's how you bring people back from the brink of extremism. Doesn't matter what ideology, doesn't matter what fucking belief. It's all the same. People are different, but in broad strokes, human psychology works the same. It doesn't matter. Race is not really that much of a thing. We all have physical adaptations to the places we live, but there's not the idea that, certain races are predisposed to this or that behavior or this or that fucking IQ, fucking stupid. Insecure little men who want to justify why they think they should control the world come up with that shit. If you have to invent this whole fucking gotcha kind of somebody I used to know meme lore about how somebody's inferior to you because of their skin's darker or they were born on another continent, all that does is show how small your dick is. That just shows you're a fucking coward and you need to find an excuse to be better than them. It's a fucking joke. But yeah, in broad strokes, human psychology is similar everywhere. The themes are the same. Different cultures will be conditioned differently. So, Western societies will look at Eastern societies and be like, oh no, how could they do that to their own, the way China treats its citizens. We look at that and are like, how the fuck do they do that? It's horrific. Social fucking credit, what the fuck? Or, all the different smaller sort of uncontacted or still largely uncontacted tribes in the Amazon or in Papua New Guinea or whatever, they have tribal practices which are abhorrent to us, absolutely beyond the pale for us, but they make sense to them because that's just the way their culture has conditioned them. If you put people somewhere, especially where they're isolated from other populations for long enough, they will develop their own bizarro cultures. As Gilson puts it, a lot of Afghanistan can be explained by the Hindu Kush. Gilson just says there's mountains around that place for a reason. But it's true. Afghanistan has a very unique and very strange culture. It doesn't, it takes elements from some of the cultures that have interacted with it, elements from the ancient Persian and Iranian cultures, elements from the Indians from when the Mughal Empire was a thing. There's even some influence, particularly around the north, from the sort of the same Central Asian populations that made up the center of the Soviet Union. But once you kind of wall people off largely from outside influence, they'll start to get funny shall we say. They get funny. So there's some cultural practices in Afghanistan. I don't know how many of you guys talk to like returned soldiers and hear about this kind of shit. Man Love Thursday is not a meme. That's a thing that exists. And the reason that exists is because of this really weird... It's not an Islamic thing as much as it's a... It's not an Islamic thing in the same way that the weird fucking shit Americans come out with is not a Christian thing. It's like a weird local corruption of the religion. So you have a lot of tribal areas in Afghanistan where... and like... I genuinely don't want to come across the wrong way with this because you could very easily take this the wrong way, but there were enough reports for this to not be like an outlier or even something somebody made up, but there were some medical missions that they sent out to different, like way out bumfuck nowhere tribal villages where men were having trouble working out why they didn't have any children yet. And they thought their wives were all fucked up, so they took their wife to the medic because it was the military doing it. Like, something's wrong with my wife. What's wrong with my wife? She won't have kids. And then the medics were like, "There's nothing wrong with her." And it kind of clicked. Like, please mime what you're doing, or like kind of like, what are you doing to have children? Wrong hole. And that's not to say, oh, haha, Afghan tribals are stupid. Like, no, they're not. They're very clever people in some ways, just like any humans are very clever in some ways. But because they were so isolated and because they had this weird... I don't even know how it started. It's probably like a game of Chinese whispers that happened with the Quran because probably none of them can read, or none of them could read. I guess they could now, maybe. But because back in the day no one could read, you would have like a villager who maybe traveled to the next village over to pick up some supplies, and he'd come back with whatever they told him about the Quran. And so he'd come back and he'd tell you, oh yeah, by the way, and he'd come out with all this weird shit that like he either misremembered or just made up to sound funny. And that became a thing. So you have these tribal areas in Afghanistan where like legitimately... It's not like... Obviously, it's not pervasive enough that everyone's doing it, or these tribal villages wouldn't exist anymore. But there's enough people who are, kind of stuffy enough about their religion that they aren't quite sure what goes on. They don't have any fucking sex ed there, so... But, like, the whole idea of... And this is a thing across much of Afghanistan, not just the more tribal areas. And this is something ISAF turned a blind eye to because it was convenient. This is something the Soviets probably turned a blind eye to, but I'm going to have to find that out. I'll have to do some research here. I'm curious what the Soviet reaction to this was. I know ideologically they would have been dead against it, but I suspect for reasons of practicality they started to kind of just give up on policing it eventually. The whole axiom of women are for children, boys are for pleasure. That sounds really bad to us. Like, that's horrific to us. And in a lot of ways, the more you think about it, like, the worse it gets. But to them, that's normalized. It's not bad to them. They don't stop and think, oh, can children really consent to that? Is that really a healthy... Like, that's literally just forming a cycle of abuse, right? Same thing with some tribal populations in Papua New Guinea. They have initiation rites, which we would consider to be like acts of sexual assault against minors. Those are initiation rites. But those have been passed down so long through their society that they become unquestionable. It's like, I don't know what because I'm not real in tune with our society to begin with anyway, but I don't know what a good comparison would be. But there's certain things in your own culture that you just take them for granted. That's just how the world is. That's just how things go. You can make an argument maybe within Western countries certain aspects of industrial relations and labor rights are taken for granted when they shouldn't be. But yeah, like things like that. There's certain things that are just normalized for so long, you never question them. And they become culturally ingrained. And, to an outsider culture who's totally different, it's abhorrent to them. That's the kind of shit they would think, fuck, we should wipe these people out. They're evil. But to you, that's normal. You've always done that. Your parents did it. Their parents did it. Your great-grandparents did it. There's fucking cave paintings of it being done fucking 2,000 years ago. It's normal. So, the whole idea of morality being absolute, I guess it's an interesting argument. You can make points either way. The idea that there are certain things that are probably, like, not good, regardless of cultural, practice or not. I think there's some credit to that, but I also think it's very misguided to immediately just apply our standards to other cultures without stopping to think about context. Like, have they been doing this for time immemorial? Is this considered normal to them? Like, individually, yeah, people are suffering because of this cultural practice. There are people individually suffering because of our cultural practices, like the idea that a nuclear family is the correct way to be, or, the idea that ethno-states are somehow a good thing, or, the idea for how many hundreds of fucking years that slavery was a good thing. Not that we were the only ones doing it. Everyone did slavery. I mean, everyone. I don't think there's a population on Earth that hasn't had slaves at some point. It's just a case of, we got better at it than everyone else. We, as in European descent people. So yeah, like, you run across all these different practices. It's interesting to look at. It can be really challenging to confront. Gilson probably wouldn't care if I spilled his entire life story on stream, because Gilson is that kind of person. He'll tell you about all the abuse he's put up with just to make you uncomfortable because he finds it funny. But, not even necessarily using one person as an example. I know a few people who are in this situation where they encountered things in Afghanistan that we would consider to be very deep and evil forms of abuse against children that they were put through as children by their family or by neighbors or whatever. And they had to deal with that. And it was considered normal there. And if they interfered in it, it would have caused problems. And again, this is like, ISAF did nothing about the practice of keeping T-boys, because they realized if they started cracking down on local ANA and ANP commanders, feuding, because they were like this, there were feuds and actual like shots fired in anger between different parts of the ANA and ANP over the commander's T-boys because one of them got jealous. Like that happens in Afghanistan. Like, Afghanistan is not a country in the sense that we think of a country. It's a collection. This comes back to what I was saying before. It's a patchwork of different families, different tribes, different kind of smaller societies, that some of them have, things in common enough that you can kind of recognize, okay, well, these are Hazara, these are Pashto, these are Farsi people. Like, you can recognize broad ethnic strokes, but even within those, you've got tribalism happening. Chechens are the same. Chechens have very strong tribal systems. Even though they're all Chechens, they come from different tapes, which is their kind of version of a clan. And, you see this even in modern first world countries where people will stick to their own family. Like, the amount of sheer fucking ridiculous corruption that happens where people look out for their schoolmates. Public schools in the UK, I forget they have that reversed. Look at fucking Bojo and his mates. They all know each other from school. They all look out for each other. They'll cover each other's asses. They won't do shit for you. Same thing. Tribalism. School. Family. Sports team. Fucking you name it, we're all tribals. All tribals at heart. Doesn't matter how fucking advanced we think we are, we're all tribals. So yeah, like, this kind of shit everywhere. It might be more confronting in certain parts of the world because of what we're conditioned to think of as normal, but it happens everywhere. Morality in itself is objective is the word I wanted, not absolute. As a concept is not objective, is however fair. Yeah, that's kind of my take on it, is sort of empathy is the more important thing. And I think this is something I actually covered in my community services course, was we were going through the different stages of self-actualization and shit, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow was a fucking dead ringer for my grandpa, apparently. He looked just like him. But we went through all this different stuff, and I think it was Piaget's theorem. Was it Piaget who came up with the... Fuck. I can't remember. There was one of them came up with these hierarchies of like moral consciousness. And, down the bottom you've got good little puppy dog, obeys everything they're told, never questions authority, not even for a moment. They will swear until they're blue in the face they were just following orders. That's your basic bitch human morality right there. And then you get further and further up the chain. You get people who think maybe there should be some kind of... and you've got people who don't recognize morals, people who are moral unto themselves, so to speak. But you've also got people who recognize like there's laws, there should be justice, there should be, we need to write this law, we need to make it cover these use cases, so on and so forth. That's how you end up with heavily codified legal systems like a state power would use to prosecute people. That's, again, how states maintain their powers, heavily codified legal systems. You can tell how developed a state is by how developed its legal system is, including the laws themselves and the ability to enforce them, how developed its ability to enforce not just that, but also itself economically and socially on its people. Things like a good education system and necessary for a strong state. If you want a strong state, you need an education system that toes the party line really, really fucking well. And the US actually doesn't have that. I think that's part of the reason the US is such a weak state. Once it stops fighting someone, the US has a lot of strength in it, don't get me wrong. The US has a lot of strength built into it, but it also has a lot of really glaring weaknesses, and that's one. Like, no two states can agree on what people should be taught. Again, the states are at each other's throats half the time, so you have this complete lack of standardization, and your education can be completely different from one state to another. If you move during childhood, it can completely discombobulate you. So I think that that kind of plays into a lot of their problems, or your problems, because I know a lot of you are from the US. But yeah, you have the ability to enforce a legal system, and then what that legal system is. So that's your kind of, I won't do anything against the law thing. So your definition of morality is what the law says it is, basically, which I think is what most people profess to believe. I think it's probably what a much smaller portion of people believe, because it doesn't hold water. Your average person's going to cut corners on shit and break little things they can get away with. If you can bend the rules, you'll do it. Everyone does. Don't lie. We all know. I'm considered to be a goody-goody two-shoes because I'll usually do what people tell me or ask me to. I will break and bend anything I think I can get away with. But it's that's kind of the idea people would like to give of themselves, but on a societal level, that's how it works. On a societal level, the law is the law. Everything begins and ends with what is written in those books and how they're interpreted by a judge or a magistrate or whatever. And then you've got your other moral levels, which is the moral level of questioning the law and maybe sometimes breaking it, because you realize the law is actually unjust. And I think a lot more people have reached that than you would suspect, and I think a lot of them don't even realize they've reached it. They're just very selective in what they apply it to. They apply it to if one of their own family gets done for something, or if they feel wronged, they'll apply it, but they won't apply it on behalf of other people. I think the highest state of moral development is recognizing that the law is a tool. The law is a very specific tool written for a specific purpose, and a part of that purpose is control on behalf of a state entity, and the state has its own interests, quite separate from those of the individual or even from a group of people in the state. And while the law is a decent framework a lot of the time, and it gives you some sort of consistency and order, the law is not always right. The law is sometimes grossly immoral. And I don't think I even need to go into the kinds of laws that we're talking about there, because we all have examples we can think of. And eventually, with enough people making noise and enough direct action, because direct action works and fucking reform doesn't, just a reminder, with enough direct action, because the black population in America didn't vote themselves out of fucking slavery. They didn't vote themselves out of, not having suffrage. Fucking women didn't vote themselves into being able to have suffrage. All this shit. Workers didn't vote themselves into an 8-hour day. They fucking went out and struck for it. They went out on strike. They brought the economy to its knees for it. That kind of shit. Direct action fucking works. It is the only thing that fucking works. But with enough time and enough direct action, you can change the law. And the law will begin to reflect, it'll begin to reflect the reality, maybe, or even just society's perception of it, which might still be a bit behind, a lot better than it did. Laws are always changing. Like the thing you get with some people, particularly in the US, where they cling to the idea of the Constitution as revised on the fucking 13th of June, fucking 1821 by a specific, fuck off, bro. It's a living document. Laws change. Laws are meant to change. I get it. Change is scary. People struggle to deal with it. The older I get, the worse it gets trying to change. I have... It's kind of weird. I don't know how to describe it. I have whole moments where, particularly when I haven't got any thoughts really in my head, and this is, I don't know if this will happen now with meds, but like when my brain's just really genuinely idle, something will trigger a memory, and my brain will just go, hey, it's like 1993 now. And I'll just be like kind of stuck in my own little headspace, like, oh yeah, that's how the world used to be. Oh, I wish it was still like that. And then I think like, oh, like probably 80% of my social circle would really wish it wasn't like that because they're from Eastern Europe. Or from, you know, fucking Africa or South America, and they really were, yeah, okay. Or they're, you know, they're American and they were black and they saw what happened in the fucking riots in the 90s. Like, yeah, like maybe I don't want it to be the 90s again. But, you know, it's people cling to what they remember from when they were a kid. You see that a lot. It was in the memes channel, I think, in my Discord. There was one that we're meant to be flying. Fuck it, we'll do some at some point. I'm more interested in talking to you guys. There was a compilation of people having like boomer reacts to the idea of dinosaurs having feathers. Like the fucking that new dinosaur series the BBC put out, and people were flipping shit about velociraptors looking like tiny angry murder turkeys. My brother in Christ, the fucking velociraptor looks so much better with feathers. They're adorable. I want a tiny murder chicken. I wish that Jurassic Park was real, because let me tell you, as somebody who has kept like chickens, turkeys, ducks, geese, like as someone who has extensive experience around fowl, I can tell you not fucking much has changed other than the size of them and how sharp their fucking teeth are, because geese have serrated beaks. They essentially have teeth. It fucking hurts when they bite you. Not much has changed there, my dude. Like, a feathered velociraptor is not so far removed from a fucking angry turkey or a pissed off goose, let me tell you. But yeah, people like boomer reacting to fuck it, like, oh my god, this is woke shit. Woke T-Rex. Like, unironically, someone used the words woke T-Rex. Like, really, man? Really? You're that fucking, like, inextricably bound to pop culture circa fucking 1950 that you think all T-Rexes stand with their fucking tail on the ground, reared up like this, and their scaly, warty-looking fucking horrible things? Like, what the fuck? I mean, you don't even have to like feathered dinosaurs. No one's asking you to fucking marry one. You know, unless you go to the right kind of forums, I guess. But, yeah, no one's asking you to fucking marry one. No one's asking you to fucking adopt one as a pet. They've been dead for fucking 65 million years, my dude. The fuck does it affect you if they had feathers? Who gives a shit? You can go on preferring to draw them with scales if you want. Like, don't let me stop you. If you want to portray dinosaurs as scaly-looking motherfuckers, go right ahead. It's factually incorrect, but hey, it's an aesthetic choice. People do factually incorrect things that are an aesthetic choice all the time. I fucking do it. Who cares, bro? Don't get triggered. Like, you know, the fucking... The Hindenburg meme is so accurate. Oh, these precious snowflakes get triggered by anything these days. Why football, man, no stand up? It's so true. It's so fucking true. Like, just don't get triggered, bro. Just relax. Fuck. Lawrence Kohlberg, thank you. I'm glad someone paid more attention in class than I did. But yeah, like, so going back to those moral stages, I'm not a perfect person, and I'm a toxic asshole, like probably 24 hours a day, but I like to think I'm kind of on the way to that, where I recognize that a lot of laws are bullshit. A lot of them exist for no reason other than to reinforce exploitational hierarchies, particularly relating to labor law, or things like taxation law, like the way that married couples are treated really any differently from de facto couples is fucking stupid. I don't know why that exists, other than to try and drive people into marriage, which in turn is an attempt to drive people towards either telling the state who you're fucking, none of their fucking business, thank you very much, unless they're under the age of 18, in which case it's very much their business and you should like fucking not do that because it's fucked up, or pushing you towards religion. which is essentially the same thing. Religion, organized religion, is just a control, like a method of control. I'm not saying religion is a thing that should definitely not exist. I'm an atheist myself. I have several very strong, industrial strength takes on organized religion, which would probably get me banned if I said them on Twitch, but I say them in the Discord from time to time. Put it this way, you know, I think a certain demolition campaign that happened in the 30s in the Eastern Hemisphere did not carry on long enough, and now they're lying in the bed they made after that with all the fucking whacked out Orthodox priests they got there. Anyway, so organized religion bad, individual religion sure, be spiritual. Be spiritual with a group of people who are like-minded. Just don't come up with weird fucking cultist shit and fucking hierarchies. Hierarchies are... Fuck me. It's anarchist hour. Hierarchies are bad. Don't do them. But yeah, like, you recognize that some laws just exist to reinforce them, and you're like, okay, well, that's a bullshit law. I'm not going to obey it, and I'm going to encourage other people to disobey it. So you guys may have seen the streams where I played with fire by openly saying people should just do whatever the fuck they want with regards to, like, was it? No, I don't want to misrepresent myself here and actually get banned. The streams where I bitched about the RIAA and the record industry in general and their fucking obnoxious behavior towards new media, which isn't to say that we can't do better on our end. Like, if a fucking broadcast license was affordable, I would buy one, because I do want to support the production of music I like. However, I don't want to support some fuckwit producer who probably fucked kids in the 70s from buying his third helicopter while suing some poor grandmother out of existence because she uploaded a video to YouTube of her grandchild, like, blowing bubbles while a song plays faintly in a radio in the background. That is, to me, the absolute kind of definition of a predatory, pointless, like, copyright law as we understand it is predatory and pointless. It's a completely one-sided power structure. It doesn't deserve to exist in its current form. We need to burn the whole thing down and rewrite it. Not least because those fuckers will take anything they want from us little people, us little content creators, and they'll use it willy-nilly. And then if we want to get it taken down, guess what? We have to go spend our entire life savings fighting it in court. They have better lawyers than us. They win. We end up destitute in the streets. System is self-reinforcing. Fuck them. Send all the fucking RIAA lawyers to fucking... send them to Ukraine. Put half of them in the fucking... in Azov, if it even still exists at this point. I haven't kept track for the past month or two. And put the other half in one of the fucked up neo-Nazi Donbass battalions and just, like, let them fucking cage match that shit while the Russians and the Ukrainians get on with their normal lives. But yeah, like, I like to think that's where I'm going, to the point where I can actually just, you know, the law is a thing that you use to kind of... The law is a framework that you use to try and keep consistency, but also to consider the context of why things are or aren't moral, I guess. You should never... I'm not going to say you should never derive your morals from the law, because there are some pretty good laws, like, you know, don't fucking kill people. That's a pretty good one. I'd recommend deriving your own personal morals from that, you know, really. Don't steal. Don't fuck other people's wives, you know, unless they're down with that. If they're down with that, then, you know, fucking... Why not? You know, everyone's into some different shit. But stuff like that, basic decent human being things are probably, you know, to what extent they are codified in law, you should probably follow those laws. Don't go murdering people or, like, fucking eating babies or whatever. But, you know, if you have to do a little bit of speeding to get someone to a hospital because there's, you know, no ambulances available where you are or whatever, like, who cares? If you have to maybe do a little bit of something that could be considered, you know, perhaps theft of company property or something, to bring a larger legal action against an abusive employer, or, you know, to show they're doing something, like, if you work for Umbrella Corporation or whatever and you're trying to prove they're doing some evil shit, you need to steal company property to do it, fucking go for it, cunt. Like, my moral philosophy, and I've said this on stream a few times, should I change to just chatting? We are going to fly. I don't know when. We are going to fly, though. Fuck it. I'll just leave it. So, we will fly, but I'll talk while we're flying. I can do two things at once, I swear. Yeah, like, if you have to break a few eggs to make an omelette thing, kind of. People take that dangerous places, but kind of. I would say whatever results in the least amount of harm befalling other people. So if you do nothing and harm befalls other people, but you could have done something, you should have done something. If something you are going to do is going to cause harm to people, don't do it. If you've got like the trolley problem's pretty fucking simple, honestly. If it's a choice between one person and a group of people, even if that one person is like the person I love most on earth, I'm going to tell them that before they go. I'm going to make it clear that, like, I love you so much and I'm so sorry and I wish there was any other thing I could do here. Like, maybe just pull the brakes on the trolley. But if there's no other choice, whatever results in the least harm to the least amount of people should be what you do. With outside of any other concerns, there should be nothing else factored into that. And yeah, sometimes that's going to cause problems down the line. It might make more complex problems appear, but whatever causes the least amount of harm in the moment to the least amount of people, or even over time. Like, if you have to do something in the moment which is going to cause harm, but will prevent a lot of harm further down the line, like the classic "do you kill Hitler if you go back in time" thing. Maybe kill him, like, maybe don't do the red alert thing and get him as he comes out of fucking Landsberg. Don't do that. Don't do that. That was probably a bad idea. Wait until he's, like, not quite heart set on doing the Holocaust yet, then do it. Then do it. That's the big brain. You know, I guess it's like a game of brinkmanship. You have to figure out exactly how long you're willing to wait before you act. But that's my moral framework, and I think it should be honestly everyone's moral framework. Do whatever causes the least amount of harm to the least people. And if you can do something to avert harm, then fucking do it. That's why the US is so good, no trains. And what trains it does have are never fucking on time. Or they have, like, no stops, so there's no switching to worry about. So anyway, remember how I said long ago about, what was it we were going to compare to the modern Russian Federation? Something about the, it was a trait of the Russian Empire I wanted to compare to the modern Russian Federation. We've already done the internal passports. We've already done have we done the strong centralized national identity? I feel like that's where that was going, was to, the problem with Russia, and Ukraine also has its own version of this, but obviously Ukraine's not the aggressor here, so it's kind of moot at the moment. But essentially you can kind of look at this as a fight of people who think that the Russian Empire was great and good and did no wrong and should come back and lord over all humanity, against a small set who think that the same, but Ukraine. Now, obviously, the Ukrainian people as a whole have a rather more honest motivator to fight, which is that they don't want to be Russified into non-existence again. But for a small section of Ukraine, that is what it is. And likewise for a small section of Russia, which is unfortunately the Russian state as an entity, that's what it is for them too. So this is what it comes down to. People get so hung up on this national idea, this national myth, this us versus them bullshit. I mean, there's more ethnic diversity in, like, you can pick pretty much any Russian fucking okrug. Not even east of the Urals, any of them, even in European Russia, because people move around so much for work. There's more ethnic diversity there than like some continents have. It's wild. And yet they've fostered this us versus them mentality. Like, my brother in Christ, like, with the number of different people you have, like, I never fact-checked to see if it was an actual Putin quote or if it was a typical right-wing, let's make up a quote and attribute it to somebody that people will respect and they won't doubt it and find out we lied. By the way, just a casual reminder that the the quote about guns and the rights to bear them. Under no circumstances should ammunition or arms be surrendered. That wasn't Reagan. That's a Karl Marx quote. That is a direct quote from Karl Marx, except instead of Americans, he said workers. Under no circumstances should the workers be disarmed. Any attempt to do... I'm not going to be able to do it verbatim, but it's... Yeah, under no circumstances should the workers be disarmed. Any attempts to disarm the workers should be frustrated by force if necessary. So there you go. Yeah, I know I'm falling so far behind on chat. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of on a roll here. But yeah, so misattributed quotes. I don't know if this was a misattributed quote to Putin or if this was an actual thing he said, but it was like some tirade about Muslims and the danger of Islamism. And I'm sitting there like, and the guy who shared it was somebody that was in my unit. He was in my section, actually, shall we say. He was not the most open-minded or ethnically friendly individual, to put it lightly. Probably got the training he wanted and then fucked off to teach his mates. But he posted this quote supposedly by Putin about the dangers of Islamism and how Islam is this dangerous religion, great threat to Western fucking whatever. I'm sitting there thinking like, my man, more than half of your country by landmass, and probably about a third of it by population, is Muslim. Like, the history of your country is so closely intertwined with the history of Islam's expansion to Central Asia, like, and then into the Caucasus. That's a interesting take to have in that position. Like, a real interesting take to have in that position. I don't remember exactly what the quote was, but you know, you can guess the what's the name of this game? This is the game where Ross rambles about the world while ostensibly playing Microsoft Flight Simulator. And we're still set to DCS. Big brain. So yeah, like this whole thing, this whole national centralized state power thing, the Soviet Union did it. The Soviet Union was supposed to be, a series of workers' councils that would go up to a council, almost like the way anarchists would want to organize something, but not anarchist. So you get your workers' Soviet, that would go up to the regional Soviet, would go up to the big Soviet, and like all the way up the chain. Didn't end up happening that way. It became a very strongly, very, very strongly centralized state, especially under Stalin. Very Russified culturally, linguistically, again, under Stalin, which again is weird because he was Georgian. So pretty much, I want to say like 70, 80, 90% of what the revolution was fought for was undone pretty rapidly by Stalin. There's no two ways about that. Things like women's rights. Women still had better rights in the Soviet Union than they did basically anywhere else on Earth. Like, there's no two ways about that. I'm sorry if that offends any of my Western European friends, but go back to 1980s West Germany and compare a West German woman's career prospects and education prospects with an East German woman's. Good luck. So they still had better rights, even though they kind of shifted more towards the whole trad cooming bullshit. They still didn't shift as far as we were already at, let alone as far as people are starting to go now. So, like, a lot of the stuff like Korenizatsiya, the inbuilt kind of multiculturalism where everyone's language is celebrated, nobody's kind of culture is allowed to be crushed by Russification, that went away. A lot of women's rights went away. They were kind of, not went away, but they would run into red tape. So a lot of the women that tried to enlist in the Red Army during World War II, if they wanted to go in as a nurse, sweet, no problem. If they wanted to be a sniper, if they wanted to be a combat pilot, if they wanted to be a tanker, they had to go through a lot of red tape. Sometimes appeals went directly to Stalin himself. And so if you look at the proportions of men to women in the Red Army, they're still very heavily in favor of men, at least in the combat arms. But there are still a lot of women in there compared to literally anyone else. And that didn't really change. Even into like the 50s and 60s, the Soviets had been kind of pushing the idea of a more traditional women stay-at-home, a housemaker, so on. There were also like occupations that were considered acceptable for them, like the kinds of traditionally motherly things like nurses. And male nurses, by the way, used to be normal. Like, male nurses used to be like most nurses. That's completely flipped on its head in most countries. Recently, too. That's within like the last 150 years. So a lot of jobs, like, they just flip gender randomly because of like societal perception, I guess. But yeah, like, they started kind of pushing less of the radical stuff that was spread during the revolution about women breaking their chains and being whatever the fuck they wanted to be. Like, a woman could run the Soviet Union. That didn't end up happening. And they kind of sort of tried to push them back more towards the traditional bullshit. And there was a lot of stuff like that. You also see a lot of other things, like during the revolution, there was a very strong prohibitionist movement, very strong attempt to get people off of alcohol and off of other drugs, to get them to kind of awaken as members of the proletariat and become fully class conscious and all this shit. Didn't end up happening, and as soon as Stalin came to power, he instead decided to restart the old Tsarist tradition of state-owned cut-price vodka, so you could keep like half the population in a permanent alcoholic stupor. And that's why when Gorbachev came into power, you start seeing so much anti-alcoholism propaganda, because he realized just how bad the problem had gotten. Whatever other faults he had, he did try and unfuck that one. And there's a lot of different parts of Stalin's legacy like that the Soviet Union never got rid of. Probably the biggest one was the idea of socialism in one country. The Soviet Union kind of came to see itself as, we are our own country. We have to look after ourselves first. We're a great country from this great history of Russian statesmanship, which, Russian statesmanship means being oppressed and subjugated, then going and doing it to everyone else, continuing the cycle of fucking victimhood. But yeah, like, that was kind of what happened, and a lot of that radicalism went away. So the Soviet Union never actually ended up becoming what it was supposed to. It never ended up becoming what it could have been. And it's why, if somebody says, yeah, but my real communism's never been attempted, I mean, it's a cop-out to just say, oh, no true Scotsman. Like, yes, but also no. Like, in a lot of ways, within a few years of the revolution, it had changed character entirely. Like, the whole thing had just changed character. What I'm gonna do before I do go for flight, I'm gonna grab a drink, because I've been talking oh my fucking god, it's 4 PM, what? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we're not gonna have time for Gonna Heat PC today, I think. We might do 1 or 2 quick flights on Misfizz. I think that might be it. One thing I will say, either the meds are wearing off already, or they have not fixed my problem with things disappearing when they leave my line of sight, because I just realized I have half a cup of cold tea sitting here. I feel like it is doing that, so I feel like it is helping me focus. I am still getting sidetracked when I get on really long tangents. Like, I'm pretty sure I left a lot of loose ends in that one, but less than usual. Like, when I go on a tangent for 5 minutes, I can remember where it came from and I can go back to where it started. Just, if we're 3 hours into the tangent like we are here, no amount of meds on earth are going to fix that. And my head was a lot clearer when I was playing DCS. Like, I could think. I wasn't hearing like a dozen copies of my own voice like telling me, hey, what about this, what about that, why haven't you done this yet, like, maybe you should check up on this. Like, it was quiet. It was just quiet. It's nice. Like, no fucking thoughts racing around. I can think, I can fight. Yes, exactly. Fucking exactly. Not the things you're doing are going to be easier to miss too as a result. Well, in that case, I think the main thing is just going to be I'm going to have to find a way to remind myself of shit that I need to, like actual self-care shit I need to do, because that doesn't get done to begin with. But we'll see how we go with that. Like, if I can stop myself from getting so easily distracted from shit like that, and you know, we'll see how we go. Your stream game, this dude's taken 30 milligrams of fucking Bexy and still can't reach that. I know. I fucking know. It's great. Oh, man. Yeah, I was on such a, like, I know you guys were having a full-on discussion yourselves in chat there, and some of you no doubt would have been replying directly to things I said, and I've just missed, like, all of it. I feel so bad. I'm sorry. I can, oh, actually, there's not too much. I can catch up on that. I can catch up on that. Yeah, when I get my tea, we're gonna, we're gonna sit on the apron, right? We're gonna sit on the apron, let the plane just vibe for a bit, and then we'll go through and I'll just quickly catch up and see if I missed anything important. Well, I mean, I don't want to say any of you say anything not important, but you know what I mean, like anything that jumps out at me. Yeah, it had a noticeable effect, probably within like 40 minutes or so. Now, I don't know if maybe they're gonna, like, I don't know if maybe more would be a good idea. I'm not gonna fuck with that. I'm just gonna take 30 for a week and then see how I go. And if I feel like I need more, I'll say, like, maybe bump it up a little. I'll get my doctor to do it, because I can't fucking titrate shit worth my life. I don't want to overdo it. That would be scary. That would be bad. My power level would ascend too far then. They probably have to mount a military operation to contain me. But yeah, like 30's having a noticeable effect, for sure. If you insist in living a life you don't fit, I don't even know if you're still here, man. But yeah, like that I think is a part of it. So, you know, there are certain things that, you know, you might need medication just to kind of keep going. I get that. That's fine. Like, I need, you know, I obviously need some to maintain a train of thought. But to me, the ideal situation with any kind of meds is that it's something that you use when you need it, and when you don't need it, you don't use it. And the fact that society is kind of more and more moving towards this medical model where, I mean, the medical model is good because it helps you identify things that you can treat if you want to, but at the same time, it's kind of like the medical system and the fucking capitalist system marching in lockstep, where they medicate you to the point you're a better worker, and then you can be exploited easier. You know what I mean? Like, I know I see everything through that lens, probably for a good reason, you know, just saying, but, and I'm not necessarily saying like, oh, it's so evil I have to work a job, I don't want to work a job. It's more, I don't want to work a disproportionate amount compared to what I need to survive. You know, like, there's a distribution problem when it comes to humanity, put it that way. Oh man, we started this whole rant about not thinking too far into the future. Hey, that's impressive. That's nearly 3 hours. No, sorry, 2 hours. 2 hours, 20 minutes. Holy fuck. By the way, if any of you guys ever meet me in person, this is pretty much how I am. I will talk for hours and hours and hours on end. If you get me talking about something I'm interested in, you will not shut me up. Before I did start streaming, I would regularly lose my voice talking with friends over like fucking Skype or TeamSpeak or whatever, just on the phone. So I'm either dead silent or I can't be shut up. That is the dichotomy of Ross. I say nothing or I say like fucking 5 hours worth of lofty shit no one can keep track of. Least of all me. regarding being controlled with technology to control human behavior, yeah, they're called YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, machine learning algorithms, content delivery algorithms, specifically, are mind control. That's not me being a tinfoil hat wearer. That is literally that's what they are. They're mind control. Very subtle social controls, but that's how they work. Like the whole idea, like the massive panic during the Cold War about Manchurian candidates and this thinking the Soviets were brainwashing people to be assassins and all that shit. It's why go to those lengths when you can just program a fucking content delivery algorithm to take someone who has a vague interest in something and shoot them further down the hole. So I'm going to, while I wait for my tea to steep, and I'm hoping you guys can still hear me from across the room, but while I'm waiting for my tea to steep, let me relate a story from just the other day. So I was on YouTube, as I often am, like just randomly watching shit because ADHD brain. And the topic of Starship Troopers came up I was catching up on CCM's Discord at the same time, and they've been talking about Starship Troopers a couple days ago. I was like, hey, I remember that movie. I haven't seen it since high school. I'm going to go find some clips from it. Because that's I have this thing where something that happened long ago or that I don't remember well, I'll try and find something to jog my memory of it. I guess that's how I maintain my memory so accurately in some ways. It's not as good as it used to be, but like I used to have literally a photographic memory. It was scary. I could remember shit I saw when I was 3, like as if I was still there. Obviously, it just degrades with time, but this is how I remind myself, and this is part of why I take so many fucking screenshots. This is also part of why I started streaming so much, is so that I could, I'd have like an archive of what I was doing at this point in my life. But yeah, like I was on YouTube, I was like, let's watch some Starship Troopers clips. Now, the Starship Troopers book, which the film was not really based on, but the book was widely slammed as being a bit fashy in nature. Even if it wasn't specifically intended to be, it came off that way. And Paul Verhoeven has some very strong opinions about fascism and how bad it is. So when he made the movie, he just basically threw the book out and said, fuck it, we're going to lampoon fascism. So that's what he did. He made the Federation's uniforms look like discount store Nazis. He intentionally made their society seem utopian, but in a really over-the-top, goofy, like, this couldn't possibly work way. Like the propaganda reels, he took inspiration from Triumph of the Will for those, and they work really, but like Triumph of the Will, but like comical, and they work really well to kind of get the point across, I think. Anyway, Starship Troopers, very, very kind of tongue-in-cheek, anti-fascism, anti-nationalism, anti-militarism movie, but you have to understand irony. You have to understand irony, you have to understand satire. If you don't understand those things well, you'll take it at face value and think, oh, like exterminating bug, cool. Totalitarian dictatorship, cool. Wow, cool spaceship. Like that kind of shit. And a lot of people do. Like, I'm not going to sit here and, oh, I'm so clever, I have such an expensive education. But a lot of people just don't pick up on stuff like that. Everyone picks up on different things. There are certain things I don't pick up on, like, God help any woman who has ever showed interest in me, because I don't notice that shit. But, yeah, like, the fucking, the movie was pretty nuanced, shall we say. You have to understand what you're looking at to understand what the point of the movie was. So I'm watching Starship Troopers clips. The last one I watched was a compilation of all the propaganda reels from the film. They just kind of edited them all in together, out of context. And it was very interesting because the YouTube content delivery algorithm decided, you're watching Starship Troopers content. Starship Troopers has a very specific aesthetic style, and people that seem to like this movie tend to also enjoy some other content. Would you like to know more? Well, it turns out I would not like to know more, because thank fuck I didn't have autoplay on. The up next video it sent me was a analysis, if you could call it that, of the politics and ideology of Starship Troopers by none other than Carl of Swindon. You guys may know him by his stage name of Sargon of Akkad, because apparently he had to prove to all the other kids how clever he was by naming himself after a figure from, you know, early Fertile Crescent civilization. Yeah, dude, it was wild. I don't know what... Look, I didn't watch the video because I don't want to get, like, fucking brain damage from trying to watch anything he puts out. He's... Look, okay, so I'm going to assume probably a lot of my viewers are familiar with him because I seem to attract particular types, not just from, you know, my own camp, but if you're not familiar with Sargon of Akkad, Carl of Swindon, he is a... 30-something, 40-something British man from Swindon, who started out on the skeptic scene back when YouTube Meta was making videos laughing at religious people. That was his scene, him, Thunderfoot, all them. Wasn't Molyneux part of that? I think he was. I don't fucking remember. I didn't watch that shit anyway, so... but he was part of the skeptic scene. So, It's an hour 20? Yeah, of course it is. It's a fucking Sargon video, dude. He's physically incapable of making... It's like me, but with brain worms. He's physically incapable of making a point in less than fucking 4 hours. Seriously. And he won't watch... It's kind of weird, because he won't watch anything that's more than fucking 20 minutes long, but all his videos are like fucking 4 hours long. Anyway, he... grew up with that sort of skeptic YouTube content creator crowd, and then I guess he hit it off big enough that he started getting the bug, so to speak, which is kind of what I've spoken about with respect to streamers as well as YouTubers. You know, when they kind of get the sense, oh, I could do this for a job. Oh, I was made to do this. Oh, I need to pay attention to my metrics. Like, God fucking help me the day I pay any more attention to my metrics than just checking a stream somewhere and being like, oh yeah, we had like a pretty good crowd today. But yeah, when they get to that point, shit goes sideways a lot. It takes a very strong personality to not have shit go sideways once you become obsessed with your own metrics as a content creator. Fuck that term. So he decided the new YouTube meta, coming up around 2015, 2016, this is around the time that Gamergate happened, because, you know... integrity in gaming journalism was apparently perfect until the day some woman who, like, someone had a grudge against for, I guess, fucking someone else. I don't fucking know. I don't remember. Anyway, if you thought there was integrity in gaming journalism before Gamergate, boy, I got a fucking bridge to sell you, because the amount of fucking bribery and backhanders that went on to get good scores, holy shit. Anyway... he thought that was a new meta. So when Gamergate happened, Carl kind of segued his channel into making fun of feminists. And that was his thing for a couple of years, is just making fun of feminists. And then, as you can imagine, the making fun of feminist pipeline went straight to the alt-right. So as the alt-right became a thing that began forming, like, you know, not long after Gamergate, he started getting closer and closer to that. He's one of these people that describes himself as a classical liberal. Classical liberal, by the way, is like a... If that doesn't light up fucking 50-foot high neon warning lights, you probably need to tune your detector a bit. Now, not everyone who says they're a classical liberal is sketchy as fucking somewhere right of Mussolini, but like probably 9 times out of 10 they are. Anyway, he became one of them, but he would still try and talk to members of the left like he was one of them, because there was this kind of schism that happened in a lot of more left-wing groups at the time, where the more socially traditional ones started getting disillusioned with all the other causes that were getting mixed in with, you know, with the cause as a whole, and the less socially traditionalist ones. I'm going to be moving across the room, so hopefully you can still hear me. A lot of the less traditionalist ones kind of, you know, didn't give a shit. So you had this big kind of exodus where a lot of people who'd been kind of feeling more and more marginalized and more like they didn't recognize their own movement started shifting gears. And in possibly one of the few instances where you could even make the argument that horseshoe theory might actually exist, a lot of them ended up being right-wingers. Like, they completely abandoned Well, I mean, they didn't even really end up being right-wingers. A lot of them just ended up going straight to fascism, because right-winger would imply they have right-wing economic policy, which fascism kind of doesn't. It's a weird blend. But anyway, long story short, Sargon, not a good person, has really bad takes. In fact, you could argue he was a bad take. So here's my problem, and this is why I went on this long-ass fucking story to tell you guys about, is the YouTube content delivery algorithm sees that I am watching Starship Troopers. It sees that people who watch Starship Troopers and think it's like unironic probably watch Sargon, because a lot of people who actually go for that aesthetic and are into that kind of ideology choose to ignore or don't know that Starship Troopers is meant to be a takedown on that. Like, it's they've kind of adopted it almost, even though it's taking the piss out of them. So YouTube looks at me and goes, you're watching Starship Troopers, you've watched some political videos in the past, although, like, you know, I generally don't watch that kind of shit because I don't want to fucking know what their latest fucking thing is. So I've watched some politically related videos, mostly like normie stuff or, you know, left-wing stuff, because I'm interested in learning the parts of theory I haven't learned through my own life experience yet, and I don't have the attention span to read. Maybe now I do. So, yeah, political stuff, Starship Troopers. You're watching a video right now about the propaganda of Starship Troopers. It's a cut together of the propaganda from Starship Troopers, and then, you know, like that could be related to, oh, here's Sargon of Akkad, and here's, you know, the politics of Starship Troopers. Now, okay, best case scenario, I'm a fucking 32-year-old grown-ass man who can think for myself. I have my own very strongly developed political ideals, and my own very strongly developed sense of morality as well. I don't take shit from no one, unless, you know, I see something that's actually good, and I kind of find a way to integrate it with mine, but I'm not going to be won over straight away. So, I'm a grown-ass man, I see this, I see it's from fucking Carl, I know that Carl's a fucking shit cunt, and that he's going to have a bunch of bad fashy takes, and I just tell YouTube, why the fuck are you recommending me this channel? Don't ever do it again, and I go on my way without watching it. Also, I have autoplay off because, you know, I don't know why anyone would have it on. Now, here's the other alternative, is I am, you know, maybe a teenager who thinks Starship Troopers is cool because it's full of gore and blood and, you know, like the same reason we all thought it was cool when we were teenagers and we first saw it, if you're around my age. Like, all the typical teenager stuff, like, oh yeah, you know, I'm an edgy teenager, I think mostly about myself, I think I only work in extremes, whatever. Blood and guts is cool. And you don't have a defined political ideology because you don't actually understand anything about politics, because you probably don't really have a lot of real-world experience yet to formulate that kind of opinion. You're the kind of person who is putty in the hands of anyone that wants to sell you a worldview. You're the kind of person who, you know, maybe you come from a comfortable family, you know, like I did. Maybe you come from a comfortable upper middle class family. You don't have any real big problems in your life. Maybe you come from a shit background, in which case you're even more fucking vulnerable. But you come into this with no real idea of how the world works, no concept of really anything political besides whatever your parents have managed to impress upon you, assuming you haven't rebelled against them yet. You maybe have autoplay on, maybe, or you bumped it or something, or you just see the title of the video, you're like, oh, there's politics in this movie. What do you mean this movie has politics in it? Surely not. And you click on it. You're now watching somebody who is neck deep with the likes of Lauren Southern and fucking Avi, the fucking, I'm going to use a term that please understand the context here, Avi the race traitor. And my context for that is he's a fucking Israeli who goes around palling about with fucking neo-Nazis. Fuck him. Anyway, the likes of that, the likes of Richard Spencer, the likes of Nigel Farage, Carl pals around with all these people. He moves in the same circles. And fucking Black Pigeon, all these fucked up weirdos. And now imagine you got this impressionable young teenager. Or maybe they're not even a teenager. Maybe they're somebody my age or older, but they just don't have any strong political views and they don't really, You know, they don't really understand politics. They're just, you know, they'll believe whatever the last person's told them. Joe Rogans. They're Joe Rogans. They will believe whatever the last person told them to be completely true until someone contradicts it. But no one's going to contradict it, because now they've watched a Sargon of Akkad video. They're going to be recommended a video by, I don't know, fucking... Who even makes fucking shit videos on the far right these days? I don't fucking know. I don't want to fucking give them any lip service anyway. So you watch a video by some other fucking dime store Nazi, and that just confirms what Kyle told you. And then you go on to the next video and it's fucking the Dirty Bird, and he tells you that women are fucking evil and some fucked up incel shit. Man, that guy belongs in a padded cell. And you start to think, yeah, maybe these guys have a point. And the longer you stay watching those kinds of videos, the more that feedback loop continues, the more it just goes in, and you're not going to get out of it until someone pulls you out of it. Content delivery algorithms are probably one of the biggest threats to social cohesion and just human society as a whole that we have faced in a very long time, because it also enables shit like what the Russian government is doing, because the majority of people are not going to have the wherewithal to realize they're being manipulated. And so you can feed them whatever flavor of shit you want long enough, they will believe it, and they'll never get out of it. And YouTube doesn't want to, or Google doesn't want to address it. Facebook, or Meta, as they are now, don't want to address it. None of them want to. Because it hurts their profit margins. They make money off this shit. They make inordinate amounts of money off sending vulnerable people down radicalization pipelines and then claiming it's not their fault and they can't do anything to stop it. Right. Fucking hell. Time for me to shut up. Again, I just like to reiterate here, because I know that it's popular these days to claim anyone you disagree with is trying to brainwash you or whatever. Like, if you guys disagree with me, then whatever. You know, do some research yourselves, fact check me on stuff. Just when you do research stuff, try and get multiple sources, don't all go to the one fucking place. Don't be like the dipshits that did their own research for fucking COVID vaccines and then died of COVID because they got all their information from transparently fucking anti-vax bullshit activism sites. Hang on, can I tab out, please? There we go. Thanks for the resub, by the way, Floyd. Max, if I open those... Oh my god, hang on. I might be able to do it in the Steam browser without crashing my PC. Give me a minute. Oh no. Oh, that's right. Fuck. No. Oh, Steam, why did you do this? They changed it so Steam fucking opens links externally now. No. We're gonna close that real fast. I'm sorry, Beepski Mark II. I didn't mean to do that. Do it on your phone? Oh, okay. It's grouped it up with something you sent me beforehand. There was a video there as well. Wait, I can't... Bro, fucking open Steam on my phone? Come on. Hang on. If I'm even logged in on my phone. Nope, I'm not. I'll have to do it through the Steam browser on the PC. I did say I was going to catch up on chat. We've partially done it. We'll do it some more. Hang on. I just want to actually get the plane spawned in, because then I will have to fly at some point sooner or later. Oh my god, are you kidding? Are you fucking shitting? Put it in chat, dude. That's ridiculous. What a fucking... Oh my god. What a clown. What an absolute clown. And this man thinks people are going to take... Well, people do take him seriously. That's a scary thing. We're not going to do the Connie long haul flight today. We've done a long haul speech instead, so I ain't got the energy. The Connie long haul will happen at some point, just not today. I quite like this thing. This is that little French trainer. But what we're going to do is we're going to take the Su-31, which is a stunt plane. I quite like the light blue one. Red's my favorite color. Who would have guessed? But kind of like this one. That looks nice. We'll just fill her up. Sorry to interrupt, the Magic One's fucking amazing. Is it like a fat R60? I think it's supposed to be like a fat R60 and I'm pretty keen for that. Don't think about graduating college and getting a job. Think about applying to college only, for example. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how my life works, to be honest. Unless I'm really, like... When I'm in a bad state, I will start to doom think about the future. Like, for instance, like I said at work, I was looking at my coworkers and being like, this is going to be me. This is my future. I'm going to end up, like, in a gutter somewhere with a fucking... with a substance problem or whatever. Make it daytime. Since we're doing sightseeing, we need to be able to actually see. Live weather should do. Like I said, we'll just chill in the plane for a bit so I can catch up on chat. But at least the plane spawned in, so I've got an incentive to fly. Something can't continue forever, it won't? Yeah, well, exactly. But people want it to anyway, regardless how realistic that is. And I'm a person, so I'm the same. There's a lot of shit that I cling onto doggedly to the point where it's harmful, and I really shouldn't. But I can't help it. Stalin didn't say the statistics quote. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. So many quotes get misattributed. It's like a game of who can pick the best misattribution, politically speaking, like to score points on the other guy. 4 degrees is nothing in Kelvin scale, but for ocean ecology can be devastating. Yeah, like 1 degree can be fucking devastating. It's hard for people to perceive that kind of thing. Minute, like tiny minute things, or big like things that seem infinite to us, we can't perceive. I can do it when I'm really chilled out. Like when I'm total zen state, I can kind of focus in on that and I can kind of process it. And like I said, from the whole World War II rant, which got us onto all of the last 3 hours, it is genuinely hard to process the numbers involved on the Eastern Front sometimes. Really hard. You know, I can't... intellectually, I know what the numbers mean. Like, I know the Soviets losing 11.2 million servicemen and women in the war is, like, a lot. But then I stop and think, that is half the population of this country. Just take half of Australia's population, put them in one place, Thanos snap them. That's what the Soviet Union went through in World War II. All your cells are you, even though they have different aspects and functions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting the idea of treating human society as like one big organism. You could go dangerous places with that as well. You can go dangerous places with anything, but like the way that was portrayed in Half-Life 2 was quite interesting to me. Just flying and listening and chilling. Well, I'm glad that you were enjoying it. Happiness is belt fed. I miss fucking machine guns, dude. I miss being able to shoot machine guns. That's so much fun. It's fucking cathartic. Like, I don't know. I really wish that people, you know, could not spoil things for everyone else, because I really would love to have some machine guns of my own, just to go out and shoot, to chill out. Like, you know, I'm not going to shoot them at anything. I don't want to shoot living things with them. I just want to shoot them at fucking berms or, like, bits of fucking steel plate or whatever. I don't care. It's the experience. The experience is the fun part. The smell, the sound, the feel of the recoil. I mean, look, I'm not going to be all, oh, I could never hurt a fly. I have hurt pretty decent amount of things. I try to minimize the hurting part. I'm a pretty good shot, and I will not take a shot unless it's a kill shot. But like, I don't actually enjoy killing things. I don't really hunt for hunting's sake. I hunt things that are threats to the farm animals, or like pests that are fucking up the local ecosystem. And I still don't like doing it. So it's kind of nice because I know that no matter how bad things get for me, I've got this little mental circuit breaker that'll pop and tell me to remove myself from a situation before I get dangerous to anybody, including myself. And at the same time, I know that I probably don't have it in me to actually kill someone unless they do something bad to me first. Like, if I think someone deserves it, then fuck them, but random indiscriminate shit, I don't understand that. I kind of had I'm getting sidetracked again, I know, but I kind of had an epiphany while I was having my little fucking breakdown at work, which is that I think a lot of the reason why you have issues with people like going on mass shootings or whatever, or people radicalizing to the point they become terrorists. I think a lot of the problem there is just because they don't have that self-awareness of their own emotions. And that's weird coming from me, because if you ask me, oh, how are you feeling right now? I don't know. I don't have words for it. I don't really recognize my own emotions, but I recognize when I recognize when it's getting bad, and I recognize when I'm in a bad headspace, and I know if I stay here, something bad's going to happen. I'm going to remove myself from it. I think if you either stop someone from being able to remove themselves from it, say if they quit their job, they're going to end up starving on the street, so they just feel they have to stick it out no matter what. Or if they're, just for whatever reason not capable of recognizing their own feelings. Like if they maybe, some people have trouble with that. Some people just can't figure out emotions. Some people maybe aren't very aware in general. We're all built a little different. But I think that is the difference between somebody who is not a danger to society, no matter what fucking heavy weapon you put in their hands. I could walk down the street with a fucking machine gun and I wouldn't hurt anybody with it. But, then you get somebody who, there's not really much difference. Like, you take somebody else who's similar to me, they grew up in the same sort of situation, they kind of have the same issues. And the difference is that maybe they will snap one day, and that, they won't know to do anything about it. No one will see it coming. Like, it's kind of, I don't know if it's comforting or scary to think about, but it just makes me glad that, like, I have that circuit breaker, even if other people don't. Oh, this slaps. Fucking Hungarian ethno fucking funk about space travel. Won the hind off that man while also slinging cows with him. I haven't slung a cow yet. I should probably do that sometime. Wonder if they got cows in the search and rescue server. I haven't played that for ages. We need to do that again sometime soon, I think. Ironically, Allies hung almost all the Japanese imperialists except Hirohito. Yeah, that's right. We got into the World War II tangent, the atom bomb tangent. Yeah, I remember the course of this now. So I mentioned that the atom bombings were not actually a military necessity. This is a thing. Sean on YouTube has done a whole ass 2-hour long epic on this if you want to check up on a better source than just me rambling. But yeah, it was the effort to portray it as military necessity was an after the war cover your own ass by Truman and by a couple of his other accomplices, shall we say. So it wasn't really at any point needed. It was done to try and keep the Soviets out of the war. It was an attempt to impress the Japanese into surrender while keeping the Soviets from actually going through with the promise that, yes, we will invade Manchuria and knock out the Kwantung Army. I remember I got onto this tangent because I was talking about the impressiveness of Bagration, and I was going to segue into the Manchurian Strategic Offensive Operation, in which the Soviet Army, or the Red Army as it was called back then, took an area the size of metropolitan France with basically no infrastructure in 2 weeks against the last remaining somewhat intact Japanese army. over mountainous and desert terrain with like no infrastructure at all. Yes, that's how I got there. I remember now. And then, so I got into that. So yeah, if you look into the political situation happening around the Yalta Conference, and then a bit after it around Potsdam was where the shit got real. Potsdam was where the decision was made that, oh fuck, like, we need to do this or the Soviets are going to get in and take a chunk out of Japan. They really didn't want the Soviets getting involved. They figured that they could win the war without Soviets at this point, and they did not want to give anything to Stalin. Now, Roosevelt had died by now. Roosevelt was very trusting and friendly towards Stalin to the point where, bit silly, my dude, you shouldn't have been. On the other hand, Churchill thought Stalin would try and stab him in the back at any opportunity, which, to be fair, was kind of accurate. And then Truman was resolutely against Stalin. He was worried that he wouldn't get reelected if he didn't show a strong stance on communism. A lot of the dumb shit the US did during the Cold War was literally a president trying to get reelected and being worried that they were perceived as soft on communism. Like, it's funny how well that tracks. But yeah, the decision to drop the atomic bombs was very convoluted and at times comically, like, if it wasn't for the horrible consequences, it was almost comical. Including the Japanese envoy to the Soviet Union sitting there basically twiddling his thumb saying, "I told you so," after it happened, because he'd been telling them for months the Soviets were intentionally stalling and had every plan of taking part in hostilities, because the Japanese were hoping that the Soviets would hold up the non-aggression pact and then act as a mediator between the Japanese and the Western Allies. The Japanese didn't want an unconditional surrender for the sole reason that they were worried that Hirohito would be tried for war crimes and executed. The Emperor to Japan was like a big deal, and a few people within the Truman administration realized this and kind of said, like, we have to do something to assure the Japanese we're not going to kill the emperor. We have to assure them, even though it's unconditional. Like, it's an unconditional surrender, but there's conditions. It was just this, like, almost slapstick back and forth that in the end didn't get resolved in time to stop Truman from saying, fuck it, we need to do this now or never, and dumping a pair of nukes on Japan. So it wasn't a military thing, it was a political thing, and it was even worse than that. It was a shallow effort by Truman to stay in office. Essentially, it was not even politically necessary, except for him and his small sort of circle of power brokers. It's fucked up, dude. But yeah, so that's where I was going with that. It was a Manchurian strategic offensive operation, which was an incredible feat of logistics. Of course, largely thanks to Lend-Lease, which the Soviets did tend to downplay a lot. But, like, by 1945, there was no army on Earth, in my opinion, and probably the opinions of at least a few real historians, that there was no army on Earth that could really rival the Soviet army or the Red Army on the ground. You know, maybe air power, sea power, whatever, but on the ground, the Red Army was just such a finely tuned, finely oiled machine. It was scary what they could do. It was genuinely scary what they could do. And I can kind of see, looking at that, why a lot of the Cold War tensions flared up the way they did, because if I was looking at that from an outside perspective, I'd think, oh my fuck, if I upset Papa Stalin, I'm not going to exist in a week. So yeah, that's... I actually recovered my train of thought. That's incredible. Truman, I think, was one of the ones that, after the fact, puffed up the expected casualty numbers from downfall. Because it was originally the military estimated 200,000, but we're not going to do it anyway. You know, we're going to blockade them and starve them out. Worked well enough in World War I for the Germans. And then Truman, just to kind of cover his own ass. What was his... I forget the guy's name. It was James somebody, I think. I would remember it if I fucking saw him. He looks like a real piece of work. I think he was the Secretary of State to Truman. He replaced the Armenian name-sounding guy. He was a real piece... Burns! James Burns! He was a piece of shit. Fuck that guy. He was probably the main motivating force behind the whole fucking thing. Fuck that piece of shit. Anyway, so yeah, there we go. We recovered my train of thought. Several hours later. Bro, this shit's incredible. This shit's fucking incredible. What the fuck? Normally, if I lose my train of thought, I remember where it was about 5 days later, after the moment's well and truly gone. Help, the meds are working. States and provinces are such an outdated Eurocentric concept. Yeah, that's also one of the few things my dad agrees with Pierre Trudeau on. Dad reckons they should just abolish the state level of government and go straight from federal to local. Also, as haters act as if they weren't scaly dinosaurs. Yeah, absolutely. There were plenty of scaly dinosaurs. Just Velociraptor wasn't one of them. Velociraptor was fucking fabulous. Hey! Taihu, I don't know if you're still here, dude, but it's been an adventure today, hey. We bullied some fucking blues in the Su-25. Then we went on a fucking lengthy and twist and turn filled rant about the world for like 3 hours and almost lost my voice, which I will lose by the end of today. And now we're ostensibly going to fly around the Far East, taking off from Khabarovsk, I think I spawned in at. Let's check the VFR map. I'm pretty sure I'm at Khabarovsk. Anyway, the reason we're flying in the Far East is A, it's beautiful, and B, it's tangentially related to my little linking things back into why Russia is doing Russia things. I remember I did leave something untied on the why Russia is doing Russian things. I might remember it later, but look, put it this way, if you look far enough into Russian history, you start to see the parallels jumping out at you. We've been here before, many times. Which is sad, because it's a cycle that they seem incapable of breaking out of for any more than a couple of years. Even the Soviet Union didn't truly break out of it. You could argue during the revolution specifically, and the immediate aftermath in the Civil War, they did. But by about, I want to say 25, 26 after Lenin had died, they went straight back. It was a slightly, it was the new turbo Russified Eurasian state. It had a softer face than the old Russian Empire, perhaps in some ways, unless you were, anyone from the West, or if you were an emigre, but the character was not substantially different. Toyota start pushing out... people boomer react to turbo engines in Toyotas? What the fuck? Man, some people just like... I mean, I know I complain about a lot of shit. That's kind of my whole shtick. That's probably why half of you are here. You just like to listen to me bitch about shit. But like, goddamn, people bitch about the dumbest shit. Fucking hell. Fucking get laid. Desperately need to play... I know I do. To tie back into a question I was asked about what new games on stream by Floyd, yes, that. At some point. At some point. Halfway there to the main character. Not surprised. Homewreckers have my military and economic support. Look, if somebody's inclined to do a bit of fooling around, it probably means the relationship wasn't all that perfect. You should always, like, to quote CCM, never settle. Never fucking settle. But I feel like there's better ways of finding out that you could, you probably, could find a more suitable partner than actually making it all, like, painful and acrimonious and horrible. I feel like actually talking to each other, like grown-ass adults, would probably be a better way for people to find out that maybe they're not really as compatible as they once thought, or maybe their magic's gone or something like that, rather than just fucking around and finding out, and then that leads to all sorts of bad shit, especially if there's kids involved. I think people should grow the fuck up and just, like, if you're not interested anymore, it's going to be hard and it's going to be shitty, but just be like, yo, I would rather say this now, and it's going to be shitty for both of us, but I'd rather say this now and part as, friends who respect each other and how to have some great memories together than end up, like, trying to fucking kill each other for the rest of our lives. There's so many fucking cases just watching people who used to be, like, inseparable, madly in love, and they fucking despise each other. Like, God, I hope I never get like that with someone. You know, I don't get it. I don't understand why people do that shit. Just if your heart's not in it anymore, just fucking say so. You know, then you can start fucking around. Or if maybe you're not sure, be like, oh, look, I'm not sure. Maybe we should, you know, maybe we should see other people for a bit, or maybe we should spice things up. Like, maybe that's what's missing. Maybe one of you has some unfulfilled weird fetish you're into that you like, talk about it. Fucking fix that shit. Oh, I remember the other fucking loose end I didn't tie up. Yes! Oh my god, this is like a fucking superpower now. Remember how I was talking about like how you de-radicalize people and you find that hole in their life and you fill it with something constructive? Our dear Russian friends. Our dear Russian friends. When the Soviet Union collapsed, they had nothing. So imagine you've grown up in the Soviet Union. It's all you ever knew. You believed, at least at some point, maybe not your whole life, probably not your whole life if you had any brains, you believed in the glory of Soviet communism. It was perfect. It was divinely endorsed by Marx. They never strayed from the path. You know, we're going to be communist this time next year, guys. We'll have no classes this time next year, I swear. So imagine you even kind of cynically believe in that, let alone wholeheartedly believe in that. And then the 80s come along and shit's getting worse and worse, and a lot of the cracks in the system which you never really noticed before are starting to appear. There's a lot of things that got swept under the rug when the country was being formed, and suddenly they're coming out. Suddenly your neighbor who always identified as a Soviet citizen, even though they were born in, I don't know, Tashkent, suddenly they've decided they're an Uzbek. Suddenly, you know, you're watching countries that you used to treat as your own second home breaking off and saying that they don't like you anymore. So imagine this is happening, the economy's fucked, you're selling all your worldly possessions just to afford bread. Like, the 90s, it's hard to relate to people that didn't experience it themselves. I'm sure my Russian viewers can back this up if they're my age or older. That it's hard to describe to somebody from the West, unless they, like, come from the fucking ghetto, how apocalyptically bad the 90s were in Russia. Some of the Warsaw Pact nations weathered the transition a lot better, but Russia in particular and Ukraine and a lot of Central Asian countries got pretty badly fucked, but Russia was just like, what the fuck? So imagine that happens. And this system, which you've molded your entire life around, or rather it's molded you around it, you find out this system was not, it wasn't right. It was a lie, or it was an illusion, or, you know, it was maybe not as good as it made itself out to be. It certainly wasn't fucking permanent and eternal and, you know, forever deemed by Great Rus to stand, inseparable. So you got this great big fucking honking hole in your life. You don't really, like, all your meaning is kind of gone. Like, your points of reference are gone. All your neighbors who used to get along really well with, suddenly they don't like you because you're Russian. Or, you know, you might not be Russian and that's why they don't like you. But your neighbors don't like you over dumb ethnic shit that was never a concern when you were younger. The economy is in absolute free fall, and you're introduced to all these new concepts you never learned about. Like this whole concept of markets, of like, they're trying to tell you that the money you've spent all your life was not actually real money. Like, all this shit, your entire life has just 0 hour. You're at 0 hour. And I want you guys to think, if that was you in that situation, and every point of reference, every anchor point, everything that you tie your identity to has just completely fucking been whipped out from under you, I want you to think about how easily you think you would start falling for some strange things. Because you can see, as soon as it already started in the 80s, this was happening even before the Soviet Union fully collapsed. In the 80s, you had all these weird movements starting to come up. You had the nationalist movements, obviously, in the other Soviet republics. you had a lot of weird rehabilitations going on for nasty people. Like, for example, the Baltics and the Ukrainians started rehabilitating some very shitty people just out of sheer dint of, well, they were national liberation fighters, even if they were also Nazis. And again, this is kind of coming back to roost now, because there isn't like a small grain of truth to a lot of what the Russians are trying to say about Ukraine, but also it's equally true about Russia. So I don't want you guys to get the idea that Ukraine are only Nazis and the Russians are good, and like both have Nazi problems. Both of them do. The vast majority of Ukrainians and Russians are wonderful people, some of the best you'll meet. But as state entities, there are some problems there. So imagine how vulnerable you'd be to that kind of stuff. All these sort of nationalist movements, these weird movements. There was a fucking incel terrorist movement. Russia has a fucking incel terrorist movement that had its own political... Like, this shit's whack. I've been kind of on the 90s Russian politics wild ride on stream before, and certainly in the Discord. Just remember, after us, water. После нас, вода. Fucking general in command of the strategic rocket forces on some weird, insane, syncretic, shamanistic neo-Nazi shit. Like, this is the state Russia was in the 90s. And now imagine the Orthodox Church and the traditionalists descend from the heavens, and they present you with an image of what Russia used to be under the Empire. We used to be strong. We used to have law and order. People used to look up to us. People used to fear us. We used to be godly. You know, we could do no wrong because God was with us. Fucking... You can see where I'm going with this, right? And it's not just Russia it affects. There's another big superpower, which is kind of on its last legs, starting to look like it anyway, which is going through the same pangs, just not quite as insane as Russia's. It's bad when Q seems like reasonable compared to what Russia had going on in the 90s and the 2000s. But this is what I'm getting at. When somebody has their entire identity ripped out from under them and every point of reference that they molded themselves on as a person falls away, you'd better hope that the first person to come down and offer them a fucking hand up has good intentions. You'd better fucking hope, because otherwise you see exactly where it leads. Look at Russia today. It's reliving all this bullshit about its glorious imperial past. Russia's imperial past is just a fucking... a collage of misery, and most of that misery is the Russians. You know, this idea that they were this great power and they stood proud in the world. Their fucking Mongol overlords did. Their fucking aristocratic overlords did, while the Russian people themselves were working in the bog fucking 18 hours a day and couldn't leave their own town without permission from their lord because they were essentially slaves. Like, don't be wooed by this fucking traditionalist shit that people are coming out with these days. Things were not better. Things were never better. Things aren't good now. Things might get worse in the time being. You know, it might get worse for the next few years. It might get better for the next few years. You don't know. But do not for a second believe these tales of this glorious past that anyone comes at you with. Fucking Thatcher, with her stories of the glorious British Empire and how Churchill led them to... Churchill was a fucking cunt. He was a good war leader, but that was about it. He was a fucking shit human being. An interesting one, but a shit one. Unfortunately, the shitty people are often the most interesting. Thatcher herself was fucking human garbage. I have no redeeming qualities to state for her because there were none. This idea of a great past, and again, like a certain American ex-politician, unless he's going to run again, which if they let him run again, I can't fucking believe it. The Dems sitting here fucking jacking off about my due process and my rule of law while the country gets fucking run over completely. Don't fall for that shit. Don't fall for that shit. Like, it's like your parents saying, oh yeah, back when I was a kid, we could go out for the day and leave the front door unlocked. You know what? I could probably go out for the day and leave the front door unlocked. I've got enough neighbours, like, in the same building as me. Somebody would probably notice if someone that wasn't me came into my flat. Would they do anything about it? I don't know. But like this whole romantic view of the past as being somehow better, like, and this is coming from me. This is coming from someone who like desperately clings on to the past because nostalgia is strong with me, right? And I kind of have periodic existential crises because that thing that I remember from my childhood is never going to come back. But do not fall for this fucking false nostalgia deceiving bullshit. This false narrative of great glory that was lost in the past, it never existed. Certainly not in the form that's being made out. Yeah, there were good things about the past. There were some fucking horrible things about it too. Your parents saying that they could leave the front door unlocked and go out for the day and they wouldn't have, they wouldn't come back to find the house fucking burgled. That was probably because they lived in a neighborhood which was extremely homogenous. They were, from the part of society that everyone agreed was fucking sacrosanct. They didn't grow up in the fucking ghetto as part of the part of society that everyone thought could go get fucked. Back in the 70s, oh yeah, everyone respected their elders, and I could buy this for, I could buy a fucking rifle for $5, and I could buy a house for 20 grand, and life was good and everything was great. Yeah, unless you were one of those black families in the US that fucking literally got bombed. I forget which city it was. It was on the East Coast somewhere, wasn't it? It was like, was it Philly? I don't remember. Someone in chat will know. You all Americans will know your history better than me, I fucking hope. I fucking hope. But yeah, there was this black neighborhood, which got fucking literally bombed, because they were getting a bit too uppity for the police's liking. They flew over their neighborhood with helicopters and dropped fucking bombs on them. Now, you look at these militias springing up in the US saying, oh no, our rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. You can't deploy troops to American soil. It's a gross violation. Was it Posse Comitatus or something? Whichever fucking law. You look at that, and then you look at the times the US government shot striking workers using the National Guard in the 1910s, 1920s. Copper miners in the US were shot by National Guard because they were striking. Look at, again, that bombing of that neighborhood because they got a bit too uppity for the government's liking. People being snatched off the streets in 2020 during the fucking protests and riots that happened. By the way, those started as protests and became riots because, some interesting people started turning up with very single-minded goals. We got a raid. God knows why. Hello, Tempest. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Thank you for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. We have been doing something today. You've joined at an interesting time. I'm trying to catch up on chat while also adding to the fucking 3 hours of discussion I've already had. We're in a Su-31 stunt plane. We are sitting on the ground at Khabarovsk. We will fly around the Far East in this thing at some point in the not too distant future. I just want to try catch up on this shit. I know I'm behind in chat, but I'm less behind in chat than I usually get. So hey, that's a start. Meds last 10 or 12 hours. I took them before I started the stream, so that's that, like 8 a.m. 8 a.m. I think. So by about 8 p.m. they should wear off. So that's not even going to fuck with my sleep. Nice. Remember when we met in real life? Yes, and we should do that again. That was fun. Just please don't thrash my ass quite so hard in pool. It's embarrassing. Also, we're going to have to find somewhere new to go since you got banned. Life is all about to get to new comfortable positions. That's true. That is true. Life is a constant process of trying to not get fucking thrown down the stairs and trying to better yourself. But I will add my own take to that, which is my life, for me specifically, is about trying to better my own position, but without trampling on other people to get there. Because if I have to trample on someone else to get there, I don't want to be there. Because I'm going to be sitting there, I don't want to be the kind of person who gets all the money and fucking wealth and money and wealth, same thing essentially, all the fame and glory and be sitting there thinking about all the friends I lost along the way because I was a fuckwit and all the people whose lives are going to be horrible because of me. I don't ever want to be that person. If I have to suffer a bit in life just to stop me from causing that suffering to other people, so be it. Makes you a more rounded human being. me getting torn apart by my own hubris and bugs. Oh man, this whole shtick. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't know. When I was a teenager, I don't know if I'd say I picked up on the irony right away. I picked up on the uniforms. I immediately picked it like, oh, they look like Nazis. It's that self-preservation instinct. I can spot a swastika at fucking 500 paces. Like, I think I brought this up on stream before. I think there is something to the idea of generational trauma actually becoming like an ingrained thing, because my Nazi alarm is fucking fine-tuned. Not much else about me is, but that thing is fucking on point. It never misfires. Well, almost never. Anybody tried watching it? I don't even go near YouTube Shorts. The only YouTube Shorts I've ever watched were when some of Fighter Bomber's ones and some of Shawshank's ones. You know, to keep my media intake from the Russia-Ukraine shit show balanced. It's weird to be at the point in human history where people who, you know, I don't know them, obviously, I've never really spoken to them, but people whose names I recognize, people who I feel some vague connection with, people who I watch aspects of their daily lives, they could end up killing each other. Like, I might watch a video from fucking, from Fighter Bomber where he, you know, blasts a T-64, or T-80 now, I think he's upgraded again, blast a T-64 or T-80 or whatever with a fucking missile, and that might have been Shawshank's tank. Or Shawshank might, you know, come across a downed pilot who's, you know, been shot to ribbons in a crossfire, and that could be Fighter Bomber. It's kind of fucked up, honestly. And I kind of feel like, remember how I said people in isolation, well, like, this is how we got into the whole Afghanistan weirdness, fucking Man Love Thursday, all that shit. Man, Afghanistan's a fucking mind trip, trust me. Like, once you get talking about it with someone who's actually been there, boy, you learn some shit about humans. Anyway, both us and them, by the way, like, some of the shit that our guys did in Afghanistan was, some of it was, like, evil, some of it was bizarre, some of it was really good. War brings out the best and the worst in people everywhere. But, before I sidetrack myself again. Shit. Too late. Where was I going with that? It was... Oh, right. Isolated people. Isolated populations get weird, right? You develop these differences. They become more noticeable, more pronounced. So, you know, that's why mountain people are weird to lowlands people, because mountain people don't come down from their mountains very often, and lowlands people are fucking afraid of heights. So they don't mix, generally. That kind of shit, I feel like it's slowly going to start fading. Not right away, obviously, because if anything, polarization's getting worse with all these content delivery fucking evil algorithms, which is, you know, mind control in its purest form. But I feel like now that, like, I'm talking to you guys, we got Floyd's in Japan, Max in Canada, back home in my hometown, Super's in Argentina. Like, we got people from all over the world. We got people from all different countries, all different ethnic backgrounds, all different religions, different political persuasions. Like, I know there's guys that watch my stream regularly who, if we got into a political discussion in person, there'd probably be fucking punches thrown. But we still sit here and we talk to each other and we share ideas, and eventually we'll probably kind of rub off a bit on each other and kind of mellow each other out. Like, I feel like that the upside of the world getting smaller with air travel and the internet and so on is that's going to become more of a trend. The only thing is we got to be careful that we know what's a real person with real views and what's a fucking bot. That is the problem. The bots, the content delivery algorithms, the influencers, the paid shills, all that shit. We're going to have to get really good at spotting those. I feel like the younger generation already are. Like, not to brag, but I spot bots pretty well. They're not hard to spot, especially on Twitter, because they're so lazy about setting them up. But, like, I feel like my parents fall for that shit a lot more. My parents really don't think before they reshare stuff. They don't really scrutinize anything. You know, they're the same people who know what a Nigerian prince scam email looks like, but they'll fall for the social media version of it, essentially. Especially if it's politically tinged. But I see that less and less with kids these days, I think. Which is kind of heartening, in a way. So yeah, I forget where exactly I was trying to go with that. But I think that it will try and counterbalance some of the shit that we're going through. Oh, right, because, yeah. It's weird that you can see, like, people that you have this at least superficial connection with and know that those two might end up dying, potentially at each other's hands, because of some fucking idiotic, outdated 19th century geopolitical theory some American weirdo wrote, pandering to the Russians, which the Russians swallowed whole, and the Ukrainians have their own weird offshoot of it. And the two of them are like, no, my version's right. No, my version's right. Fuck off. Oh, this song is so good. Phil Oakes is... I feel like he's getting more love now, but Phil Oakes is probably one of the most underrated 60s folk singers. Well, folk singers, period. It's just it's a shame that he stared too long into the abyss, unfortunately, which is kind of an occupational hazard when you pick up on all the injustices in the world. I've like I said earlier in the stream, I've felt myself being sucked in a few times, and I haven't quite fallen in yet. But it takes a lot of people who would make the world better if they were still with us. Shorts just popular clips? Yeah, I think so. Classical is in 1800s. Was I still talking about the Soviet, oh shit, how are we going to spin this thing? Yeah, like, not classical, I guess would be the word, but like the great Russian and Soviet ballets, stuff like that. So, you know, Tchaikovsky, Khachurian, those sorts of composers. Need to hit the ignore this channel when Google tries to hook you up like that? I do. I've told it to fuck off anything from Carl. I've told it to fuck off anything from the Dirty Bird. Black Pigeon, the incel fuck. And, like, fucking Rebel News, Lauren Southern, Avi the fucking traitor, any of them. I've told it not to recommend it. Sometimes it forgets, though, I've noticed. It'll forget that I've told it not to recommend me those channels. Ross acting like he's a little older. I feel like it's weird. I feel mentally like I'm still in my late teens, early 20s. Like, I don't know if this is a thing everyone experiences, or if it's like a fucking autism puzzle piece motherfucker thing, but I don't see age when it's people I know. Well, obviously, like, if I look at my cousins, a photo of my cousins when they were like 2, and my cousins now, I see the age difference. But, like, for some reason, I look at my dad. My dad's in his 70s. And me and my sister have minor panic attacks every time we remember that, but my dad's in his 70s. But I look at Dad, and he doesn't look 70 to me. I mean, he has aged pretty well, but, like, aside from his hair being a bit greyer and the tide being a bit further in on his hairline, I can't tell the difference between him when he's 72 or when he was 52. I can't tell. My mum looks the same age to me, always. My sister looks the same to me. Or, like, I just, for some reason, I can't seem to process aging in people that I'm familiar with, including, like, myself. I can't process my own aging either. I feel like I'm still in my 20s. My brain routinely, I'll be thinking about something and trying to reference it off another reference point in time, and then my brain will go, oh yeah, that was like 2 years ago, and then I actually go, no, that was 15 years ago. Or, like, I'll think about something like, oh yeah, when that released, that, yeah, no, it's only been a few, like, no, that released when you were still in fucking high school. That was, like, half your lifetime ago. It's just, it's weird. I don't know if normal people get that. I don't know. It's kind of nice and bad at the same time, because I think when my parents do go, it's going to be a really unpleasant shock, because in my brain, my parents are always middle-aged. It doesn't help that Dad still acts like he's fucking middle-aged as well. I do come from a very long-lived family, unfortunately for me. But my grandmother on Mum's side lived to be... How old was Nana? She was 92, I think, when she passed away. She eventually developed cancer, and that was what got her. But she'd survived something that should have killed her when she was in her 70s and went for another fucking 20-odd years. Like, I don't know what it is, particularly the women in my family, but even some of the men, like, we're just fucking indestructible, apparently. And I'd always, grandma in particular, my grandmother on dad's side, grandma existed outside time as far as I was concerned. I didn't think she would actually die. She was 98, 97, 98, I think, when she died. And she probably could have gone for another couple of years. That's the thing. The care home she got put into, fuck me, I'm still mad at my uncle about that, because it was my oldest uncle. It was his decision. Like, he has his own shit going on. I don't really blame him, but I'm mad about it. With that said, I think grandma was ready to go anyway, because all her friends were gone. You know, you get to that age where all your friends are gone. You know, you're kind of worried your own kids might go before you do. There's nothing to do. You've been there, done it, seen it all, and your body's falling apart, so you can't really be active anymore. I guess it's like the aging equivalent of me working a boring job where your brain just starts circling the drain because it's got no input. But yeah, I reckon grandma could have kept going for like another fucking 5 years minimum if she was in a better care home. Because she took a bad turn, but it was recoverable, and then she just deteriorated because she wasn't being looked after. Grandpa died of a heart attack, I think, or a stroke when he was in his mid-80s, but he'd been through a lot during the war, including being shot. Pop, which is my grandfather on my mum's side, Pop had his kidneys shot by malaria during World War II, so he died pretty young. I think he was in his 70s. I know what day he died, because it's somebody very special to me's birthday, and in 1995, but I don't remember how old he was. He was in his, like, early mid-70s, I think. My great-grandparents, I think, pretty much all lived into their fucking 90s. I think we got a couple 100-year-olds that somewhere in the family tree. Like, I'm fucked, dude. I'm still gonna be sitting here and fucking, like, how old am I? I'll be still sitting here in 70 fucking years. Me, when I'm a classical liberal, I hate democracy and I want to destroy it. Yeah, it's an interesting choice of euphemism, isn't it? Hey, Blue Angels, I'm doing well. I'm doing really, really well. What's a plane that you wish you had in MSFS? I'm going to hope you're still here and didn't get scared off by all the heavy discussion. But if you did, I'll understand. A plane I wish I had in MSFS, the Sukhoi Su-15. Specifically a Su-15TM. Yeah, I know, funny haha 747 jokes. It's not why I want it. I don't want to be an edgelord with it. I just legitimately want a vintage, like the backbone of the Soviet Air Defense Force, so I can fly actual, like, interception profiles. If somebody fucks up their nav, I'll get on their wing, I'll give them the wing waggle, flash the fangs, like, follow me. Like, I just want to do that shit. I want to live my fucking impossible dream of being a Soviet air defense pilot in the Far East in the 1970s. Like, I don't know why that idea appeals to me so much, but I've got a couple of dream scenarios, and that's one of them. There was another one I was thinking about the other day. I was like, yeah, that'd be a pretty good life, but I don't remember what it was. If you're actually flying right now, streamers... Yeah, no, I know. Soviet Wave channels on YouTube or Spotify? Yeah, I've got a couple on my playlist. Ever seen MacArthur's plans for Operation Downfall? The plans for it? I think Sean flashed them on his video. I don't remember how much detail he went into them. But, again, like, the thing is, Downfall, even if they'd planned it out, it didn't end up happening, because it was a military, it's the opposite. It was a military frivolity. It wasn't a military necessity. It's kind of like Unthinkable was planned, but never carried through with, thank Christ. Again, the reason why I'm glad that wasn't carried through with is because the fucking Red Army in 45 was legitimately a lot scarier than I think the Western generals realized. And they didn't have enough nukes to offset that. Not until the 50s when Korea happened. And that would have been bad, using nukes to offset it anyway. Big mistake. Yeah, there's a limit to pins, and the meme channel has hit its limit on pins, and all of the memes that I pinned in there are too good, so I'm scared to unpin one. I don't want to lose them to time. I wish that they'd up the pin limits. I think they might for more levels of nitro boost, but don't quote me on that. Double check it. I know we get more, like, we've still got our emotes that we had from when we were level 2, but we can't use them until we're level 2 again. So I can't add more, but also the ones that were already there are just grayed out. So that was that. There was the fucking banner. There was the higher voice quality. I think there was something else as well. I'm pretty sure it upped the limits for something else, but besides emotes. Done no wrong, I promised a mate. I'm scared to look. I'm fucking scared to look. So structure's the only thing that works there. They can't break away from what they are. I think with more effort they could. Like, that's the thing. I don't really like the it's human nature, you can't change it, bro argument, because it feels like a cop-out. It's difficult to change, and it won't always work. Sometimes it takes a lot of false starts before something happens. But I think you can at least gradually try and force change enough times to slightly derail it until it goes somewhere different. I feel like saying that, oh, well, that's just the way that these people are, they'll never change, whether it be the Russians doing Russian things, or whether it be the Afghan tribesmen, you know, hoarding T-boys, or Americans turning their political process into fucking showbiz and just constantly fucking at each other's throats. I think it's a cop-out to say that people are just the way they are and they can't change. I think not everyone maybe, but probably the majority of people can slowly learn to modify their behavior over time. I mean, really, if unless you live in like bumfuck nowhere and you have no exposure to other ideas or other people, that's just a normal part of aging as a human being. Who I am now is completely different to who I was 10 years ago, 20 years ago especially. Like, you know, the whole thing that boomers say, I know I generalize boomers a lot here. Don't take it to heart. I know some of you are in that age group. You're cool. You're cool. Don't worry. My parents are boomers. It's all good. It's just quicker to say that than to specify who. But yeah, like the sort of boomerism of, oh, you know, I was a young socialist radical too, and then I grew up and became wise and learned to live with society and became conservative. Like, I think that was something Churchill said as well, was like, you know, most people are radical in their youth and become conservative as they age. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. I've become more radical as I age. Completely the opposite. There are some people who, who is it? Is it not Captain Tom? Is it someone else? There was a British World War II veteran. I think he's a Battle of Britain veteran. He's not with us any longer, unfortunately, but his son sort of carries on his work. But he was one of the most on the ball, with the times, politically speaking, people I've ever seen. He was in his fucking 90s, and this man was like picking up the shit that people younger than me were putting down. Like, he could understand concepts I struggle to get my fucking 1990s kid brain around. I was born the tail end of the 80s, and I'm starting to struggle with this shit. So I think it varies from person to person. Yeah, some people will entrench in more conservative or more traditional or old-fashioned or whatever worldviews as they get older. Some people become more radical. Some people, they'll just stay what they were. But I think if you're a healthy kind of idea as a person is you should always be seeking to better yourself. And this, I'm going to do something fucking spectacular here, in my mind at least. I'm going to tie this back to the DCS portion of the stream. Remember my rant about blue players not wanting to learn to use anything but Mavericks and AIM-9P5s? Same shit. Better yourself, my dude. Your life should not be about wage slaving to buy a boat or a house. Shouldn't be about starting a family with someone you grow to hate, and then, you know, your kids not liking you because you put them through all this mental shit. Like, your life shouldn't be about that. Your life should be about experiencing the world and learning from it and trying to always be improving yourself as a person. Like, always try and find a way you can make yourself a better person, a person you like more, a person other people will perhaps have an easier time getting on with. Always try and just... I mean, look, everything as we know it, I'm going to get all scientific now, to what extent I can, because I'm a layman, but the concept of information, everything is increasingly being described as information. It's not you know, it is subatomic particles. It's bosons and electrons and positrons and all this shit. But at the most basic level, they're starting to describe things as information. A black hole doesn't capture and capture matter, it captures information. Like, everything is information. Everything. So why not? You've been put into this universe full of all this wonderful information to learn, and some of it not so wonderful. So why not do the thing that you know, comes naturally and just take in as much as you can? Just learn as much as you can. Hold on to that. Become your own little, like, become a good black hole. Just suck up, sponge up everything you can. What triggered this passionate? I'm on meds. My brain actually, like, works, and I can stick to a single fucking train of thought now. It's wonderful. It's not great for the flying portion of the stream because we still haven't even started the aircraft yet, but I can just sit here and fucking talk until I run out of voice. And then when I run out of voice, I can fly. Yeah, disappoint you? The actual Velociraptor is goose sized? I mean, I'm cool with geese. I love geese. I absolutely fucking love geese. I wish that our old goose was still with us. She was funny. She was... I had a rad femme goose. She fucking hated men. I think I was the only one she would tolerate. She'd chase Dad. She'd chase any other man she saw. She'd fucking honk like crazy if one went near her. But she just barely tolerated me. I don't know what a man did to her at some point, but she did not like men. Birds are fucking funny as shit. I mean, I had a goose that hated men. I had a duck that thought he was a dog. I had another duck that was probably the most hopeless mother in the animal kingdom, but God bless her, she tried. I've got alpacas that think they're people. Like, hat fetishist alpacas, like... It's always funny to me watching people... I understand why scientists kind of are very overcautious about... you know, the risk of anthropomorphizing animal behaviors, but I think to a certain degree there are things that are universal between people and animals. And the longer you spend actually, you know, living with them, like if you know, live on a farm or whatever, or you just spend a lot of time out in nature, you start to notice it more. They all have their own personalities. Even the little ones, like even fucking insects to a degree, you can pick up on it eventually. Anyone play the Dino Simulators? Izzy plays the Isle. My sister plays the Isle. I think she plays Ark as well. Deinonychus is still a cool name. Yeah, absolutely. I was fucking obsessed with that thing when I was younger. I remember once I went to like a county fair that was at my school. This was when I was living in Caversham, and they were doing face painting. So Mum and Dad are like, "Oh, let's take him to get his face painted because that's a thing that kids enjoy, right?" The poor fucking face painting lady, when I rocked up and said I wanted my face to be painted as a Deinonychus, and she had no fucking idea what that was. The poor lady. I ended up as a tiger-striped Deinonychus because that was the closest thing she could figure out how to do. Prediction? Oh god, what did you predict? I'm scared now. Was it how many hours does it take before I actually fly? Because we're still going on that one. Trigger this passionate, yeah, well, like just meds. Meds and me having a very overactive brain which can actually focus its energy in one place for once. It's nice. I feel like I can actually access more than 30% of my brain power for the first time in my life. Should be happy with being the largest country in the world. That's kind of a problem for them, to be dead honest. Like, they got all these wonderful natural resources and these beautiful vistas, but it's so underdeveloped. Even with all the effort the Soviets put in, all the... Oh, fuck me, now I remember where this whole conversation started, which is like, what they achieved from what they came from. Look, shit on their system as much as you want, because it clearly didn't work, but I will tell you what, fucking Accelatron here, going from a almost feudal... backwards agrarian society to putting people in space, and at least scientifically, not economically, not in, you know, terms of quality of life for the average person, but at least in terms of scientific advancement, like knowledge in general, they fucking shot past everyone in like, what, 50 years. 50 years it took them to go from backwards agrarian shithole that was barely 2 steps removed from feudalism to like one of the leading, not just a superpower, yeah, whatever, but like one of the, a nexus of human knowledge and understanding of all these different things, unless it's genetics, in which case Lysenkoism, oops. That's impressive to me, and it makes me think, if you could unlock the potential of a place like the United States, like, just humor me for a minute. I know that I'm not advocating the fucking United Soviet Socialist States of America, because I don't think that system would work in the US very well. It didn't even work in the USSR very well. But these are the kinds of countries Marx had in mind when he did all his writing about capitalism and its pitfalls and how we could maybe progress beyond it. Marx wasn't thinking of backwards agrarian shithole Russia. He wasn't thinking of, downtrodden colonial country Vietnam or Upper Volta, as it was, and became Burkina Faso. He wasn't thinking of those kinds of countries. He was thinking of the UK. He was thinking of France, Germany, of the US, Canada, like all these fairly well-developed countries that had all this wealth and all this knowledge, and they had so much to offer and so much to achieve, but they were holding themselves back. Like, just sometimes when I'm really bored, I just sit here and I wonder if the US had, like, a less shitty system. Not even, like, fully automated luxury gay-space communism, but if they had a better system, something like what some of the European countries have, which is still far from perfect, by the way. Let's make no mistake, let's not jerk off over Scandinavia. They have problems of their own. But, and a lot of that's fueled by unsustainable income sources, by the way. But let's just for a moment entertain that thought. Like, what could the United States achieve if it put all this bullshit behind it and actually unlock the potential of all 350, I think we're up to, 350 million people that it has? You know, instead of some kid being born fucking in a shitty family that abuses them in some shitty fucking neighborhood, and they spend their whole life being downtrodden until the cops fucking execute them over a stolen fucking candy wrapper. Imagine if instead of that, they actually, like, they had something they could give the world. Every person on this planet, doesn't matter who they are or what they appear like at a glance, they have something. It might not be big, it might only be a little thing, it might only affect one person, but they have something, right? And so every time somebody ends up just falling under the wheels of the bus, or, you know, being intentionally removed from the population because, you know, whatever bullshit reason, it hurts the whole of humanity. We lost something. And, you know, some other people might have something similar, but they don't quite have the same. You know, they don't quite have the same. So we've lost something we're never going to get back. It's going to be fucking hilarious if he runs again. America's going to burn. Yeah. Yeah, like, the Dems really... I'm not surprised, I'm just disappointed. This is exactly what I expected them to do. Drag their feet on the whole thing. My due process, my balances. Yeah, the FBI is following up on leads, but the FBI can only do so much. There's no real political or social interest in pursuing actual justice. I mean, imagine how this looks to Xi or to Putin or to any other, you know, from our perspective, bad actor in the world. Some authoritarian dipshit watches the United States let an attempted coup happen by a fascist demagogue that they essentially helped bring to power, and then nothing happens. They arrest a few small, like, they're not even arresting leaders that much. They're arresting people like the fucking QAnon shaman, who is clearly, he has some shit going on mentally, which is not an excuse, but he, you know, he ain't leading the movement, put it that way. They make a fucking media circus out of throwing him behind jail, and, oh, the problem's been solved. We cured it, guys, we cured fucking Trumpism. Like, really? Did you? Did you really? It's just festering. If it comes back, it's gonna come back worse. Burn down. Yeah, it was Philly. So yeah, like, all the Americans who are like, oh, you know, I'm gonna, when the time comes, I'm ready to fight for freedom and water the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants. Yeah, well, only if they're the kind of tyrants you don't like, I guess, because nobody fucking stood up for that neighborhood when they got bombed. Fucking no cunt. You know, no cunt stood up for them. And then you look at the few times where that... It's actually interesting. There was an instance where members of the American public rose up against a corrupt local government and cast them down. Unfortunately, long-term impact was not really that much better. They were, you know, they didn't change long-term history much. But in the short term, it was fucking incredible. A bunch of disgruntled World War II vets came back, saw that their hometown had been run to shit completely by these criminals during the war. And they, you know, they were rigging votes and doing all the bad shit. I don't mean like Trump, ooh, they're rigging votes, when they're not. I mean, they were actually rigging votes. It was very blatant because they didn't think anyone would stop them. They didn't think there'd be a challenge. Well, there was a challenge. There was a good number of angry World War II combat vets with M1s and a couple of Tommy guns. And did not go so well for the local sheriff. Didn't go so well for him. That shit gets me fucking hard, dude. God, imagine what a better country the US would be if that shit happened in every fucking podunk small town America town with a fucking corrupt sheriff who abuses his position to get away with criminal activity and whose son goes around, you know... Like, I have a friend who, I haven't spoken to him for a long time. We kind of drifted apart, unfortunately, but this guy is like a brother to me for a long time. He lives in, is it King County, I think, in Washington State, near Seattle. And his county sheriff at the time was like this. He was corrupt as fuck. He had many fingers in many pies. If you wronged him or his family, look the fuck out. You were going to jail. Didn't matter what for, you were going there. And his son was known to take his pick of the local girls, whether they liked it or not. Let's put it that way. And they could not do anything about him. Well, there is something you can... There's always something you can do about that kind of fucking corruption. Always something. Different place? I thought it was the same place. Okay, well, if it's a different place, that's alright then. Yeah, no, I know. You said it was because someone you were with was a bit rowdy. I get it. Time between sorties? I was definitely more than 3. It's about 5 at this point. Amazing talking to Facebook adult people. Twitter as well. Like, just social media in general is fucked. You can ameliorate the impact of social media and these, like, fucked up content delivery pipelines if you go out of your way to seek information from different sources, but it's difficult to do. It takes a lot of presence of mind, a lot of self-awareness, a lot of awareness around the world, and most people don't have that. Most people don't have the time for that. You know, as I got called out on stream for bringing up the story of one of my friends, who, by the way, frequently hangs out in stream chat and is a prominent member of my Discord, who grew up in a Fox News bubble, and it wasn't until he got older that he started to realize, like, what a load of shit it was. It's hard to get out of that kind of environment, especially if you're born into it. So it doesn't happen for most people. More flying, zoom, zoom. I'm sorry, Tempest. We're catching up on chat at least. It's like watching a poker stream with a chat delay. I know, right? Name is not compliant with our content guidelines. I'm talking about shit that's so TOS you can't even make predictions about it. Oh boy. There are no normal people? Yeah, I mean, that is true. That is true. Normal is a very loose, abstract concept. It's funny how... We're going to start the plane. We're going to start the plane. I've never flown this before, by the way, so this will be a learning experience while I'm talking. It's interesting how we internalize these concepts like normal or freedom, all these things that are complete intangibles that don't actually really exist in any meaningful way, but we just accept them at face value as things that do exist and you know, they're real. Like, you ask different people to define freedom, they can't do it because it's an intangible. They'll give you some maybe like very vague kind of what's that? Oh, that's my primer, I think. yeah, like, they might give you this wishy-washy vague definition, but it's very hard to pin it down. It's like that with normal. Normal is the same. I mean, you can, if you want to, I hate to cite the name of the bell curve because we all know where that's going, but that is probably how a lot of people do fucking define normal, is my bell curves. And we all know what bell curves were mainly associated with, and it wasn't good. Is the fuel cock on? I'm going to assume that's a fuel cock. I'm going to assume it's now on. Is this my primer? I don't know. Let's find out together. Fuel low. Yeah, okay, we'll assume that's a fuel cock. We will soon know if the engine cuts out abruptly. Canopy's already closed, which is interesting. I don't think you can open the canopy. Oh, no, I don't think you can. Go main tank. Should probably drain the wings first, actually. So yeah, let's drain the wings first. Just to lighten the aircraft up. This thing has a ridiculous rate of roll, so... Shit, serious, man? Welcome to what happens when I am actually able to fucking sit and think. Without being interrupted by my own thoughts constantly. It's kind of interesting. I don't feel like I've been able to do this for a long time. And I'm able to do it... Oh no, the canopy was open. I'm able to do it a lot better now, I feel like, than even the last few times I got on a big, you know, far-reaching discussion with somebody. Engine gills. That's what I want. Hello? How? Okay, that is a scroll interact. Let's open them out. I think that's opening them. We'll just start. Hey buddy, are my engine gills open? Oh yeah, they're totally open, dude. Wait, fuck. We're in Khabarovsk. Da, конечно. There we go. Oh, by the way. Custom pilot model in this. Oh my god. She looks like she's going through a significant emotional event, but I think it's supposed to be based on a Russian aerobatics champion pilot. I'm gonna get a name wrong. It starts with K. Anna Kapanina, I think? Pretty sure that's based on her. Whose sim takes this long? We've progressed from the 40-minute MSFS loading time to the 5-hour Ross Brain loading time. Oh my god. Let me just continue catching up. Sold all my apes to bet. I'm scared about what you guys are betting on here. What will be Ross's take on esoteric subject? I like the show, I'm glad someone does. Look, I'm gonna do a horrible thing and sell out here. I'm just saying, if you guys want more of this shit, especially now that I can actually think, like, I'm just saying, I'm only like 500 subs away from being able to stream full-time and financially support myself. I would actually genuinely like to be able to do that, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I do hope, though, that whatever happens with work or what the fuck? The AI does some very strange things in this game. Yeah, I do hope that whatever happens with work or whatever, I'm able to stream more often than I have been lately, because I've been missing this. And now we got a whole new angle on it. We truly live in a society. Most unfortunate. Wait, you said that when I was still on the fucking BRB screen? Oh, I feel bad now. Oh, I'm away. Oh, you guys haven't been chatting as much, though, I think. So we're good. We're good. We're okay. Are we... Oh my fucking god, we have been on the bit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so stupid. I completely forgot to switch scenes once this fucking sim actually loaded. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, and I'm so sorry to everyone that just lost all their channel points there. Oh my god, I'm... fucking hell. Look, the meds help me think straight and hear my own thoughts clearer, or not hear the thoughts that I don't want. They do not make me not have dumb bitch disorder, alright? Like, I'm gonna have dumb bitch disorder all my life. But yeah, I've been sitting here in the cockpit the whole time. I'm so fucking sorry, guys. Please let me know next time I do that, because with chat up, I can't see the fucking, the stream preview. I'm relying on you guys to tell me if something's not working. Oh, that's embarrassing. Fucking hell. Look, I'll claim it was deliberate. It's part of my subtle brainwashing to get more people to support me on a Su-15 module. That's the excuse. Okay, so the custom pilot model you guys didn't get to see. Fuck my life. The custom pilot model you guys didn't get to see. Like I said, her facial expression is a little concerning, but an effort was made, I guess? It's something? Fucking hell, man. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not sure if I should be, like, scared or what. It's been an experience today, guys. I think we can all agree it's been an experience today. Alright. I don't remember where the parking brake on this is. That's trim. That's canopy jet, which I don't think is even... Is that clickable? No, of course not. That's a fuel valve. Oh, God, I'm dumb. That's the master fuel valve. Okay, well that makes sense. This is probably the parking brake down here. Yes, it is. Okay, well, we've established that. That's something. There's wheel chocks, though, and I don't know how to remove them. So what I'm going to do is my rake removal bind. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that removes the wheel chocks. That's good. That's good. So yeah, oh! This doesn't have tail wheel steering. This actually requires differential braking to steer. However, having said that, the ground physics are really not very good, and so that does not work very well. You need some speed up to get it turning, which is not gonna... I feel like, no, there's got to be a tail wheel lock somewhere, surely. There has to be a... I refuse to believe the ground handling is this bad. It's a Sukhoi Su-31 aerobatic plane. I'm actually not even sure where the fucking gear lever is. That's the engine gills. What the fuck is that? Oh no, it's fixed gear. I'm stupid. Is this a tail wheel lock? Yes, it is. Okay, so that's not a parking brake. There is no parking brake. It's just chocks. There's a tail wheel lock. Okay. So I take back what I said about it not steering with that. It's a discovery flight, guys. I've never flown this thing before. I've never even sat in it on the apron. So we're learning together. Where are we? Khabarovsk. Because I feel like flying around the Far East. I was going to wait to fly around this area until the Great Journey, because I didn't want to spoil the beauty of it for you guys, but I can't help it. Plus we were talking about, you know, how history comes back to haunt us with the current situation in Russia, how Russians in the Far East, even European Russians in the Far East, are starting to feel like they're being left out to dry by Moscow. So it's relevant. It's relevant to our discussion. This is the runway, I think. There's 2 runways here. We'll take the other one. Oh shit, she's fucking got a lot of rudder authority on the ground. Good lord. There's some way this gets worse so I don't come back to help. Oh man. Don't do me like that. Surely this has been my greatest stream ever. It probably hasn't. I've been having fun though. I don't know about you guys. I've been having fun. And when I have fun in a stream, it's usually a good sign. I don't know how this is going to handle once I give her the beans. Let's find out. It's a beautiful little plane. At least 4 hours of BRB screen. Oh god, I'm so sorry. If you guys missed the DCS part of the stream, catch it on the VOD. It was definitely worthwhile. But yeah, I do apologize for the 4 hours of BRB. Look, Dexies can only do so much. My brain is too powerful. This doesn't have rudder trim, does it? Oh my god, I'm gonna... No, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. It's an aerobatic plane. I'm going to be holding left rudder for the entire flight, and I want to die already. So, I don't have any custom scenery for Khabarovsk, unfortunately. It is somewhere I would like custom scenery for, if any even exists. But the autogen generally doesn't do too badly around Russia or the former Soviet Union because the architecture is, you know, not the most varied, shall we say. Although it does put European-style houses down there, which is wrong. So let's do a nice little fly around here. I want to, I'm not actually sure offhand how far Vladivostok is. It's probably way further than I expected, so it's probably going to be like 4 hours away in this thing. I kind of want to hit that up today, but if it's going to take too long, we'll do it another stream, I think. Or we'll just do a second flight even. Maybe a second flight. But yeah, for my DCS appreciators here, if you did miss the DCS portion of the stream, we put a lot of people in the bog. A lot of people still ain't got the message about what happens when you mess with the frog. You know, I just wanted to shoot up some ground targets, but some people just can't fucking be told, you know? Some people just gotta ruin everyone else's fun, so I ruined theirs. So there's the, I think that's the airbase. There's also an older airport around here, which actually I think I took off from the old airport. Because the newer one's further that way. Back the way we came. Speaking of which, I do need to hit up Daisy on stream again sometime soon. I do like that. I also need to, I need to do some 7 Days to Die on stream. I had not played that game since 2014. The last time I played 7 Days to Die was with Hardest on his stream in 2014, back when we all played World of Tanks together. But my sister kind of brought me along to her boyfriend's birthday LAN bash. I was going to go in person, but fuck carrying my PC with me into Belconnen. I'll get murdered for it. So I played from home. But yeah, we played 7 Days to Die, and it's like, holy fuck, this is unrecognizable. It doesn't even look like the same game. It looks like... I'm genuinely surprised how far that game's come, and I don't know how it slipped under my radar for so long. It's quite cool. I don't think I have Project Zomboid. I've seen people play it a bit. It looks pretty cool, but I haven't played it myself. I don't think I have it. I might, though. I have so many games, and a lot of them picked up in bundle sales, that I don't even know which ones I do or don't have. So yeah, this is, Khabarovsk. Looks like a pretty nice place. I mean, I'm sure it's all run down and shitty in real life, because it's the Russian Far East, but, like, it's beautiful. I feel like, you know, political situation aside, because boy is that not conducive to moving there at the moment, but political situation aside, like, if I had to pick somewhere on Earth I feel like I could just vibe, and it wasn't home, it would be somewhere in the Far East. Just something about this place does it for me. I think the fact it is so fucking far away from everything else, but, well, in a way, it's still less far away than Australia from a lot of the places I would like to be able to visit. See, the big problem of being somebody whose family and friends are all in Europe or North and South America, and living in Australia is, like, if you want to travel to Asia, living in Australia is fucking excellent. If you don't have as much interest, like, I want to travel to Vietnam, I wouldn't mind checking out Japan sometime. There's a few other places I'd like to visit too, but, like, I'm not the stereotypical, oh, I live in Australia, I'm going to go to Bali every second year kind of person. It doesn't do much for me. It's kind of annoying, because getting anywhere I want to go, like back home or back to Europe or whatever, from here, expensive as fuck, very long flights. I feel kind of trapped. No, North and South America. Not really using this plane for what it was designed for yet. We'll do some more mildly aerobatic stuff in a bit, I think. Friends, mostly. I think the furthest south any of my relatives are in the Americas is Texas. I think I can bring up a GPS by clicking on this. I don't want a GPS. I wonder if there's like an EFB though. You probably have to do it on the ground, which is a nice touch. You can't just pull it out your ass. I'm okay with it not being there. I don't really want one there. Not sure what happened here. Weird. Yeah, and fucking, like, 20-year-old bogans starting fights with locals. I've never been to Bali. I'm, like, the actual non-touristy parts of the island seem really nice. My uncle did, like, a photo tour around there. So my uncle's a photographer. He said the non-touristy parts were really lovely, but, like, just... the moment you hear an Australian accent, just drop your shit and fucking run. Get as far away from them as possible. So I believe this is the Amur we're on. Now, don't shoot me, my geography's not that great, especially today, because we're many hours into a stream. I only plan to go for about 4 or 5 hours total. I think this is the Amur. So we're flying up it at the moment, upstream. We're about to hit something. Is this Komsomolsk? I'm not sure. My Far Eastern geography is pretty weak, but... From here, if we want to go to... Oh god, yeah, Vladivostok is... where is it? Where is it? There. That's Vladivostok. Look at all the distance we got to cover if we want to go there. And we took off from, like, here. We're going to need the Dark Star if we want to go to fucking Vladivostok in the same flight. So you know what? Maybe we'll do some kind of mild aerobatics, put this thing through its paces. Well, I say mild. You guys have seen my idea of mild aerobatics. We'll put this thing through its paces a bit. We'll find somewhere to set it down, one of these local little airfields. I wish there's a bush strip around here. There might be if I look hard enough. And we will hop in something a little quicker, a little faster. And we'll head down to Vladivostok. Oh, yeah, I did answer this, but I think you might have been AFK when I did it, and I don't blame you, because I've been nattering away for hours. The Sukhoi Su-15 Interceptor. Not because I want to do any edgy reenacting, you know, the KAL 007 shoot-down, but because I just want to fly it the way it was meant to be flown. Base somewhere in the Far East here, just somebody's flying into airspace they shouldn't be, scramble, take off, intercept them, get up on their wing, like, yo, bro, what are you doing? Give them the follow me. Flash the fangs so they know I'm not fucking about, and lead them somewhere safe to land so I can give them a number to call about their navigation skills. It's just such an interesting and underappreciated aircraft. It was the backbone of the Soviet Air Defense Force for, fuck, near on 30 years. You know, entered service in the mid to late 60s, and it was only retired in the sort of early to mid 90s in Russia, and it served on in Ukraine until 98, I think. Beautiful aircraft. Absolutely gorgeous aircraft. And it would have some interesting handling quirks, I think, that would make it fun to fly. So for those of you who have been subject to my Be Right Back screen for the past 4 hours, it was a MiG-23, obviously that's the variable geometry swing wing boy, but the big silver thing, the really sleek big silver thing with the cranked delta and the side intakes and the big tall tail, that's a Su-15. Gorgeous, gorgeous aircraft. One of those classic Cold War... well, in this case it's an interceptor, but, you know, one of those classic Cold War fast jets. It looks fast while it's standing still on the ground. Last time I flew with you, you were completely lost. Yeah, that happens sometimes. That does happen sometimes. Where was it we were flying when I got lost? Oh, right, yeah. Fucking... I was trying to go to Belgrade. I was trying to go to Belgrade and I followed the fucking wrong river. Well, the right river, I just didn't realize which one I was behind. Oh, something purchasable? Pfft, I don't know. I don't really care. Pretty much everything that's purchasable that I really want, I already have. There's a couple planes I'm kind of keeping an eye on, but... yeah, I browse the marketplace every now and then and have a look at who's developing what. When the DC-3 comes... As long as it isn't too fucked up, I think I'll enjoy that a lot, but that's a free plane anyway. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I have some pretty specific interests when it comes to aircraft, so... A lot of the stuff people get excited about, like the you know, modern jet airliners, just doesn't do it for me. Vintage jet airliners, I'm all about. Give me an original Model 737, I'd be all over it. Anything with a tri-jet, I'd be all over it, especially if it's got the original cockpit with no glass in it. Vintage prop airliners, I love them, but the modern tube liner stuff, I just can't get into it, man. It doesn't do it for me. I like flying on them as a passenger, because it means I'm going somewhere exciting, but beyond that, they're functional to me. It's like a bus. I can't really look at a modern 737 or a A320 or whatever and think, oh yeah, that's hot, that's good shit. Like, it's just a bust to me. Not to shit on people who are into that. Like, be into what you want, dude. Like, if you like modern jet airliners with glass cockpits, go for it. That's cool. Someone's got to, you know? And the sim would be a lot worse if we didn't have anyone that flew the long-haul routes. It'd be a lot less interesting. There'd be a lot less actual player air traffic on those big routes. So I'm going to start, I think, looking for somewhere we can set down. We'll do a bit of, you know, a little bit of stunting in this thing. And then I'm just going to start a new flight. I was thinking of getting like a, you know, the 104 or something and flying that to Vladivostok, but I don't know, that's still going to take a while. I don't know if I've got that much time. I haven't eaten since breakfast before the stream, and I'm getting pretty hungry. I also don't know if I'm going to have tomorrow to get all the shit done I should have done today, so we'll see how we go, but probably one more flight. Model 10 Electra. I've heard mixed reports about the Electra, so like that's the thing, there's a lot of modules of aircraft I'm interested in, but either I can personally see that there's something not right, or I've heard you know, opinions from people that I trust to know their shit that it's not quite where it should be. Because I'm one of these people that I don't really care about the autopilot. If the autopilot's not correct, I don't give a fuck, except in DCS with my MiG-21. What matters to me is the flight model, and the actual important systems. Like if with a 414, for instance, that's had so much work done on the autopilot, I rarely use the autopilot, and I really don't care. The only modes I use pretty much are fucking out hold and occasionally heading hold. And that's just so I can fly hands off while I'm eating, or so I can sit here and gesture while I'm talking to you guys. But yeah, things like engine modeling, fuel system modeling, weird and wonderful control systems, instruments, that sort of shit. If that's not right, then that kind of puts me off of something. I've got the 247. I bought the 247 as soon as it released, and I absolutely love it. Got the Connie as well, got the DC-6. Obviously got the Beech 18 since I was flying it last stream. Hey, iBot. So, I think, normally I'd do a stream on, what day is it, Wednesday? Might still do a stream on Saturday if my voice is recovered, but like, I'm not going to be able to talk for a day or two after this, I think. I've been sitting here talking so long, so we'll see how we go with that. I know I should hydrate and all that shit. I don't really drink water unless I'm laboring outdoors in the heat, or I'm really, like, I can feel I'm dehydrated. I just sit here and have a cup of tea now and then usually, but I learnt how to use the full power of my voice in the army. I never learnt how to use the reduced power of my voice to talk for long periods without injuring myself. Which I feel like maybe a slightly less useful life skill, but still one that will be very relevant to me with how much I talk. I've got the Lightning. But yeah, Su-31. First flight in it. I got the Lightning, I got the Spitfire. I did buy the P40, but I'm kind of really disappointed with the flight model on that. I think it needs a complete rework. I tried to mod it myself, but I made the problem worse. CL215, I have heard that there are some issues with that from people who know the real aircraft, so like I said, if someone who I know is trustworthy on the real aircraft or on how things handle in the sim kind of seems to have issues with a module, I'll tend to avoid it until they give me the green light. And with some modules, I'll hold off on them until I know there's a mod that fixes some of the issues. This is the Russian Far East. This is, I think, the Amur River. I'm pretty sure this is the Amur. And we're a little bit south of Khabarovsk, which is where we took off from. I actually feel like I would like to do the full flight in this thing from here to Vladivostok, but yeah, I just don't have time. I need to eat tonight. I absolutely love the Far East. It's probably one of the places I fly the most in the sim. I just keep going back to it. Like, places that are home to me, so like, you know, obviously Edmonton, but just Alberta in general, fucking Manchester, Reading, around London, like all those kinds of places I go back to because they're home to me, obviously where I've been in Australia. And sometimes, like, for instance, I go to the US Southwest a lot because it's just beautiful to me. Same thing here. I come here a lot to the Russian Far East because it's just... It's the kind of place that, you know, again, political situation in Russia notwithstanding, and proximity to a rising and very ambitious superpower notwithstanding, it's one of those places I think I could settle down quite happily. Just something about it calls me. Yeah, the Western US is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It kind of started out as my place to test the military aircraft, like the Starfighter, and after a couple flights there, I was in love with it completely. There was a stream I did where I was flying one of the Reno Air Races T6s down we started at the Glen Canyon Dam, and we flew down the Glen Canyon, kind of bummed around the desert for a bit, then hooked up with the Grand Canyon and flew down that, and that stream was basically just 3 hours of me sitting here trying not to tear up at how beautiful it is, even in the sim. Like, God, it'd be probably highly illegal, I'm sure the FAA would frown on it, but if I could fly down the canyons like that in real life, I think I could die happy. I'm not really a desert person as such, but I don't know, something about that specific desert. Just something about that specific desert. I don't know if it's the history of the people who were originally there and the little marks they left, you know, like the little, the ancestral Pueblo villages carved into the canyons. I don't know if it's just the colors of it. I don't know if it's the canyons themselves, but something about the Southwest just... I can't get away from it in the sim. I really can't. L4 Grasshopper? I think I have that one. I think I have that one. I know I have one of the militarized observer planes. Do you ever buy mods to support the devs, even if unfinished? Yeah. Occasionally I will. So a lot of them release pretty much finished. There's not really much of an early access thing going on here, but I will buy stuff to support the devs. We are finally flying. Finally. How many hours later? Bro, I'm sorry, Taihu. I didn't even realize I was on the BRB screen. I thought I was actually on the in-game screen. Like, I thought you guys would at least be looking at a world map. Because here I am, as I'm talking about events in Russian history or whatever, I've got the map focused on Russia. As I'm talking about the US, I've got the map focused on the US. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm sitting here gesturing wildly at the like, you missed all the fucking jazz hand shit I was doing. Like, oh, man. I feel like a proper idiot after that. Tried Neofly mod for MSFS. I have seen other people fly it, but I haven't tried it yet. I haven't really done any mission stuff in this with Neofly or on air or anything like that. It's something I'd be open to sometime. Maybe not like right away, but it is interesting to me. I feel like if I wanted to do Neofly stuff, I'd have to get a bit more serious about my sim flying. Like, I'd actually have to, you know... I should probably install Little Nav Map. I keep forgetting to do that. But I'd have to, like, get charts and actually plan shit ahead. And you guys know me, I can't plan shit ahead. Maybe that'll change now, but... so far for me, MSFS has just been jump in a plane, any plane, jump in an airport, any airport, fly around. A lot of these planes I have not studied at all. I don't know the reference speeds or numbers. I don't know how they handle. I don't know anything about them. I just jump in a plane. I'm like, let's just fly. Let's just see what this thing can do. Let's see what it does and doesn't like. Let's see where the world takes us today. And it does occasionally lead to me getting comically lost like I was last stream, but I don't know, it's chill vibes, man. I know it is kind of ironic though, because I bring up the in-game VFR map all the time, which has your own position marked on it, so I'm basically using a GPS. And here I am like, don't use GPS, learn to use RSBN, don't do this, don't do that. Like, get this glass out of my cockpit, and then I open up the fucking in-game dialogue box that shows the exact same thing. But I'll kick that habit one day. We'll become less scuffed one day. Extra 200? Hell no, boy! This is a fucking Sukhoi. Sukhoi 31. It's also not using... I wonder if this shows the user reg, or if it just has it skinned on by default. I need to double check my user reg hasn't reset, because it was showing as the wrong thing in the 310 last stream. Wonder how it is living in a true desert. I say I lived in one, but it's more of a semi-arid shrubland sort of environment. Well, uncomfortably hot in the day during summer, and uncomfortably cold at night and during winter, I would imagine. It seems like it'd be pretty tranquil, though. Like, just... I think that's what appeals to me the most about the southwest of the US, is just it seems tranquil. Like, there's enough civilization that you don't feel like you're truly, you know, on another planet. So you'll see a road here or there, or you'll see planes going over, or you'll see a ranch. But it's detached enough that it feels like you're in this kind of tranquil place where nothing will intrude into your own thoughts. I guess that's why I like the Far East as well. There's... Obviously, Khabarovsk is a pretty fucking big city. But it's the same sort of thing, just instead of desert, it's mountains and forests and swamps. I do have the Islander, yes. And, oh no, sorry, I have the Trilander. I don't think I have the twin-engine Islander yet. But I quite like the Trilander. One of these days we're going to do a flight from Wales in it. Wales up probably the west coast of England, and then into Scotland, I think, in the Trilander. I was thinking of doing it this stream, but I think we might hold it for next MSFS. I know I keep doing that, I'll say, oh, next stream we'll fly this, and then we don't do it, but... such is life. Well, I mean, the thing is, the Islander's just a, you know, a Trilander with 2 engines instead of 3. Buying you... oh, God, you don't have to buy me it. Don't get too carried away. I'm on the, if you insist, though, I'm on the, Steam version of MSFS, and I do appreciate it. If you guys want to... I've got a... it's not really a rule, but if you guys want to buy me stuff, that's cool. Just don't buy me, like, meme anime games or Ace Combat games, because they are not getting played on stream. I don't care how much you ask me to. We got Ace Combat once, and that was the threshold of never again. I will finish Ace Combat 7 only out of, like, feeling beholden to Polar, and then any other weeb shit people buy me, I ain't playing. Project Wingman I will play at some point, because I actually find it... I'm curious about that one. Like, I'm probably gonna hate it less than Ace Combat, but I doubt I'm gonna like it. Did a drive from Cali to Texas, and New Mexico has some of the most beautiful scenery. It's pretty remote too. Yeah, like, it seems like driving there would be something special. Flying or driving, really. I think what kind of sowed the seed for me was when I first watched No Country for Old Men, and the scene where Llewellyn's going out hunting, and he finds the thing, which is the kind of MacGuffin that sets off the entire movie. Just the vast emptiness of it all. Something special about that. Like I said, I'm a city person, so I take psychic damage from being too far away from major cities for some stupid reason. I don't know why. I don't really like people that much. I don't interact with people that much. I'm a shut-in. But for some reason, I struggle to be out in remote areas away from people. I don't know what it is, but I think maybe somewhere like this, or somewhere like the southwest US, like geographically speaking, I could tough it out there for a while. Maybe not forever, but I could tough it out there for a while. It's just... I don't know. Feels like the kind of place I could spend my days just appreciating the world, like I was talking about earlier, and not really have to worry about too much outside bullshit intruding onto my thoughts. Man, Khabarovsk is quite nice, quite big. I knew it was going to be big, but I didn't think it would be this big. I thought it would be... Oh, actually, this is about the same size as Vladivostok, I think. Similar size. It's laid out differently, but I think they're kind of similar in size. Northwest US, yeah, like, Northwest US or Canada, up in the Rockies is beautiful. The Rockies or the Columbia Range. That's CCM's neck of the woods, so quite often when I fly along with him, he's in that area. I don't know, I feel like I haven't quite found the perfect balance of nature and civilization in my life yet. So, quite often when I'm really kind of feeling overstressed or whatever, one of the things I'll do is I'll just go stay at my parents' place for a week or so. And it brings stress of its own, of a different variety, but it's nice and tranquil, and I can kind of I can go out and chill with the animals, you know, socialize with the alpacas, because I get along better with them than I do with most people. If I want to do some shooting, I just bust out the Enfield, throw out a fucking paper target down the other end of the paddock. Like, the rest of the world can't touch me there. I can just do whatever the fuck I want. The only problem is the internet's fucking trash. So when I do want to, you know, have contact with the outside world through that, it's shit awful, because their internet's slow and they have a really horrible download limit. Oh, it's a good song. This weather today is gorgeous. I forgot to actually get those weather presets, but this is just live weather. This is lovely. Alright, so, you know what? Where the fuck are we? We're heading north, so we're going the complete wrong way to go to Vladivostok. That is going to be a long flight in this thing. Like, the extent of how far we've flown this entire flight was down to that and back. Like, literally, from there to, like, here, and then back up to here. So, this is not going to be the plane to fly to Vladivostok when I am, you know, hungry and need to get off soon. So we'll double back here, I think. Nice view of the river. We'll double back here. We'll do a bit of stunting around the airport, and then we'll set her down. And we'll grab another... We could grab another of this. You know, just grab the same plane down there. Or we could grab something different. I think we might grab something different. And we'll do a bit of a fly around Vladivostok and the surrounding area. We will revisit it when we get that far in the great journey, but at this current rate, especially because I did lose a lot of my will to do that flight, given the situation happening where it was last left off. I think it might be a while before we get that far east, so we'll do a flight there today, and we'll come back and redo it in a year or two when we finally get there. I do want to pick that big tour back up, though. I just need to make sure the mods are around, so if we get any fucking troublemakers in chat, we can shut them up. I don't want anyone being... You know, I don't want any fucking bots here starting shit. I'm fully capable of starting a diplomatic incident between Russia and Ukraine myself. I don't need bots coming in and having a war over which country should be fucking bombed to shit. And the answer is neither of them. The answer is fucking... There needs to be a change of fucking government and a change of mindset. Which, unfortunately, I don't think is coming anytime soon. Sunset must be like 11 PM there today? Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, no, we're reasonably... I'm not going to say reasonably far south, because we're not, but by Russian Far East standards, we are pretty far south. Vladivostok even more so. So if I bring up the VFR map, it won't let me zoom out far enough to really show you, but like, that is Sakhalin there. So yeah, like the point where shit gets Arctic is way up here, way up here. And that's Kamchatka, So, like, if you look at the southern tip of Kamchatka, the northern tip of the Urals, we're a bit south of that. Slightly south of that. This is fucking beautiful, man. I'm glad I finally fucking stopped ranting and got in the fucking plane. And remembered to finally switch scenes. It's gorgeous. Like, I know to most people this is just like, oh, it's a city, whatever. It's a city full of gross commie blocks, what the fuck. But to me, this is really pretty. Like I said, this is a political situation in Russia notwithstanding. This is the kind of place I could see myself settling down for at least a while. You want to see the roll rate on this thing? That's pure aileron. That was no rudder input. Let's try... Snap? Oh! Oh, does she snap? Oh, does she snap? Oh my god, I'm sorry, I just brake checked whoever's flying along with me. But, yeah. She snaps. That was full left rudder, full left stick. Who is that? Parallel Planes. Now, that's one of you. I can't remember whose MSFS name is whose Twitch name, but I know that's one of you. Is that you, bot? It seems to ring a bell. I think that might have been the name I remember seeing when we did that Beach 18 flight. So yeah, sorry for brake checking you. Secure all items before flight. I should fucking hope so after that maneuver. Game did not like spawning in there. Terrible FPS. That's weird. I wonder what it is. I guess it's trying to load all of this at once, but like it was smooth for me. It is smooth for me. And I'm like, usually when I'm streaming and there's weather and a large city next to me, it runs like shit, but I don't know. Seems happy today. Beepski's in a good mood. Man, look at those clouds. Just look at this. Look at it. I can't get over it. If we just ignore the uphill water there on the shoreline, but... God damn. You know what? I told a lie. Oh wow, the sports stadium melted. The sports stadium's melted! Surprised the autogen didn't realize that was a stadium. It usually picks up on them pretty quick. What I might do is I might actually fly from here to Vladivostok, but we'll take something at least supersonic capable. I'm thinking maybe the 104. Oh, yeah, it's been an experience today, trust me. It's been an experience. We've been everywhere. I hear another aircraft. I don't see the other aircraft, but I hear it. You what? Oh, there we go. Yeah, when you spawn in, the engine noise does some very strange stuff. There we go. There's that beautiful Beach 18. God, that thing's pretty. Caronato, please fix your sounds. Please. That thing is gorgeous. Alright, so, let's do a loop. I don't know what the starting speed is. I think 360. That's probably what that placard is, but let's just do a loop. A little sloppy, a little bit more right rudder needed, but there we go. Oh, we got a jet up there as well. Let's do a knife edge. It doesn't knife edge, so that's interesting. I wonder if that's a MSFS thing, because remember the RV7 doesn't knife edge either. I wonder if the extra does. I haven't tried it, I don't think. That might be worth testing at some point, is we'll grab the extra, not today, but we'll grab the extra and we'll try and knife edge it and we'll see if it does it. Because it seems like a lot of these aircraft will not knife edge, and I suspect, as with many things in MSFS, I suspect that's a one number fix in the flight model config. I bet you anything CCM would know which number as well. Obsessed with this plane? Understandable, it's so lovely. It's just such a nice plane. So pleasant to fly. Same with DCS and the C2 in the ACK. Really? I don't think I tried knife edging in those. I'll have to do it sometime. I haven't flown the ACK in ages. I don't have the Crescent Eagle. I'm thinking of picking it up. Like, real talk. I know, like, ooh, it's a combat sim. Fucking whatever, cunt. You know, they needed something they could experiment with prop physics on so that the Corsair would come good. And, hey, it's a cool little stunt plane, so... I might pick up the CE2 at some point. I've been thinking about it for quite a while now. I just never got around to it. But the Yak I do have. I don't fly it very often, but I do have it. It's quite nice. Hey, Kochak. Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Yeah, that'll be the airbase, which is a pretty typical... I think that's a modern airbase. That's maybe an upgraded Soviet one, but the layout says to me this is a modern airbase. So your modern Russian air bases tend to have like this kind of octagonal layout with all these dispersal pens around the thin taxiways, and then you've got one fat apron. A lot of them are like that. You can tell Soviet air bases because you'll have one runway, usually, one taxiway, not apron, taxiway, sometimes it has an apron on it, and then asparagus off the end, you've got hazes. So you'll have a branch coming off here with has. That's for the QRA flight. And then you'll have like another one over here, and the bigger ones you'll have a taxiway that kinks out this way and has branch off that in every direction. Like you guys have seen the ones in DCS. DCS air bases are stereotypical Soviet air bases. You see those all over the former Warsaw Pact where they haven't demolished them. Kotti probably would actually... I suspect he lives near one. I know he knows where they are, but... a few have been demolished, but a few of them have been kind of kept in that configuration, which is cool. So you can go on Google Maps and check them out, and you'll be able to tell, like, yeah, this is a Soviet air base. Hope they fix the Yak. Yeah, I agree. Look, you never want to see abandonware in a sim. Even if it's not the main point of the sim to be doing aerobatics or whatever, the Yak still deserves some love. I really would like to see that get some attention. So let's get some altitude. In fact, let's see if I can hammerhead this thing. Oh, she wants to go right. Yep. Oh, I was a little aggressive on the rudder. That nearly turned into a spin. Picks up speed very quickly in the dive. Let's go up again. No artificial horizon, which is interesting because I mean, you've got these little reference markers here, I guess, but I'm so used to having an artificial horizon, it makes it kind of weird to me to... Okay, she went nose over that time. Try and go left. It kind of hammerheads. It kind of is reluctant to go sideways. It wants to go over, but it will hammerhead. Let's go up and try some spins. Stalls and spins. And I also should probably... I think I opened those, didn't I? Yeah, I opened those. T's and P's look okay anyway. We're in the green on everything, so... As long as we're in the green, I'm pretty happy with that. So we'll just hold the nose. See it's starting to kind of yaw out from under us. Wants a lot of... Well, that's... Actually, they'll be coming off the prop. That's fucking prop wash. Oh, that was abrupt. Yeah, I said, I think, or not yesterday, but I think I said last stream, it seems like sometimes the live weather jumps in updates, particularly for less, shall we say, less built-up areas of the world, and that's what I mean. Like, it went from raining and overcast to clear. Well, not clear, but like broken, scattered cloud, whatever. We're going to come off the power a bit, because otherwise she ain't really going to stall yet. There goes the wing. There's the spin. Just send to the controls and she self-recovers. So let's... Right rudder, right stick. We'll just kind of egg this out until it... Oh, left wing dropped. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you didn't need to upload it. If you're gonna buy me it, you could just send me the key through Discord or something. I can download it myself. It would have saved you the upload time. So my internet's pretty fast. It's a nice little plane. It's really twitchy, but it is an aerobatic plane, so you kind of expect that. Look how little the ailerons move. Like, look how much roll response it produces with such a little movement of the ailerons. You got a lot more pitch, obviously, to get anything out of it, but the ailerons on this just barely perceptibly move. It's like the extras like that, and the RV7's like that as well. Mark Burns, I think. I think this is Mark Burns. Sounds like him. It's a part of the world I'd really love to visit someday, and it's a part of the world well, maybe not the Far East, but I was hoping to visit Russia at some point when I was in Europe. Well, when I was going to be in Europe for TwitchCon, which didn't happen because of COVID. And now, fuck knows when I'm actually going to be able to visit. Same with Ukraine, I would have liked to visit, but fuck knows when I will be able to now. Because people can't fucking keep their dicks in their pants and stop fucking starting wars over stupid bullshit. Stupid bullshit that doesn't even line up with reality. And even if the narrative was true about why they're doing the special operation, I explained to you today how you deal with that. If you got somebody who's radicalized and you want to try and save him, I told you how to do that. It isn't with fucking tanks. It's by understanding how they got that way and helping them talk their way through it until they can find something healthier to move towards. You don't fucking invade them. Landing on this is kind of interesting because you've got very poor forwards visibility. I think the standard practice and what I saw from the Sochi demo video, where the pilot that this model's based off of, the pilot model, she crabbed it in, and most people seem to crab it in. I mean, I can kind of see well enough out of my peripheral to figure out where the runway is. For a narrow runway, you'd want to crab it, but for this one, you can kind of see it well enough. We're a bit fast. No flaps in this thing. Flaps are pretty uncommon in aerobatic aircraft. A little hard. You're probably meant to 3-point in this thing, but we'll do a wheelie on it. Fuck, it bounces. Yeah. I'm not sure about that bouncing. I think that probably is something that needs looking at. In the air, it handles really nicely, but the ground handling is just weird. Again, it's probably something you could fix with like a change to 2 numbers in the config file. That's the saddest thing about a lot of MSFS content, both Asobo and third party, is a lot of the flaws, the really glaring flaws that people notice and use to bag on the sim and say, oh, the flight model's bad or whatever. It's literally a thing you go into the config file, you change 1 number, problem solved. Like, so much of this sim's problems with flight modeling or ground handling are just little things that devs either don't know what they do, so they don't touch them, or they set them wrong, or, you know, something like that. Taxi's quite fast on the ground. I got my throttle, like I've said before, my idle detent doesn't work in MSFS. I need to figure out a way to get that to work. But I've got it against the idle detent, so it's maybe 10% of travel, if that. And you can see the speed we had there until I pulled it behind the detent. So she's got a lot of power behind her, as you'd expect, I guess, for a light aerobatic aircraft. Let's park up here in the grass. Why not? Why not? Between the runways. I'm sure that's fine. No one will yell at me. Okay, we'll get that on. We'll close the engine cooling gills. The click on that's a little awkward. You need to use the mouse wheel, really. Lovely little plane. So yeah, ground handling needs work. In the air, it feels alright. Maybe a little bit more tuning to get it where it needs to be for aerobatic stuff, but it feels quite nice. I like it. I like how it looks too. It's quite a pretty plane. Usually I'm not a fan of modern aerobatic fixed gear aircraft, but something about this just, I don't know. It looks good. Looks nice. Right. Let's grab a different plane. Before we leave on the next flight, I'm going to take a brief break. I'm going to grab myself another drink because I might... Actually, I should probably eat now. Even though I could, you know... Because if I'm streaming for like another half hour or hour by accident, I'm going to be fucked by the end of the stream. So I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'm going to eat. I'm going to have a drink. Maybe 20 minutes-ish. And then we'll fly the second flight. We'll fly from Khabarovsk, where we were here, down to Vladivostok. And that will be the end of today's stream because it has gone 10 hours at the moment, and I did not plan to stream for more than about 4 or 5. So, yeah. Holy shit. I think, probably for like streams that I start before lunchtime, I think this is the latest I've gone in the day on a stream. So I'll be back in a little while, guys. And please don't let me forget to change back to the game scene this time when I get back. I got so focused on this streaming business that apparently my phone went off. Someone called me at 2 o'clock, which is what, 4.5 hours ago, and I did not even notice. Did you guys not hear that? Like, did my phone just not ring or something? It should have been fucking vibrating. It would have had fucking music going. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even notice. And my phone sits between my fucking button box and my stick, so I should have noticed. So it turns out the call I missed, which I didn't even hear my phone ring for, was a scam caller, so nothing lost. Also, I love this song. I am going to be eating for a little while longer. I think we'll do the flight in the L39. The 104 is not the best for low-speed sightseeing, which is what we're going to do when we get to Vladivostok. And on the other hand, the MiG-21, not really in the kind of state where I think it'd be ideal for that either. It still needs a lot of work. So, L39 it is. This is definitely going to be the last flight of the stream, guys. I am completely losing my voice. I've been going all day. I need a break. But it has been a very enjoyable stream. I think we've all learned something today about the power of microdosing fucking meth. Jesus Christ. Where was this shit all my life? This is incredible. It's... the little things are nice. Like, actually being able to remember where a tangent started so I can come back to it. Or being able to articulate myself. I think that... I'm pretty sure my level of, like, fucks per sentence hasn't reduced, but at least now I can use my fucks more eloquently. And I don't know if it helped me in DCS. It felt like it did, because I felt like I could concentrate more on it, but we'll see. I guess further experimentation is necessary. Also, obviously, if you don't fucking have ADHD and, you know, a diagnosis and a prescription, maybe don't do the microdosing meth bit, please. Oh god. I'm not responsible for this. Real talk though, I think we're onto something here. This has been really cool. It's been really, really cool. Yeah, ground battle shots are from Armor. There's a few DCS combined arms shots in the BRB video, but I mean it's DCS combined arms. You'll be able to tell which ones are which. But yeah, the all the ground stuff pretty much is Armor. Running a lot of mods, including RHS Cup, you know, all the usual good stuff. And 345th also has a few mods of its own, mostly because RHS is more geared towards portraying modern Russian forces, and we wanted to be able to portray, you know, 1970s-ish, 1970s, 1980s Soviet paratroopers. So we have a mod of our own for 70s uniforms, and there's the Soviet ground forces one by Basha, which is for 1980s stuff. We do modern stuff as well. We've also done World War II. So we do mix it up a lot with missions, but the unit's focus has so far been Cold War Soviet Airborne. Also, looking at this, you guys won't see it because we're still on the BRB screen, but looking at this airport, fucking main runway is like 13,000 feet long. That is a substantial runway. The octagon thing, it says that's Khabarovsk Vtoroi Airport, which just means secondary airport. It looks military though, so I'd say it's probably dual use. There's actually, I can see military aircraft on the satellite imagery. There's a bunch of medium lift transports parked there. But there's also a separate airbase, which I don't think we flew over. A little to the... oh, there's two. Oh boy. So a little to the south of the airport where we took off from. There's Gorovka airbase, which is... that looks very much like a Soviet-era airbase. It's just been slightly modernized. Looks like mostly helicopters flying out of there. Some Mi-6s parked there, some big boys. And then a little bit east of that, like not even, like maybe 2-3 kilometers east of that, not very far at all, there's another airbase. Blagodatnoy airbase. That's an old Soviet one. It looks like it's mostly disused. The runway's all fucking fucked up and all the taxiways are overgrown. So yeah, quite a few airbases around here, which is interesting. That other town we came across, trying to figure out where it was. Oh shit, we're actually pretty much right on the Chinese border. I think we may have trespassed Chinese airspace. Oops. Yeah, the next town, the one we kind of overflew and then turned back, I think is Kazaki, fucking, if I can get my mouth to work. Kazakevichevo. Kazakevichevo. Fucking tongue twister. So yeah, we're not quite where I thought I was. I actually forget where along the Amur River Komsomolsk is. I think it's further north. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's further north. So if we'd flown north for probably another 5-10 minutes, we would have hit Komsomolsk. And if we kept flying north, we would have hit the coastline at Nikolaevsk, and then we would have seen the northern part of Sakhalin. No, I know I'm still on the intermission screen. I'm eating. We're not flying yet. It's intentional this time. Don't worry. So one of the side effects of this, you know, and this is why people who have actual, you know, substance abuse problems with amphetamines are really skinny, is it kind of kills your appetite, which I think I noticed. Normally I'd be hungry after at most a few hours after eating, usually 10 minutes after eating I'm hungry again. I have been hungry for about probably half an hour to an hour, and it's starting to wear off now, so yeah. I guess big breakfasts and big dinners are going to have to become a thing, just to make sure I'm actually eating enough. That said, because I am streaming, often when I am streaming, whether I've got the meds going or not, I will forget to eat for the entire day because I'm so caught up in what I'm doing. And I think today, because I was fucking yakking so much, I wasn't inclined to, you know, put something in my mouth and stop talking. So we'll see how we go. It's kind of weird eating breakfast because my body clock is so fucked up that I rarely eat breakfast anyway. So now that's going to have to change. I have to eat breakfast in the morning, take my magic pill, and then have a big dinner in the evening, I think. See if I get hungry through the day. China's always so understanding of violations of airspace, I'm sure. Yeah, I know, right? I want to see a J8 up real close, real fucking close. So I should note as well, those armor screenshots, because I realized that the Be Right Back screen doesn't have the little photo credit on it that the starting screen does. Mostly just because I improvised this onto the BRB screen for when I was going to be, away for a while, just so you guys wouldn't get bored staring at the same 3 photos. All of the armor screenshots were taken by members of the 345th, mainly Brant. So they're mostly his screenshots, which he has graciously let me use for the stream slideshows. I don't really get screenshots during armor missions because I'm too busy getting shot more often than not. Yeah, he really does. He's got a good eye for things in general. Like, a lot of the missions that he made are just phenomenally detailed. We don't notice it a lot of the time because we're so rushed or we're, under stress or whatever, but when you take the time to explore in one of Brant's missions, there's lots of nice little details. We had one mission that was set in Chechnya during the first Chechen War, and to kind of get the atmosphere and kind of drive home what kind of a conflict that was, the dog tags of some of the dead enemy AI, upon inspection, had the names of former members of our armor group, like people who had left the group or whatever, just to kind of drill home that, like, hey, in the real war, these guys had fought together in Afghanistan in a lot of cases, and they were, it's pretty, just a little sobering touch. I got a whole bunch more screenshots I want to make into some slideshows as well, so there'll be more than just the 2 that we've got currently. There'll be a whole bunch more. Then we're going to try and figure out how to sequence them so that when one ends, the next one starts. That's going to be some advanced OBS voodoo. I might need to see if Mr. Gradles will help me with that, since he's an OBS wizard. And he's always very helpful when people need OBS stuff. There might be a tutorial as well. It might just be something simple, but we'll see how we go. Because I would very much like to not have to sit here manually clicking through shit when the when the slideshows end. I can barely click through shit competently as it is. Jesus. We're back. Just waiting for the sim to load up, and then we'll get flying. I'm gonna have to learn the secrets of speaking for extended periods of time without destroying my fucking voice box. I know I have a habit of kind of shout talking, because I can't hear, like, I have no perception of the volume of my own voice, he says, as he launches tea all over his screen. God damn it. But yeah, like, that's probably not helping, but that's probably not the only problem. I need to actually drink more on stream as well, but I don't really... I'm a bad person, I don't really drink water unless I'm working outdoors, so tea is it, usually. Singing coach for that kind of thing? Yeah, probably. I mean, if you'd heard me sing, you'd definitely think I fucking need a singing coach. Yeah, let's set that about there. Let's pull the view down ever so slightly. We're going to pull the throttle up a bit so it stops making that annoying clicking. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see how much I remember of this plane. Battery. Gens. Can zoom in. Just chuck that on. Inverters. MRP, I think, is the marker beacon antenna. MRP 50, I think, is the same as the 21 uses. RSBN, none of those are functional, sadly. So, not really any systems depth here. Canopy's already sealed, so we don't need to worry about that. Does handle a little differently from the DCS L39. None of those are functional, obviously. I think that's because the Reno L39s tend to have new engines in them. Okay, it was on. But I'm not sure. It might just be that it's not, you know, it's not really modeled to the same level, obviously. Okay, fuel on. That's not going to work. That's not going to put those on. Start turbo. Turbo didn't start. Am I? It didn't start. The fuel tank should be on. We're just gonna. Oh god, that's a bit bright. Let me turn that down. About there. So that's, yeah, the emergency fuel shutoff is actually off. Like it's, well, it's on. Fuel's on. God, that's annoying. Wait, is the turbo running? I don't think it is, surely. Sounds like just the battery. Let's hit the turbo button again. Now, I did turn a bunch of shit on that probably shouldn't be on right away, but... Hello? Turbine starter light's not coming on. Let's just try... Oh, I'm engine start, you dumb fuck. Here's a turbo starter. There we go. No wonder it wasn't lighting off. Okay, turbo's on. Now we press this one once it gets up to speed. Okay, there goes the engine start. Might just raise the viewpoint up again slightly. Aim the camera down a bit because I like to look over the nose a little. That should do it. And we'll, holy, okay, well, never mind. What the fuck? Why am I sitting so low down? Okay. Let me actually put my head in the fucking headrest. There we go. Zoom it out a little too, so I have a little more field of view since we are sightseeing. Don't really care if it's fisheyed a little. We're gonna go ahead and set the flaps to takeoff. Turbo starter's stopped. Engines are idling. Okay, let's get rid of the brake. Fucking hell. Okay, let me move my view ahead a little so I'm not mashing my face into the fucking headrest every time I turn around. There we go. The trim switch on the L39 is kind of weird, not gonna lie. I mean, I guess in practice it's not that different from an actual hat, but just the way it's an uncovered four-way switch like that, it's not something you see very often. Got a good mix of aircraft here today. The airport is parked out. So I got the setting on that populates airport... Fucking... I need a shave. Every time I fucking speak, it launches tea that's caught in my fucking mustache hairs at my fucking screen. Fucking hell. If I slow down a bit. So I've got a mod that adds... well, I've got the setting on that adds air traffic to where it should be. I'm not in the middle of the taxiway. I'm actually on the edge of it here. But I've also got a model matching mod. I don't fly VATSIM or anything. I just purely use a model matching mod, so I have like correct models for AI air traffic or for, you know, so I have a bit more variety of stuff parked on the ground. It was a bit weird having only like warbirds and shit like that parked at airports. So we got a good mix now, good variety. Nice to have the right liveries, yeah. So the stuff on the parking spots is just random, I think. It doesn't really pay much respect to liveries. I will say when I was flying around Rio de Janeiro a while ago in the Skymaster, pretty much every other plane was an Azul plane, and the rest were all like other South American airlines. So that was cool to see. But I think that was just freak luck, because pretty much ever since it's just airlines from everywhere. Yeah, we'll take this corner. That fucking headrest is giving me the shits. These are extremely long runways. Just debating which way we take off. I wasn't paying attention to where the windsock is, but we're in a fucking jet anyway, so I don't really care. Yeah, bad pilot, I know. There's one. Can't quite tell which way it's pointing from here. We'll just go this way. Fuck it. We got enough runway, I think. Cosmonaut used to just military? Wait, what? Sorry, whatever train of discussion that came off, I've already forgotten it, so... What's for cosmonauts? Okay, let's come left from here. Oh, the runways? Probably just military. They have a lot of transport aircraft come in here because, you know, this is kind of the big main hub of the Far East, this far north. Vladivostok's a fair way southwest and has its own, like, big port, but Khabarovsk is more inland. It is on the Amur River, so you do have a big river to bring shipping down, but... I'd say it's probably just transport. The cosmonauts would, I mean, I don't know if they used that as a reserve runway for Buran or something. Maybe they did, but my understanding is Buran was mostly considered to land at Baikonur. proper. So it would land where it took off. Void continuous operation 74 to 77. And 84 to 89, I think it is. Yeah, we got about there, I think. I don't think that's actually simulated anyway. I don't think it cares what you do to the engine on the Reno planes, but we'll just try and be a good boy or something approaching one. No, we're flying from Khabarovsk, so we're going to hit the Amur River here, and then we're going to turn south. And we should eventually, not following the river because it doesn't go there, but eventually we should be in the general vicinity of Vladivostok, which I want to do a bit of a sightseeing tour around. We've already done a fly around Khabarovsk with the Su-31 stunt plane. Did a little bit of stunting as well, but we're going to do a quick flight. Well, I say quick, it's going to still take a while even in this thing, but we'll do a flight down to Vladivostok and we'll check that out. Now, if only I could remember the airport code, I probably should have actually just punched in a direct to, because I don't want to end up getting lost again and spending 4 extra hours streaming while I try and figure out what the fuck I am. Because I didn't plan this flight path out at all. Like, we're just winging it. Same as usual. History lesson with Ross sounds nice. Oh, bro, you missed it. We had, like, 4 hours or something worth of fucking history, philosophy, politics, fucking Christ knows what else. Like, I've almost lost my voice today. I've been talking so much. So, yeah. dub. Thank you. DT. There's that weather doing that again. Oh, Knevichi. Yeah, okay. There we go. So yeah, that weather update thing, I don't know if it does that everywhere. I have noticed it a few places I've flown, but like typically in MSFS I'll be... Every now and then I'll fly in a kind of well-trodden path, so to speak, but a lot of the time in MSFS I'm flying out the back of fucking nowhere. And I do notice that it does do that, like, it shifts noticeably between weather states. So, I wonder if the live weather does that everywhere, or if it's just out in areas with maybe perhaps less in-depth information. Happens to me in Alaska a lot too, yeah, I'd imagine it would in Alaska. Well, I know it would in Alaska, because I've flown up there a few times myself, particularly at the Aleutians. The 104 in the Aleutians is really nice, good flight. So down that away a little ways, in fact, kind of probably over there is China. So the Russian-Chinese border mostly follows the Amur River in this area. Not the whole way, but it's generally the demarcation line. So there is a Chinese airport just down there, I forget the name of it, but I saw it looking at the map earlier. And Vladivostok is also, as you might imagine, pretty close by, although it's separated by water from memory. Now, this thing does not have, as far as I'm aware, an autopilot in this sim. Well, it doesn't have one in real life either, but... So I'm going to be hands and feet on the whole way. We'll dim the nav lights a bit. There we go. Coloraris, thanks for the follow, and Beer Slayer as well, and anyone else whose alerts I missed today. .376 knots over ground at the moment. Not bad. Should get us there in a somewhat reasonable amount of time. I'm not overly concerned about flying exactly on the course. I'll just stay close to it so I can see where I'm going. So we don't have a repeat performance of the Belgrade adventure. It is funny, like, off stream I can navigate my way around just purely VFR in some pretty ridiculous places. But as soon as I'm on stream, I lose all ability to fucking navigate, apparently. Both in Arma and on DCS and on this. I guess because I'm trying to think about too many things at once. Gunner Heat? Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. I have been playing Gunner Heat PC for a while now. I didn't get quite on the ground floor, but I've known about it for quite a while. My mate Harry, yes, the Harry on the team that did a lot of the art, let me know about it because he knew I'd be into it, so... Checked it out and sure enough, fell in love. It reminds me very strongly of M1 Tank Platoon 2, which I grew up playing back in the day. Warno I haven't played. I saw a few things in Warno that kind of put me off of it. Like just things that would trigger my autism, let alone the fact that, like even by air-land battle I was starting to struggle with the metagame that was happening in Wargame. I really loved European Escalation, but... with each new installment in the series, my ability to like actually play the game and enjoy it dropped off because of fucking F117 spam, amongst other things. I got a bit overloady. Like, I could handle my ground forces fine against helicopters, but as soon as you start introducing, I have to micromanage my seed because there's... or sorry, micromanage my SAMs because there's seed, then there's fucking F117s, and God knows how they have so many of them. Like, that started kind of bothering me, so... I pretty much only played if I had a couple friends lined up for a 10v10 and let them do all the micromanagey shit while I just play with my tanks. Yeah, Warno's the RTS. It's like the most recent installation from Eugen, so it's not officially branded Wargame, but it is, you know, it's basically Wargame, just a bit prettied up, modernized slightly. They incorporated a lot of stuff from Steel Division in it, including a few things from Steel Division that I think were mistakes, like parts of the interface, so... The one that really had me excited is the one they actually put out a cease and desist on, Cold War Game. The most creatively named game you've ever heard of. It looked like... At first glance, I was like, oh, it's a dollar store European Escalation knockoff, but then I realized it had a lot more love put into it than I noticed at first glance. The models are actually, like, you know how... all the Wargame titles, including Warner, have really badly mismatched art assets. It looks like they bought them off a store. Like, the liveries don't match for between the same nation. There's just, like, random markings that make no sense. Shit like that. Or, you know, they put... The fucking MiG-23 MLD had, like, double-racked R-77s or some bullshit at release. Well, Cold War Game has beautifully crafted, meticulously accurate vehicles. And it was set in the mid-70s, mid to late 70s, which is like peak packed Kuma hours. If you're a packed Kuma and you're a packed tank Kuma, you want to hear the words 1976 to 1978, because holy fuck. Abrams not there in big enough numbers to make a huge impact yet, and boy, the pattern is not going to hold up well against T-64s and T-80s. I mean, that said, you know, NATO would still have some advantages, particularly with things like... air superiority, since the F-15s would already be starting to turn up, but yeah, like, last I heard Cold War Game is actually under development again, but there was a long hold because of the cease and desist, And you can, like, I knew it was coming. I knew they were going to get C and D, because it looks, literally, the interface is the same as European Escalation, just tidied up a little. And it's obvious the gameplay is going to be very similar, but a bit more leaning towards the realism side. So you know how, like, Wargame or Warner or whatever, they have small arms that reach out to a kilometer somehow, just to abstract things? It looked like Cold War Game was going to use less of a stat system and more of an actual, like, armor penetration system and realistic ranges for stuff. So I was really keen for it. Hopefully it does happen. Hopefully it really does. Because it looked like it would bring back everything I loved about Wargame European Escalation, but without the things I didn't like about it. Yeah, I mean, it was obvious it was going to happen. Anyone could see it was going to happen, but it was sad all the same. You know, there's been a few games kind of announced or released which are very much following in the footsteps of Wargame and trying not to tread too heavily on them, but Cold War Game was just too close to the original article to get away with it, whereas a lot of the other ones, have, you know, they change the interface or whatever, or they shift gameplay just enough. What's the wind doing? Not sure. I don't know if this thing even shows wind. I feel like I'm getting blown right. Not left, right. Smart's a strong word, Dust Drive. Smart is a strong word. More like insufferably anal. And with stuff like that, it's not so much that it's wrong that annoys me, it's when it's wrong and I can't fix it myself. Like if the game's not very moddable or whatever, that shits me off. Like in DCS, the MiG-21 had some wrong fonts and some typos in the cockpit. Easy, I'll just make new cockpit textures, you know, with new labels. Which is what I did, problem solved. But in something like Wargame, it's pretty hard to change. I don't think you can mod that at all, really. Speed track 214. By the way, for those of you who remember me talking a couple streams ago about the MiG-21 cockpit rework, probably adding some of the gauges or dials we don't have access to that are under the avionics bay in the nose. This is one of them. This is your altimeter correction. So we don't have this, I can't even adjust that, which is interesting, but that's what this is. That's your QFE at target area. So you would have, you know, your normal altimeter you can adjust through here, whatever, but this would be your QFE at target area. So the MiG-21, when it does air to ground, needs QFE at the target, like the Viggen, and that's how it judges slant range. At the moment in DCS, it's just magical. I guess to simulate that the ground crew would set the expected target and just, you know, you wouldn't have to worry about it, but that's one thing. The other thing, which I don't remember if the L39 has, or at least this L39, is the magnetic declination, which, yeah, I don't think this one does, or it's on a different panel than it usually is. You'd have a gauge that says Sklonenie on it, and that would be your mag deck. I'm just looking at it. Yeah, I think it would go where the comms radios are in this one. And that also is not in our MiG-21 cockpit, but it may be added, I don't know. So our DCS MiG-21's kind of a weird beast. It's got attributes of both an air defense and frontline fighter MiG-21. And the fact that it is missing those two dials is an air defense kind of trait, whereas the SPO-10 being high on the dash instead of down here, and the distance counter being up there instead is a air defense trait as well. But the actual external model and the nav system are all frontline fighter. It's like the MSFS one is a weird mix as well, but in a different way. The MSFS one has the interior of a frontline fighter, but the exterior of an air defense aircraft. You can tell by the antenna arrangement. I don't believe so. The Soviets were not very friendly with the South Africans. Nor the Czechs. They might have got some since, I don't know, but primarily during the Bush Wars and Border Wars they were using the MB326, I think, one of the Marquis trainers. Which looks pretty similar, but it's, you know, a little different. It's 230 nautical miles. Jesus, I may have underestimated how far away this is. About half an hour ETE, so... I mean, that's okay. We can chill for half an hour. I find it very hard to kind of judge scale on the global map. Even though there's a scale there, like, for some reason I underestimate distances really badly. But it gives you an idea of just how vast and kind of, not empty the Far East is, because you can see farmers' fields and shit down here, but just how vast and largely untouched or unfucked with it is. So we took off at Khabarovsk, which is one of the two larger cities of the Far East, and we're going to Vladivostok, which is the other large city of the Far East. And in between them, there's a few smaller cities. I don't know which that one is, but there's once we get closer to Vladivostok, there's Ussuri. There's kind of the outlying suburbs and a few little towns dotted along the coast, but really gives you a sense of just how remote some of these places are. A lot of small villages, but not many big cities. Yeah, it is, isn't it? And I'm going to be real, like, I kind of hope at least some of it stays that way. We could really make a lot more efficient use of the land that we already use, rather than clearing even more. With that said, we will have to clear more, no doubt, especially as the population expands and, you know, all of that, and as we need to start kind of thinking about preparing for when cities go underwater. But I really hope that we don't ever get to the point where the entire planet's just one gigantic city. I hope we leave just a little bit of this wild beauty out here. Like, I think there should be certain places just chosen that cannot be touched. Parts of the Russian Far East, I think, you know, pretty much whatever's not already urbanized in BC and Alberta, I think, should be left alone. The US Southwest, like all the desert areas, should just be left alone. They shouldn't really build any more in there than they already have, because they'll spoil it. Spoil such a beautiful place. It's interesting though, you hop in the sim and you fly around somewhere like Japan, where they don't really have enough land for the number of people they have. They still find ways. So, like, just flying around above there, the way that they farm is very interesting. A lot of very small lots kind of packed together. So you've got whole sections of the islands that are just nothing but farms, and you've got big city, farm, big city, like, all along. A lot of cities built up along mountainsides, which looks really cool. I don't know. I think there's a balance to be achieved in the, like... How do I phrase this? I'm the kind of person that I can see beauty in both the human environment and the non-human environment. I would like to have a bit of both. I guess that's the best way to put it. You know, I think people that are like, oh no, we should leave the entire planet untouched. No, like, how dare you? Like, it's unrealistic. We need to be careful about what we do and where we develop things. We need to try and avoid, you know, wiping out rare species or whatever. You know, every time you develop like a swamp or something, a couple of frog species go extinct. So we need to be careful about that. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and say that, no, we can't, you know, we can't develop anything that isn't already developed, like, within reason. I will say, though, one thing that concerns me is, back in my hometown, Edmonton, every time I go back there, it's grown. Edmonton is just like I think I described it last time as like when you drop a bit of sugar or something, or not sugar, I guess that would kill them, but a bit of like broth or something on an agar plate, agar jelly, and you watch like a colony of bacteria just whoosh. It's like that. Not to say that I think my hometown should be equated to a colony of bacteria. I love it, but like in terms of how quickly it expands and the way it expands, it just kind of radially grows outwards. And the problem with that is Edmonton is surrounded by some of the best farming land on Earth. Calgary's pretty good too, but Edmonton is just like smack bang in the middle of the best land you could possibly hope to grow shit on. And every time it grows, more and more farmland gets turned into McMansions, which is just a waste. Especially when you consider we're probably going to have all sorts of food crises coming into the next century or two. You'd think that they'd want to preserve whatever good farming land they can and use the shittier land for urbanization. Yeah. Yeah, it's really disheartening. I don't know what they're going to do about it. Probably nothing. I guess it goes back to that thing I talked about earlier in the stream, which is humans can't deal with things that are either, you know, infinitesimally small or, you know, infinitesimally large. Like, once you get past a certain point, you just assume, oh yeah, this will last forever. There's, like, it's fine. It'll never run out until one day you finally do run out. You know, one day you're like, oh, there's still farmland a bit out to the west. No, there's still farmland west. We're good. And then you hit the Rockies. Or, oh, you know, we still got the farmland to the south. Oh, it'll be great. It'll be fine. And then suddenly, oh, shit. We're bordering Calgary. And by then, it's kind of too late to do anything about it. Grab another one of them planets? Oh, don't start me, dude. Didn't we have the whole colonizing other planets rant last stream? I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, that's not only a pipe dream, but it's a dangerously stupid pipe dream. Dangerously myopic. Should worry more about the one we have now, rather than hypothesizing about magical technology we don't have and will not have in any of our lifetimes to terraform Mars for the sake of Elon Musk's ego. I'm assuming that's not something too important. I think that's the magnetic compass synchronization's gone off. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, they just corrected it there. That's not too bad. I got a whiskey compass, I got a fucking GPS, and I got the KPP. So I don't really care if one of them's slightly off. I got two others. Might be space monsters anyway. Disprove that, I will think of going up there. I mean, if I was a space monster, I'd take one look at humanity and be like, nah, maybe we'll just stay and observe them from further away. You don't want to catch what they've got. It might well be. Like, I mean, the distances involved are enormous. It's highly improbable that we're alone. Like, it's highly improbable that Earth is the only planet with extant life on it. Certainly it looks like, you know, every now and then they find something on Mars. It looks like there was life there at one point, but it's just gone extinct because it was too harsh an environment. But almost certainly there's other life out there. Whether it's intelligent life, who knows? I would say it's reasonably likely there is intelligent life somewhere, but probably not where we're ever going to see them. And even if we did, it's very likely we wouldn't recognize them as intelligent life, because we don't even recognize the intelligent life on our own planet except for ourselves. You know, look at how many animals on this planet we're starting to say, oh yes, it has intelligence equivalent to a human child, and we've taken them for granted for so long. I mean, some of them might even be smarter than human children, just not as good at communicating it. There's so much life on our own planet that if you take someone that doesn't have an interest in biology and show it to them, they'll think that it's an alien. They'll think that it's from a fucking movie or something. Deep sea life in particular, like, that shit is whack. And not just stuff you can see either, like, you know, there's so much microscopic life that nobody just really thinks about. Unless it's their job to think about it. And some of it's really cool, like the little, I forget the fucking species name, or genus name, but the little worms that we were all fawning over in Discord the other day. They're little microscopic worms. They got two googly eyes. They got like eye spots with, they look like they got googly crossed eyes. They look like a swimming arrowhead. They're technically, like, in the same family as a lot of parasitic worms, but they're free-living. They're flatworms, but they're free-living in the environment. They're really cool little guys, and if you cut them into pieces, each piece will regenerate into a full worm. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not going out and condoning cutting these poor little cute worms into pieces, but if you do it, their regenerative powers are such that you can cut them into, was it 270, 280 different pieces? Like, one individual worm can be cut 270 or 280 different times, and it will become that number of individual worms, all clonally identical to each other, over the course of about a week or 2 weeks. And these are just little dudes that are free living in lakes and streams and puddles and things. Yeah, it's amazing, some of the microscopic or you know, at least not really easily visible to the naked eye stuff that exists out there in the world. $24 minutes remaining, if we don't get off track or hit a really strong headwind or something. I'm going to give her a bit more beans, because I'm kind of sitting a bit low on power. Also, I don't want to be, you know, too slow. I find it quite difficult to get this thing trimmed level. It's always climbing or descending. It's a skill issue on my part, obviously. But, yeah. I'm not real great at trimming things to fly hands off, but I'm also not great when I'm hands-on at paying attention to what my altitude is. I tend to float up and down a couple hundred feet at a time, which is something I was working on in my real-life flying back when I was still doing that, but it's a hard habit to get into, is just, you know, spending a little less time admiring the view and a little more time admiring the instruments and figuring out what I'm doing altitude-wise. So over there, all of those generic kind of rectangular shaped fields, that's a generic texture. There was a big fuck-off cloud over that when they took the satellite imagery. And so that's the AI seeing a cloud, identifying as a cloud, airbrushing it out, and then replacing that with generic textures. Unfortunately, the generic textures are not very fitting. So, you know, you see these are kind of the sorts of fields you'd expect in Central Europe or the UK maybe. Kind of semi-irregular shapes, long, thin, weird things. But then you look outside the other side and It's just untamed wilderness out here. It's absolutely beautiful. Wetlands down there. Every now and then you will see fields, but they'll be the more traditional type of Eastern European fields, where they're very long and thin and regular and kind of tessellate into each other. Keegs, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're doing our last flight for the evening. We're heading from Khabarovsk to Vladivostok, and we're going to do a bit of a sightseeing tour around the harbour, and then I'm curious if I could land this thing on the beach strip just down the coast. How you doing? I'm doing pretty well. Had a really good stream today. Really, really good. I've been streaming for a great many hours longer than planned. I thought I'll do like a quick 4 or 5 hour stream. And we've been going for 11 and a half. And I pretty much only need to stop because I'm losing my voice. Must be shattered? Not really. I'm starting to get a little tired, but I did have a magical energy boost. So today, what's the stream title? Yeah, so hence the stream title. I finally, at the age of 32, got meds for my very bad ADHD, which was diagnosed like a year ago. And today was my first day taking them, and it's been a bit of a revelation. I have an attention span of sorts. I can maintain a certain line of thought without losing where I am. Like, I can hear myself think. I can focus on things. It seems to, like, actually improve my, certainly my flying in DCS, maybe not here. So I'm kind of excited, to be honest. I feel like I've actually got, you know, a new tool up my sleeve to navigate life with. Where's city down there? Let's go low level for a bit, because this weather's getting a bit bleh. I don't want to ice up. And I do want to see what's down here. So yeah, I think some of my energy came from that, because, you know, the meds to treat ADHD are what normal people would usually not be able to sleep for a week if they took. It's a nice little city. I'm not sure which city this is. We're not far enough south to have hit Ussurisk yet. I think this might be the Ussuri River, but I could be wrong. This could still be part of the Amur. We're completely off our track, by the way, because, you know, of course we are. So we're going to swing southeast. Should pick it up. How's the engine sounds? Not bad, I guess. Internally, I guess external we'll check in a minute, but, like, you can hear it. You can kind of tell when it's taking time to spool up. I feel like the engine response is a little fast, but again, that may just be because the Reno Racing L39s have different engines, not sure. Holy shit, Helgado! Hey man, hope you had a good stream. Cheers to the raid. We are doing our last flight of the evening. We took off from Khabarovsk, we're going to Vladivostok. We had a very long 4-hour discussion about random shit, because I forgot to change scene. Everyone was just staring at the same 3 photos over and over. But, I decided I was going to do a flight today somewhere in MSFS, and I picked the Far East because it came up in some of what we were talking about. We had a very, very long chat about many different topics, but one of the things that I covered was kind of like the cyclical nature of Russian history and why they keep having fucking gamer moments. And one thing that kind of has been more of an issue lately with what is happening in Russia is the Far East is starting to really drift apart from Moscow. Hear a lot more people that live out there complaining, what does the federal government ever do for us or whatever. You know, they take all our resources, take everything we're worth, and then don't give us anything back. And it's quite a beautiful part of the world that I would like to one day visit when Russia stops having gamer moments. So it's one of my favorite areas to fly around in the sim, right up there with the southwest of the US and obviously back home in Canada. Beautiful, beautiful place. So external engine sounds, let's see. Normal, I guess. Pretty ordinary. The internal ones are okay, though. Still awake? Yep. I've been streaming the whole time because I don't know, I can't stop today. I found one of them new leases on life or some shit. For those of you who, I mean, most of you coming from Gato are probably DCS players, or at least watch a lot of DCS. For those of you who want to see what happens when you mess with the frog, check out the VOD for the beginning of this stream, and maybe, you know, bear in the back of your head a healthy respect for an angry Su-25 once it punches off all its stores. Because, man, some people need to learn that lesson. Some people did learn that lesson today. Doing Gonna Heat PC. Oh shit, yeah, dude. You enjoying that? Fuck yeah, man. Gonna Heat PC is the game I am the most hyped for out of anything that is coming anytime soon. Fuck, I'm more hyped for Gonna Heat PC than I've been for most, like, big, you know, big name, big studio games. I love it. I can't wait for the Soviet ground forces to arrive so I get my beloved T-64. Can't wait for infantry. Can't wait for fucking fire support. I was looking at their roadmap earlier and just, like, cooming myself to death. Especially those two MiG-23s delivering that airstrike. Oh, oh. I grew up playing M1 Tank Platoon 2, and so Gonna Heat PC to me has always been, like, I looked at it, the first time I found it, well, I didn't find it, Harry sent me it, and was like, hey, look at this thing I'm working on with some boys. The first time I saw Gonna Heat PC, the first thing that went through my head was, this is M1 Tank Platoon 2, but for a new age. Like, this is the game I remember, but now I can play as the Soviets, too. Oh, the M1's fire control system is nasty, dude. Like, it's so nice, so smooth. And to think that's the old M1 fire control system, like, the A2 is even better. Not that we're, you know, going to be getting it in that scenario, but... I don't actually mind... This is the part of the stream when my eyes dry out. I don't actually mind the fire control in the T-72. I'm pretty good with it. Like, I've spent enough time in that thing across different games that I'm pretty familiar with how it works. But the T-64 is going to be the real fun, I think. T-64 with the janky coincidence rangefinder, or stereoscopic rangefinder, and the T-80 with basically, you know, more or less Abrams equivalent fire control system should be nice. It's cool, though, that the game really brings out the design philosophy differences between NATO and the Soviet tanks. Yeah, absolutely. But it's so satisfying when you land a hit. I'm probably going to... Forgive me for this chat. I'm going to pause the flight real quick. I'm going to do a quick runner because my right eye has stopped working and I kind of need that to fly. So I'll be back in a sec. I have a bad habit of getting so focused on what I'm doing that I forget to blink. It's kind of not good. Right, hopefully now we'll be able to see properly. The real fun shit is when that happens while I'm driving. Like, actually really driving. Can we pre-order it? So it's not... Like, it's still not complete. There's not really any pre-orders for it. What you can do is, if you want to support development through Patreon, because that's where they're getting the development funds from, you can do that. Or you can just chill out and see when it comes up on Steam for pre-order, because it's not really ready for that yet. I'd expect them to do an announcement before that's a thing. I'm not sure if they've fully worked out pricing and stuff yet. So I'd expect it to be a little while before it's actually available for pre-order. Maybe not the best idea to fly under this shit, but oh well. So we're off track a bit, not surprising. I've been kind of milling around. Let's head back to that and follow it. So again, these are generic textures. MSFS does this when the satellite imagery is obscured by clouds or just too low a quality for it to use. It'll just do this shit. So on agricultural or wilderness area, well, wilderness areas, it has a different texture. It has that. Agricultural areas, I can speak. It does this. Urban areas, it uses this below me here, this kind of thing. And then forest, it uses that. So it's like fucking FS98 textures, but that's what you get when the satellite imagery is obscured. When the satellite imagery is not obscured, you get, you know, it's almost lifelike. And this is one of the issues with the kinds of places I like to fly. You know, like, you know, over the continental US, over the big cities and shit. You don't have to worry too much about that. Even over the southwest, over the desert, you don't have to worry too much about that. The scenery is fucking gorgeous. But as soon as you come to the Russian Far East or the Far North, or fuck, even some parts of European Russia, as soon as you go to, like, in the Rocky Mountains, in, like, the Canadian Rockies, as soon as you go to way up northern Alberta or various parts of Australia or Alaska's really bad with it, you get this. And there's really not much consistency between the ground textures, because you've got one really high-res pass of satellite, and then you've got a really shitty one. It's still pretty, it still looks better than most sims, but it's just a shame when you're flying along this gorgeous scenery and then you see this shit, you know? Once we get closer to Vladivostok, the scenery should clean up a bit. It's just that, you know, this is live weather, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that this place tends to get obscured by cloud a lot, where we're flying right now, looking at it. It's going to be really interesting when infantry come to gunner heat PC. I think that's going to really dramatically change the character of the game. For the better, obviously. Should make it a really interesting experience. Should certainly teach a few people about, you know, teach a few people who are maybe a little too used to a certain other game that involves tanks. Teach them about how fucking armored warfare actually works, and that it's not enemy tanks you need to really be on the lookout for a lot of the time. So we're starting to see more mountains here, so we should be getting reasonably close. 86 miles according to the Garmin there, so... Oh my god, another raid! Cathal! Hey man, long time no see! Hope you've been doing well. Cheers for the raid. I hope you had an awesome stream. We're finishing up for the evening. This is our last flight. But we still got a little while to go before we sat down. Things are good, man. Things are good. Things have been really, really good today. We had an awesome stream. Well, I think it's an awesome stream. I don't know how everyone else feels about it. It was a bit of an experience, but... Hey man, if I've had a good stream and I'm in a good mood by the end of it, I'm happy. 11 hours? Yeah, nearly 12. Nearly 12. Won't be the longest stream I've done, unless we spend like another hour airborne once we get to Vladivostok. I don't know if we'll have enough fuel for that. But, yeah, I think my longest was like 12 or 13 or some shit. But that was, like, that stream was full-on gaming, I think, the whole time. This one we've had, what was it, about 2 hours, 3 hours on Enigma server, because Cold War Alpen server was already empty by the time I woke up today, unfortunately. So we had a couple hours on there. We had 4 hours of me talking after I forgot to switch the scene. So I'm sitting here, like, making all these hand gestures and animatedly, like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And nobody can see what I'm doing or what I'm talking about or anything. That was great. Pro streamer. And then we had about, what, 2-3 hours of this so far? Probably 2 hours of this so far. If you don't count the time I sat on the apron with the aircraft shut down, still talking, still with the wrong scene selected. Got an airport back there. It's probably a little landing strip or something. Or maybe a heli strip, bush strip, something like that. But yeah, I've absolutely talked myself hoarse. I'm going to have no voice left by the time this stream ends. Which, again, it's a good sign. If I've talked myself hoarse, it usually means I've had a good time. That or I've had a really shit time and I've been yelling. But we haven't been yelling today. We've been good today. So, I didn't have any custom scenery for Khabarovsk, because as far as I've noticed so far on fs.to, none exists. However, I do have some custom scenery for Vladivostok. It isn't photogrammetry or anything. I don't think photogrammetry exists of anywhere in Russia, not even Moscow. Or sadly anywhere in Ukraine, which is a shame. I hope they got enough reference imagery before, you know, the Russians decided to fucking blow it up. But it does add a lot of landmarks. It adds a lot of little details, so it'll still be auto-gen buildings mostly, but it looks close enough. You know, it's a fucking Russian city. Most of the buildings are commie blocks anyway. They're all going to look the same, so all you really need is landmarks, right? That's how it works. I would say, probably coming off those mountains there, this area is frequently clouded over, frequently overcast, just by looking at the ground textures. These are all still generic. So yeah, I'd say that's what's happened here. Particularly around the Arctic Circle in the far north, you know, not just Russia, but in Canada as well. Greenland is notoriously bad for this. There's almost no good satellite imagery, sadly, which is a shame because they're the exact kind of places I'd like to fly. Another airport marker down here. Looks like it's just on the edge of that city. I'm not sure which city that is. Actually, I think I have an idea. ECHR, maybe not. We should be getting kind of close to Ussurisk, which I have done a flight from before. I think I posted the screenshots from that one in Discord ages ago. I was flying a, it was a Piper of some sort, Piper Arrow or something. But I don't think we're quite there yet. Yeah, there's the runway. Is that an airport or air base? Maybe both. So these are the kinds of textures we should be seeing here. It's gorgeous. I love the fucking scenery in this game. Like, This is like my meditation, playing Misfizz these days. I just load up a flight somewhere nice like this, somewhere beautiful and quiet and tranquil, and just fly around. That is an airbase. Probably a helicopter base, looking at it. Helicopters or heavy transports. Well, probably both, because they got runways, but... a couple hazards there, which haven't rendered in 3D, but that'd be your QRA. So the airport we got plugged in, I think, is Kniavitchy, which is pretty sure that's a dual use as well. And there's another airbase nearby. But we're not going to fly direct to that. We're going to bypass it, go to the city, and bum around there for a bit. And I don't think we'll land there either. I think we might try our luck. There's a nice beach strip just a little up the coast from Vladivostok that I've done a couple landings at in prop aircraft. I don't know if the L-39's got the stopping distance to do it, but we can find out together. Oh, I actually wonder if that was maybe Spassk. Spassk should be around here somewhere. So it looks like we're going to have some pretty heavy weather. Off to our left, that's actually about where I was planning on landing, somewhere in that general direction. Might be clear over the water, but over the mountains at least it's pretty nasty. Unlike DCS, we need to actually be careful about landing in shit weather here, because it will kill us. For those of you who saw my attempt to fly through the Abercrombie River Valley in a Jabiru on a very stormy day, yeah. I don't know if the sim actually simulates full-on wind shear, but it certainly simulates downdrafts. And you'll get thrown into the ground if you get caught in an awkward place over a mountain. Which is certainly an experience coming from DCS, where about the worst that gets is your cockpit shakes around a bit. Just kind of veer off course here. I think I see runway lights. Let's see what's over there. That yawing's not me. It's the weather pushing the plane around. Bit of rudder flutter or something. I do hope at some point they get more up to date. Well, not necessarily more up to date, but they get more coverage of the satellite imagery, just so areas like this look the way they should. It's, like I said, it kind of pulls you out of it to be flying along this beautiful area, and then all of a sudden these fucking ugly textures jump out at you. I feel like Ussurisk is over there. I think that's it there. Because the ground's a bit more arid looking out that way. Successfully graduated just a minute ago. Nice, man. Congratulations. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I think that might be it. We'll just fly towards it and see. Frames are a little iffy, probably because I'm getting into some pretty heavy weather. Sometimes the weather does cause issues when I'm streaming. I think the sim and OBS are trying to use the same thing to draw it. Or, like, the sim's using the same thing to draw the weather as what OBS is encoding on. I think I've got it set to CPU... Oh, no. It's got it set to NVENC at the moment, so it's pulling off my video card, which is probably where the issue's coming from. Yeah, man, that's fucking awesome news. Congratulations, you have done the thing I have never managed to do myself. But who knows, I might have another shot at it now. I'm not sure if you were around, I don't remember because it was, you know, hours ago and I've been streaming the whole time, but I don't know if you were around earlier in the stream, but I'm thinking of maybe going back to study myself now that I have my magic pills. Maybe trying to finally finish off my social work qualifications so I can help other people now that I've finally got a bit of the help I need. Not all of it. I've still got a ways to go, but definitely have been feeling a lot better now. That is too small to be Ussurisk. Not sure where we are. So, this imagery was taken in winter. That's not sand. It looks like sand because it's been color corrected to try and match the other terrain, but that is snow. So you can kind of see where imagery was taken in winter because it'll look really sandy in areas where there shouldn't really be sand. It's all snow. Just color corrected to be green and brown. Uvoz. Where is Uvoz? Let me just go into the DT. No, I wanna... Hang on. That's not what I'm trying to do. Fuck. Oh, that's how you do it. I forget how these things work. I'm not used to this modern avionics shit. Vozdvizhenka Air Base. Okay. We'll just leave that for now. and go back to our direct 2. Fine, not great, not special, but I passed. Hey man, pass is a pass. Besides, now you can always go back and look at it later and see how you've improved in a few years. What aircraft is this? This is the L-39. So this is from the Reno pack by Asobo. It's a Aero Vodachody L-39. Czech-built light trainer from the Cold War. My old home airfield at Bathurst had 2 of these. They used to give joy flights in them every now and then. I didn't see them flying very often, but I did occasionally see them go over, which is pretty cool. We also had an L-29, which I think was owned by the same outfit, and a pair of 2-seater MiG-15s, one of which was a Hangar Queen, the other one had belly landed about 20 years ago and was just sitting on trestles next to the runway. Which is a shame. I kind of wanted to... I'm curious who owns it, because if I had a little more money to throw around, I'd be tempted to figure out what they want for it, like, and just... If it's not someone who has an appreciation for the aircraft itself, maybe offer them, like, fucking scrap value for something, or something for it, and be like, okay, yoink, I'll have this now. Build a nice new shed on my parents' farm and give it a loving home. It'll probably never fly again, but at least keep it safe and well preserved. It's just been sitting out in the fucking elements in Australia, so, you know, it's not going to do it any favours. For like 20 odd years. She's looking pretty rough. About 20 miles out, so we would have actually passed by Ussurisk already, I think. We're going to hook east away from the hills, because that's where a lot of the towns and shit out here are. Yeah, there's the airport. Ussurisk is behind us, we've already passed it. We're a bit further east of it, I think. So we just head this way, we'll hit a couple airports, one of which is Gnievici, which is where the Direct 2 is sending us, and then we'll be into Vladivostok just past that, but we might not be able to see much in this weather. Looking pretty sketchy down here today. If it is, like, bad enough weather that we literally can't set, like, if it's no viz, less than a mile or whatever, we might just switch to a weather preset, just because I wanted to fly around and show you guys the city, but I can't really show you guys the city if there's, like, sub, you know, 2-3 mile viz. We're probably going to get some nasty winds around there as well because of all the mountains. Head that way. So we'll approach over the plains. Tinnitus, please go. So normally when I do a flight from, like, along the Ussuri River down to Vladivostok, I usually go over the flatland. I don't come over the hills like this. We're getting pretty close. That a ways to the coast. Actually, Ussurisk might be over there. It's close by, because this is the river Ussuri here. And Ussurisk, as the name suggests, lies on the river. So we might not have passed it that far away. That could be it there. I can see some buildings in the distance there. Or... no, this isn't big enough. That's probably it back there. So we were close. I will say the scenery here... Let me just double check something, chat, because I feel like the scenery here is a little rougher than I'm used to. I almost wonder if it's... No. Okay, it hasn't disconnected me, so it's just my memory failing me, apparently. Or maybe the weather's kind of forced me to fly in lower than I usually would, so I've noticed it more. So I usually come in pretty high over here. Still 16 miles, so yeah, that could be Ussurisk back there. Very heavy weather closing in around us. Hold up. Whoa! What have we here? I have not noticed you before, my friend. What is this? Do I smell... Do I smell... a radar? It might just be normie sort of... normie towers, but... something about that says... early warning, or even over the horizon radar to me. I'm going to have to find this on Google Maps and see if their satellite imagery is a little clearer so I can work out what that is. Where we're going, Vladivostok, specifically Ruski Island, which is just off the coast. It won't have it in the sim because nobody's made scenery for it, sadly, but there's an old decommissioned Soviet Air Defense Force P-70 Lena radar there. If you've hung around my stream much, you know I am absolutely single-mindedly obsessed with Cold War air defense. And the Lena radar is my absolute beloved. It's a huge big thing. If you play DayZ, you know the big fuck-off radar station? That's a Lena. P-70, Lena M. So there was one of them on top of Ruski Island, I think on the highest peak of the island, and it was accompanied by an S-200 S-200 site, which I think had a couple batteries to the site. The S-200 site was hurriedly expanded because the SR-71s coming from Japan had managed to find a very small gap in the air defense where they could kind of poke at it without coming under direct threat of SAM hits. So the PVO got a bit sick of that and threw down a few more batteries on the island itself. So a little further down the coast, we'll come left. And that should take us towards Gnivici Airport, which I think is the main airport for Vladivostok. There's a bunch of little former Soviet air bases used as general aviation sort of flying clubs now. And a lot of like little bush strips and shit. But Gnivici is the big one, and then there's an air base right next to it, I think, from memory. So we'll give it a bit of a buzz. I do believe I smell an over-the-horizon radar. One of these would be the transmitter, the other one would be the receiver. I don't know which is which, though. I reckon... Does anyone remember offhand where the other Duga sites were? There was the one at Chernobyl and Chernihiv. There was the one at... fuck, where was it? It was down in Crimea somewhere, I think. And there was the test radar built at Sadisha Gun. Did they have one here? Because obviously the mod's not using the right antennas, but the way the antennas are arranged, that looks like a Duga to me. Unless it's one of their new ones. The new Russian ones look kind of like an array of radio towers all in a line. I'm going to have to figure that out after the stream. I'm really curious now. Really, really curious now what that is. If it's just like a lot of radio towers put there for some reason, or if it actually is a radar. I reckon it probably is a radar. Looks a lot like one. Like, to what extent the sim can render it, it looks a lot like one. So we got... That's an airbase. You can see that, like, the asparagus branching for the HAZs like I was talking about. Each of those would be a HAZ. They're not rendered as 3D, but those would be HAZs, all of them. That's your QRA, and then your other QRA HAZs are here, and off you go. And then the airport is to our left. It's HSI compass is drifting a little. So we just hit the correlate on it. P70 is a prodigious name. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. Okay, so here's the airport. This is near Vichy. Those look like military parking spots, so it's probably dual use as well. A lot of Russian airports are. Got a fucking rainbow of liveries down there. That's pretty. This song could not have picked a better fucking time than while we're flying around Vladivostok. Unless we were flying around the Aleutians and Alaska. That's the only better timing this song could have. In real life, that structure, that's not a multi-level car park or a wall or whatever the fuck it looks like in the sim. Those are garages. So typically, not just urban built-up areas with commie blocks, but even villages, you would see dedicated garages built within walking distance of the residential areas. That's where everyone would keep their cars if they had them, if they were lucky, or they'd keep other stuff. So a very different philosophy than you know, we would be used to from the way we do urban planning, where it's just, oh, put a car park under the building, or put a car park next to the building, or waste half the surface area of the city with fucking car parks. Again, more garages there. So it's kind of a more efficient layout. It means you have to walk a bit to get to your car, but, you know, like, boo-hoo. The space efficiency's worth it. I think we can get away with leaving the weather. This is, like, it's overcast, but it adds some nice mood. This is just on the edge of Vladivostok. So if we follow the coast, we'll hit the city itself. The reason I was laughing at the fact this song came on, and said the only way it could be better is if we were in Alaska, is, it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek song about America not misbehaving or will come take Alaska back. It's from the 90s, you know, when things were still slightly less insane than they've got now, but... Can you fly in North Korea? Not doing it this stream because I'm losing my voice and I've been streaming for like fucking 12 hours, but I have flown around North Korea off-stream. If you look in my Discord, I went through and I posted like a whole fucking shit ton of screenshots and like a description of the history of where I was flying and shit. That is a flight I need to finish at some point. I've just got the aircraft parked in fucking Pyongyang International, and I've got it saved so I can pick it back up, but yeah, you can fly wherever, dude. You can fly anywhere on Earth in the sim. Not everywhere's going to look as detailed or as close to life, but you can fly anywhere on the planet in this sim. China is that a ways, across the water a bit. So we're just coming up sort of to the edge of the city here. We've got a nice long bridge there, off to one of the islands. Vladivostok is very hilly. It's built into the side of kind of the foothills or mountains, whatever you want to call them. If you're Australian, they're mountains. If you come from a country with real mountains, they're just foothills. But it's built onto the sides of them, which is quite... That looks like an old air... yeah, that does look like an old air base. Interesting. So it's very... It's an interesting city. It's quite a beautiful city. There it is. The haze actually makes it look even better. So I do have custom scenery to add landmarks to Vladivostok. It doesn't change any of the default auto-gen buildings, but they're pretty close anyway. But the landmarks really do add a lot to it, like the bridges and the boats and everything. Gives it that little bit of extra life. Beautiful, beautiful city. A lot of shipping, which you would expect. It's a pretty busy port. I have tested the bridges here. I can fly under them, so we can do that. I'm usually pretty sketched out about flying under bridges or between buildings because I don't know how good the collision geometry is, especially on a lot of the custom scenery, but here I know I can get under these bridges safely. They're quite high up anyway, so it's not very hard to do. See, it kind of wraps around the harbours and on the hills to both sides. Might not be able to get too much altitude because of the weather without losing sight of the actual town, but the way it's laid out, the way it hugs the contours, see it? Like it just follows the contours of the land. It's really cool. Really, really cool. If we come back down through that harbour, that dry, or not dry, the floating dock, that floating dock actually is a real floating dock that they appear to have done photogrammetry or something on, or they've modelled it from photo reference at least. Because if I get close enough, might be a bit hard to read because we're moving pretty fast, but what does it say? Dal Zavod, which is like Dal is far or distant, and Zavod is factory. Whoop, hello. So this is the farthest east of the large sort of cities in Russia. There are obviously settlements much further east, but they're pretty small. Actually, Petropavlovsk, I think, is similar in size or a little smaller, but that's pretty much your only other big city east. So we do have photogrammetry, or actually custom models, I think, for a couple of the new tower buildings that have gone up. I haven't flown over this at night yet, but I imagine it'd be quite pretty, because these bridges have all sorts of fancy lighting on them. That's Ruski Island to the right. So I'll find it, but on the top of the highest peak on there is a Lena M blockhouse, which is rendered as just like a house in the sim, but in real life it's a big air defense radar that was built there in the, I want to say the like late 60s, early 70s. It's been decommissioned for years though. What is this city? Vladivostok. There's a lot of fortresses around here too from back in Imperial times. That's one of them there. The custom scenery doesn't really, another one there, doesn't really do them justice yet, but I know the guy that was making this is planning on adding them, like, in high detail. So there's another one out on a small island just over there, that one kind of in the haze off my 9 o'clock. That's got a fort on it. But in the sim at the moment it's just rendered as normal houses, because, you know, he hasn't got around to doing the high detail for it yet. Tawny, who's this cunt? Who's this cunt? Fucking good to see you, man. Hey. Hope you've been keeping well, man. Oh god, not this again. Now my left eye is malfunctioning on me. Yeah, so that should be an old fortress from like the 19th century. Excuse me here, guys. My eyes are going square. I've been streaming too long. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on. Hang on. Emergency fucking eye bath. I will be right back. Oh, we got more music now. We got more variety. I finally figured out how to split the audio so we can chuck whatever on there. So I think half the problem is I'm not, you know, I'm too focused on forgetting to blink, and the other half is I managed to injure myself one drunken evening, and like my glasses got mashed into my brow, so when they glued my face back together I think they might have accidentally glued up my tear ducts, so my eyes really dry out easily now. What's cracking? Today, for the first time in my adult life, I have been able to think clearly, maintain a fucking, like, constant train of thought, hear my own actual thoughts with no background noise, and focus on what I'm doing. It's great. I finally got my ADHD meds, and today I took them for the first time, and they work really well. really well. So I'm kind of, like, hyped. I can actually, like, do shit with my life now. Hopefully. We'll see how we go. I'm kind of toying with going back to study. If I can force myself to actually study and not get distracted now, I might do it. Go finish that social work and, well, finish the fucking diploma, then finish a social work degree, and then see if I can do some good in the world. Kind of getting more and more inclined to do that, I think. We might give it a go. So somewhere here on Ruski Island, I'm probably not going to be able to find it because it's probably overgrown, but there was an S200 site. S200s are pretty easy to spot from the air, but again, it's probably overgrown. Here is Arlena. If somebody here actually... oh, that is not Alina. That's something else entirely. What are you? I stand corrected. That's an old fort. That's one of the old forts. So Alina's the next peak over, I think. The haze is fucking with me. There she is. So if somebody here wants to model that thing properly and chuck some scenery in the sim, you would make me very happy. So I'd have my beautiful big radar dish right about here. This is the L39. So that's the Lena blockhouse. That it's turned it just into like a big house, but that's the Lena blockhouse right there. And if you look on Google Maps, you can see it. And if you look on Google Maps, some helpful person has dropped a pin on it with a description of exactly what it was. I wonder who that might have been. if you come across pins dropped on Google Maps that start with the letters RTVPVO, but written in Latin letters instead of Cyrillic, it was probably my doing. So yeah, like I keep saying, another place I'd like to visit when someone stops causing problems for the rest of the fucking world. Hey, Koi! Good to see ya. Hope you've been keeping well, man. What document? Is that Speed and Angels you're talking about? I still haven't seen the full thing. I've seen bits of it, but I haven't seen the full thing. Can we... This one I haven't tested for if it has a collision volume or not. We'll find out right here. The other one I can fly under. This one I can fly under. Happy days. I like it when custom scenery creators do that, so I can actually, you know, fucking barnstorm stuff. There's a bit of a letdown in the in a lot of the vanilla scenery when you try and fly under a bridge and you smack into it instead. Don't know what's going on with those ships. Oh, we got subs. Too bad they're American sub models. They're not using the right subs. Well, just got back from 2 months of Gapap and now I'm married. Hey, congratulations. Nicely done. I have yet to hoodwink another human being for putting up with my shit for more than a few weeks at a time, but we'll see how we go. There's plenty of gullible people out there in the world. I should know I'm one of them. You mess New Rossmo. Let's not go too far. Let's not go too far with the expectations, but it is nice. Like, actually, it's hard to describe, like, those of you who have ADHD will know what I'm talking about, but, like, my head is normally very noisy with conflicting thoughts. Like, I don't hear voices as such, but I hear my own voice, like, constantly narrating, like, 5 different things at once, and it's very distracting. It's hard to maintain a constant line of thought, and I can do that now. It's been nice and quiet in there today. Nice and quiet. Ratty skin water goblet, a human being can be. I mean, everyone has a type. Everyone has a type. Just clown around the hills for a bit and then we'll go land, I think. I'm gonna lose my voice tonight for sure. I've been talking too much. Way too much. In a good way. Man, like, imagine if there was photogrammetry for this area, how beautiful it would be. It looks good even with auto-gen. Even with auto-gen and kind of shitty, like, mixed resolution, mixed season satellite imagery, it still looks good. Imagine this with actual photogrammetry, all taken from the same season. It would fucking blow my mind. Blow my fucking mind. Nuts works away to... Oh, Nuts is fucking mining, is he? He's been banished to the fucking mines. Earn the big bucks? Yeah. That is big bucks, so... He'll be able to fucking buy himself an actual F-14 cockpit by the time he's done. Fucking 160k a year, Jesus. The idea of Nuts having that much excess spending money kind of does scare me a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm slightly concerned. Yeah, no life. I kind of... At various points I've considered doing that kind of job. Either, like... I'm not really built for mining, obviously, but... fucking, like, hopping on a cargo ship for maybe a couple months or something. Because you get paid fucking mad money, but I think I'd go insane. I'd get so far behind on everything else I fucking want to keep up with in life that I don't know if the money would be worth it. Crashed one and got a pay rise. Fuck me. Insurance job. Jesus. I knew the cunt was fucking crooked, but... scamming the insurance company. Smash the windscreen in on a brand new truck. Ah, it's only the windscreen. It's fine. Oh, we got a shooting range. That's what that is. That's a fucking rifle range right there. It's pretty neat how easily you can distinguish... Oh, actually... It's a rifle range or a ski slope. It's kind of hard to tell, but it looks like a rifle range. It's kind of crazy, like, actually being in a flight sim and being able to identify shit on the ground. Like, not just, oh, it's blurry house number 524, or, oh, I think that's meant to be, like, no, it's like, I know what that is. I recognize that. And again, this is just auto-gen scenery, like, the areas with photogrammetry, like, my hometown, Edmonton, is photogrammetry, at least in the city centre. Newcastle, and here in Australia, it's photogrammetry. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Goes on sale for $20, I'll buy it. It is definitely worth it. You know, you can't really do combat stuff, but there is other stuff you can do. I like just doing bush flying and exploring around and shit. There are military aircraft of varying quality. Some are really good, some are pretty shit, but if you want the high performance stuff, it does exist. That looks like another fort, maybe. Might do another pass of the city, I think. A lot of shipping. I think that the airstrip I just flew over by that beach, it's a great airstrip to fly into, but I'm beginning to think the L-39 doesn't quite have the brakes required. So we might skip that one. There's a little GA airfield. It used to be a Soviet Air Force base that we might land at. It's a little further down the coast. Oh, you should see some of the landings I have done, not in this aircraft, but in this sim. I landed a Grumman Goose into, like, sea state of holy fuck, with a 44 knot wind. I then landed it on the airfield, and it landed basically in its own length with that headwind, which is fucking hilarious. We, was it the other day we landed something into a runway that was like, no sane person would land that aircraft into that runway, but I just got away with it. Always touch and go? Yeah, that's true. We could do that. We could absolutely do that. Yeah. So this is Vladivostok. One of these days, I think I will have to do a night flight here, because I want to see what this place looks like lit up. Those bridges especially, it'd probably look awesome. And, yeah, China is just over that a ways. So this is kind of like the gateway to the east in more ways than one. Because there's a lot of trade across the water with China. There's a lot of people that come across, like, just on ferries for the day. Both directions. Whereas Khabarovsk is a bit more, you know, insular, if that makes any sense. Khabarovsk is not somewhere you go shopping for the day or go doing touristy things, put it that way. I love the way it's built along the contours of the mountains. Still pretty good on fuel. Surprisingly so. Mind you, I have been kind of laid off the throttle a bit. Normally I give it a lot more beans than this. We got plenty. We'll force correlate the compass because it keeps drifting. Again, not that it matters. We got a whiskey compass, we got a GPS, we got a fucking... the actual HSI, which is what's drifting on us. And we got a fucking wonderful song to go with this wonderful view. So yeah, I separated out the stream audio, Tawny, so I can now play whatever the fuck I want, and the music won't save on the VOD. So, the playlist has been expanded significantly. This was on it already, but I've added a whole lot of other stuff as well. Yeah, finally. It took me how many fucking years? But it's been worth it. It has definitely been worth it. Just did that and stopped streaming, yeah. Yeah, it took me ages to finally get around to. It was one of those things like, oh yeah, I'll do it next week, do it next week, do it next week. Oh fuck, that was like 2 years ago. Oops. Oh, yes, yes, please do. Bro, who else am I gonna tell, like, the fucking keyboard commands to not be able to look over the dash? I miss it. I miss sitting in your chat fucking shitposting. I have to be a little goody two-shoes everywhere else and behave myself. I miss the banter. You know how it is? The preferred method of communication between Aussie streamers is maybe taken the wrong way by people from other countries. MiG-21 tutorials. Cunt, I did a fucking 8-hour video on that shit. I'm not doing a whole second set of tutorials. I just bookmarked the timestamps in the video. Go watch that shit. I ain't doing it again. Not until they rework the aircraft. You'll get a series when they rework the MiG-21. How about that? Look, they help. They're not magic. They definitely are not magic. They still... I've still got tea that's gone cold about an hour ago. That's how not magic they are. But yeah, I can actually keep my head clearer, which is going to help a lot, I think. I was tearing it up on Enigmas earlier in the Su-25. I'm not sure if that was a factor of actually being able to focus, or if I was just having a good Su-25 day, but... it was my first sortie. I wiped an entire frontline position. I shot down... I think, like, what was it, 2, 3 aircraft on my first sortie, or second sortie, or whatever? It was fucking ridiculous. Blue players on Enigma's server have still not learned not to fuck with an angry Su-25. You make me punch my fucking stores off, that's it. That's it, cunt, you're dead. You make me waste an entire perfectly good load of fucking rockets, I'm going to waste your entire fucking life. At one point I was merged with 5 A-10s and an F5 and an F-14, and the F-14 got me. He let me toy with the A-10s for a bit, but he finally got me when he realized I was going to kill all of them, so... gave me the finisher. I missed that airfield, I think I've gone past it. Yeah, I think I've gone past it. We'll double back. Oh, actually, hang on. No, that's it there. So we'll do maybe touch and go, and then we'll head to that other little airport I was talking about, because there's some more interesting scenery up that way. Well, and interesting to me, you guys might think this is fucking boring as shit. I don't know. I just like this part of the world. Bro, do you want to bleed some speed, maybe? Let's do a right-hand orbit here, just to get rid of some of that speed, some of that altitude. Bit fast for the gear still, I think. I don't know, is that in... No, that's in kilometers an hour. Good, good. Okay, so I think... I don't know if the altimeter in this is metric or imperial. I want to say it's probably imperial, looking at what it's telling me, but the airspeed indicator at least is apparently in kilometers an hour, so that's one less thing for me to fucking get confused over, I guess. Give her a bit more beams, since we do have the air brakes out still. Did I remember to pull my flaps after takeoff? I think I did. I don't know. Yeah, the Apache looks really good. Not my cup of tea, but really good. So I'm glad it was a solid release. I'm glad everyone seems to be so happy with it. Not so interested in flying it myself, but I'm certainly interested in flying around them and watching them at work. They're fucking amazing to see operating. There's actually people down on this beach. We're not going to see them. Oh, no, we can see them. They're rendering in a lot closer than they usually do. They usually pop in further out. So that's part of the custom scenery I have. It adds that little beach, or like the people and the stuff on it. But yeah, like most of this area is still auto-gen. It's just that mod adds little touches. Okay, we are definitely going to go around for a touch and go, because we do not have anywhere near enough runway to stop here. So gear up, flaps up. Air brake in would have been a good idea, but we got away with it. We got enough thrust. Floated the shit out of that. Yeah, I was just a little anxious about those trees under me. But regardless, this thing doesn't have the brake effectiveness to stop on that, even if I touch it down right on the fucking piano keys. And approaching from this side isn't much better because there's a fucking hill there. It's a nice little strip though. So usually when I am flying along this section of the coast, that's where I'll land there. The approach over the beach now, it's got all that scenery and all those little people, is quite cool. You look out the canopy and see all these little dudes and dudettes and fucking beach umbrellas and shit. George A.'s God tier at spotting things. I need to calm his farm. Does he actually, like... Does he, spot where you tell him to look, or is he just generally like, oh, I see something fucking out the arse end of nowhere? Because Petrovich will tell you everything he sees near where you tell him to look, but he doesn't have, like, independent search capability yet, if that makes sense. That should be a fort there, I think. That's probably a historical fort. There's a lot of them around here. Pick a spot and you can see shit on Syria from the Caucasus map. Well then. Yeah, that seems a bit extreme. Petro's pretty good at spotting units where you tell him to look, but yeah, past that he's not that great. He's got a good steady hand, although was a couple streams ago I took some ATGM shots at an A10 and people were like, oh no, his aim's too steady, whatever. One of them he missed, even though it would have been an easy shot that a human player would have connected. He just missed it. The A10 didn't maneuver, Petro just whiffed. And the other one, he actually hit, I think, but he didn't bring it down, so it might have just clipped a rudder or something, and, you know, it's a heat warhead, not a fucking air-to-air warhead, so it's not going to do much to an A10. You look at the control scheme in the actual aircraft, though, like a good human gunner would be able to do that. On an A10. On a fucking fighter, no, but... like a cooperative, slow target like an A10, no sweat. I've seen Kebab do it, I've seen Gato do it, so I'm pretty resolute that a human could do it. I mean, well, they are humans. I'm not making insinuations about them being, like, you know, imposters or anything here, but... a normal human without mad helicopter skills, put it that way. The fuck, are you still streaming? Yes, I am still streaming. I have lost control over my life. Actually, no, I've kind of gained control over my life. I don't know, I'm having a really good stream, dude, so I'm just fucking vibing. I've been fucking vibing for 12.5 hours. We won't land right away, because I want to buzz around here a bit, too. Like a power plant or something here. And this will take us back to Dnivici, which is where the Direct 2 was sending us, but we're not going to land there again, we're just going to circle back. Yeah, same as Petro can't IFF. Which makes sense, because imagine you're fighting, you know, you're fighting a faction which uses similar vehicles to you, like, I don't know, Russia versus anyone Russia's picked a fucking fight with since 1991. Or like, you know, sort of Middle Eastern or African warfare where everyone's using different shades of Soviet export, it makes sense that he wouldn't be able to IF until you're like right on top of something, so I'm glad they didn't give him magical target identification abilities. I feel like they could be a little better than they are without being unrealistic, but I'm glad they didn't. Oh, he doesn't say type of target. Does he give you like a vague category like enemy AP, or not enemy, but like APC, IFV? Yeah. Same as Petro. I think it's technically the same AI. They've just reworked it a bit for the Apache. So, but that's what Petro does. He'll call out like tank, AAA, whatever. Short range SAM. Yep. I don't know. Unknown for like structures or whatever. Long range SAM, that kind of shit. So yeah, it sounds like he's pretty much the same as Petro in that regard. I can't wait until they actually do the voice lines for Petro. I'm sure it'll happen at never at this rate, but it'd be nice to have him actually speak to me. USMC, yeah, so I heard. I guess you'll be binging that for the next couple of hours. Hey, Saber. Well, even if it gives you a vague, maybe not T-55, or like most blue players can't tell a T-72 from a T-80 when they're standing right next to it. So I could see him being like Soviet tank, like Soviet MBT or something, or American MBT. You still have to figure out, is it a friendly one? Is it a hostile one? You know, what are the enemy faction using versus what we're using? But something like that I think would be fair. Because, yeah, like, especially through, if the fucking optics were realistically not great, not as clear as they are in DCS. Well, actually for the Apache it's not too bad, but shit like Mavericks are way too clear. And you can literally pick out nose hairs on the fucking tank commander. Whereas on most of those optics you're lucky if you can tell a tank from anything else. The older ones. The newer ones you can tell it's a Soviet tank maybe, but you can't tell, you know, like T-64, T-72, T-80, whatever. I need to play more squad. I did play a little bit off stream a little while ago. I was playing with Gato and the gang, and then I played a little bit more after that. But I need to get into it more, at least to enjoy playing that. And now the Aussies are in, I get to play around with some familiar toys. We're not going to land at this one. We're going to continue a little further on because there's a nice little general aviation field, which, like I said, was an old Soviet airbase. Somewhere around here, I can't remember offhand exactly where. We'll be able to find it on the fucking Garmin, probably. Oh, is that it all the way down there? I think it is. So it's going to be, it's either up the top or down bottom. We'll fly to this one, and if that's not it, we'll hook north. Be a nice... nice little kind of ending to the flight, I think. A little bit extra sightseeing. Well, because they modeled the fucking... Oh, no. Let's not try and do that. They modeled the fucking EF-88 or the F-90 or whatever it's called. Which I got my hands on one. I got to play with one once, but I was never issued one, so I've never shot it. Fixed a few of my complaints with the old school F-88, but it removed a couple things I liked about it too. I really like the QD barrel. Like, a lot of people, I don't know, like, for me personally, I think the QD barrel is worth keeping, because if you had a bad fucking obstruction stoppage, you could have that cunt cleared in about 5 seconds flat. If you didn't have the QD, you'd be sitting there for a minute trying to get shit out from inside the fucking chamber. But with the QD, you just pull the barrel. Falls out straight away. We should maybe not with mountains under us. Let's just do a gentle climb to get out of this. Crush and Chill, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is how a lot of pilots have died. A fucking lot of pilots. You gotta trust your instruments when this shit happens. Climb to clear your maximum expected terrain height, and trust your fucking instruments. Don't look outside, because it'll just fuck you up. Although in this case I can kind of see the silhouettes of the mountains, so it's not as bad as it could be. No, the F88 you can get the barrel off, I know, but the EF88, the new cunts, the barrel's permanently fixed, there's no QD on it. Because, yeah, the F88, you just fucking cock the thing back, pull the fucking little thumb stud, and you just twist it. Was it like quarter, not even a quarter turn. It was like a fucking 1/8 turn or something, and it just came out. Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. You know, like, remember how the butt plate would fucking slide around your shoulder because it was smooth? They fixed that at least. They put some fucking ridges on it so it grips in your shoulder. A few other little quality of life things like that, but I feel like they should have left the QD barrel. I thought that was a really good addition on the original rifle. We might not be landing at the field I thought we would, because this weather is... I am not prepared to do a fully instrument approach here today in the L39, put it that way. And that looks like the kind of thing that will kill me. So I'm just gonna turn a little this way. It's almost like a mushroom cloud, actually. Turn a little bit this way. We'll stay up nice and high for now. We got some good altitude. We can probably stop climbing now, actually. We're plenty high enough. I am a little concerned about icing. I don't remember if I turned the anti-ice on this. I'm not sure if it even functions on this aircraft. Because with the Reno aircraft, they're not really full fidelity. Some systems aren't simulated at all. I've got the pitot anti-ice on, but I don't think this even has wing anti-ice. So we'll just glance outside every now and then. If the canopy's not icing up, that's usually a good sign. If the canopy is icing up, we're going to be glancing over at the wings constantly to make sure they're not icing up. If the wings do start icing up, uh-oh. With that said, default MSFS icing is probably about 8 to 10 times less dangerous than it should be. You can tolerate quite a bit before it fucks you. There's a gap in the clouds down there. I don't know, bros. That looks positively fucking evil. I am not flying into that. We'll go around it. Yeah, we're gonna go back and we're gonna land probably at near Vichy, or maybe that other little strip in that meadow, because I'm not flying into that, and I'm not flying into that. Fucking good view though. Level the aircraft out because we're still climbing. The L39 in this is really trim heavy. You got to be constantly fiddling with it. Where's my plane? There's my plane. Hello. There's our little L39 there. L39 for scale compared to the clouds. Like, yeah, I am not in a million years flying into that fucking garbage right there. That's a pilot killer right there. And that's also a pilot killer. YOLO into the heart of the storm. I have done that on stream before. It did not go well. It really did not go well. Yeah, I think we'll go all the way across to Vladivostok and we'll land at near Vichy, because this weather is... This is the kind of weather that you'll think you're out of it, you'll get under it, and you'll think, oh yeah, I can see where I'm going, I'm good. And then you'll get hit by a fucking microburst or something. You'll get a sudden bout of wind shear, and that will kill you. This kind of shit brings airliners down. It's not going to do much for my L39. Over here, the weather's still kind of shitty and there's a lot of overcast, but, like, it's just... It's not cumulonimbus over there. It is over there and all over there and over there, but that's just normal. You know, normal weather. We can handle that. Hit the brakes. Fucking hit the brakes. The worst fucking thing you can do in wind shear. You will drop out of the sky like a absolute stone. Instantly. Yeah, it's been a long one. I don't know if it's been my longest. I think my longest was like... I don't know. I feel like it was 12 and... no, it was 13 and something. I don't know. If it's not my longest, it's probably my second longest, so... It's been a good stream. Very good stream. Yeah, there's the city, so we'll just kind of hook around that. There's our little beach strip. Like I said, I don't trust the brakes to stop me on that, so we're just going to skip over that away. Which will still put us kind of on the edge of the weather, but should be landable at least. At least you start in the morning, yeah. Oh, dude, if I start at midnight, I'd be fucking dead. How good does that look? Like, that's just... I can't get over it. Like... That's just auto-gen. Auto-gen and a couple of custom landmarks. And how fucking good does it look? Yeah, this sim has become my my meditation as such, so... If I'm having a shit day or I'm feeling stressed out or I'm just, you know, I'm kind of bored and I need something to keep me occupied, I'll fire up MSFS. Just kind of spin the globe, click somewhere randomly, grab a plane, and just chill out. That's the that's the airbase there, and the airport itself is under that cloud. So we'll go for the runway we can see, which is the airbase. We'll do a Jerry approved fucking approach on this shit. Although actually no, Jerry wouldn't stand for this. I can actually see the fucking runway, and I'm not on it yet. So maybe this is too much of a, you know, too pussy shit for Jerry. But yeah, the actual airport is over that way under that cloud. We're going to pull the brakes. Which I should have done earlier because now I'm super fast. We're going to cut to flight idle. We'll pick up some speed, or pick up some throttle again once the drag monsters are out. There they go. There goes full flaps. Hello, I said there goes full flaps. There we go. I think there's an automatic speed retract on the flaps, like most, well, this is a Czech aircraft, not a Soviet aircraft, though they were the main user, but it seems to auto-retract the flaps. They weren't deployed at, like, above 250-ish. So we're holding about, what was that, 200? Maybe a little, oh, actually, that's about what we want to be, because this thing touches down at, I think, 150, 180-ish, depending on weight. And, you know, weather and other things, but should be fine. Nice, easy, simple plane to fly. Need a bit more back trim. By a bit, I mean a lot. The trim speed in this is really slow. Like, I'm just holding the trim for ages to get it to move back really at all. That is something you can adjust in the flight model config files if you know where to look, so I might do that. Oh, actually, no, the Reno stuff's not moddable. It's encrypted, so I can't. Door came off its hinges, so I have to fix that shit today. Oof. Will we touch down on the center line for once in our lives? Well, that's a good end to the stream right there, I think. On center line, nice and smooth. Down comes the nose. Okay, we'll pull the flaps in. A little bit of brakes to slow her down. And we'll go park up over on the apron somewhere. We've got some AI traffic running up over there. Actually, no, he's parked. His props aren't turning. This is an airbase, so you would expect to see a bit less of that and a bit more of things like MiG-31s and Il-76s, but oh well. What even is that? Is that a... Is that a dash? Yeah, I think that's a fucking Q400. I don't know. I'm a civil aviation racist. They all look the same to me. You're kidding. Bruh. Oh, no, okay. I was like, sim crash, but no. It recovered. It had a choke and it recovered. My brother in Christ, this is not a fucking highway. Making me go around him. How inconsiderate. What is this? Airport Services Parade Day or something? Jesus. I kind of want to do one more flight. A short one, but... kind of tempted. What time? Oh my god, it's 9 PM. No, we won't. We won't. We're not going to do one more flight. Next stream, maybe I got somewhere in mind I'd like to fly. Arnie UK, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I do apologize, I'm going to be ending the stream pretty shortly, but I'm glad you stopped by, and I appreciate the follow. Bought the Skymaster you suggested for my first plane. It's a cool plane, better than free ones I was using. Yeah, Skymaster's really nice. I really like it. It's one of my favorite runabouts in the sim. So yeah, when you use the option that populates parked aircraft at airfields from what aircraft you have installed, you get some interesting mixes. So a Citation of some variety, a Spitfire Mark 9 in Dutch markings, a Jabiru. That's I learnt to fly on one of them in real life. Actually, no, that's a J160. I didn't learn to fly on one of them in real life. I learnt to fly on a 170. Then we got some sort of European helicopter. What is that? A 145? 120? No, 125, because I don't have the 145, I think. And then another bizjet of some variety. I'm not sure. So we'll go ahead and... I'm going to try and remember where the parking brake on this is. It's down here, so we're going to hit the parking brake. We're going to turn those off. We don't need them. Turn those off. So the way you would actually stop the engine in the aircraft is you'd lift it over the stop notch there. But in this, because this isn't full fidelity, because it's, you know, a Sobo's Reno thing, you just hit the fuel shut off, which is, you know, one way of killing the engine, I guess. So we'll get rid of some of this stuff. Is the emergency gear handle clickable? No, of course it's not. The ram air turbine comes out on this. So the emergency gear works... Oh, actually, what is that then? That's a canopy jettison, sorry. So canopy jettison doesn't work. Emergency gear does. The emergency flaps do. The emergency gen, which is the RAT, that deploys, and the hydraulic interconnect doesn't. And then none of those are clickable. That eject through canopy. Ejection seat doesn't work, obviously. We want to depressurize the lid. I don't think we can actually open the canopy on this. because normally you'd pull that down and back, but I don't think it's functional in this module, because again, this is for the Reno stuff, so it's not exactly full featured. It's just something you can fly around for a bit of fun and do some air races in. What should I get next? There's a great number of things that I think everyone should have, but I'm going to go with the thing which I really think everyone should have, the Boeing 247D, if you don't have it already. If you do have the Boeing 247D already, the Milviz Cessna 310, because that is phenomenal. Those two are probably the best value for money in the entire sim. Oh, and the Ravioli, the, fuck, what's the name of it? It's the Caproni Vizzola, something. It's a weird-looking little jet with glider wings. Corsair's nice too. The Milviz Corsair is pretty nice. I'm from DCS. Should I get the F-35? Sabre. Should I leave that one for you? Like, the F-35 looks pretty nice. It does have some simulation of, like, basic systems, but the flight handling is not there. It's very twitchy. The fly-by-wire is not really modeled. It doesn't do any of the high angle of attack stuff it should really do. It's okay for just flying about in, but I would say that that's something I'd probably only really pick up if you really, really like the F-35. I mostly got it to stop Sabre demanding that I get it. But it's also pretty useful for, like, if I want to do a quick flight from somewhere to somewhere very far away and I don't feel like dealing with the F-104. Much as I love it, it can be a bit of a handful at times. I'll hop in the F-35 and I'll just let that go. But yeah, 247D, Milviz Cessna 310, Milviz FG1D Corsair is also a strong purchase. Let me think. The Asobo Caronado Beechcraft 18, really good. Beech 18 is wonderful. Is there smoke coming out of my nose wheel? I can't tell. It looks like there's smoke, but it might just be some weird shadow aliasing. Anyway. So yeah, the Beech 18 is really nice as well. To be honest, a lot of the local legend stuff's pretty good. The Dornier DOJ, I quite enjoyed once I got the hang of it. You'll overspeed it really easily, so treat it careful. Don't run the shit out of the engines. The Savoy Marchetti S55, the weird-looking Italian flying boat, with the cockpit kind of set in the middle of the wing, that's really nice. So a lot of the local legend stuff is pretty cheap. It's not fully, it's not full fidelity stuff. You can't pull breakers, do any of that shit. Some systems aren't really simulated at all. Some of the flight performances, maybe not 100%, but they look good, they sound good, they fly really nice. And they're not expensive, so I'd say they're worth picking up. Especially if you're not, like, really hell-bent on 100% simulation of every system on the aircraft, they're worth having. Asked me if it was worth picking up unprompted. I don't remember, actually, but yeah, like, whatever. It's not bad. Like, it's not really an F-35, and it doesn't handle really the way you'd expect an F-35 to. It's like the default Asobo Hornet. You feel like they kind of attempted the fly-by-wire, but they really missed the mark on it. Particularly coming from DCS, you'll feel the difference. Coming from DCS, flying the Hornet and flying the Super Hornet in this, at times it feels it kind of feels like a Hornet, but then you roll inverted and it auto trims to, fly level instead of +1G, which would be pulling down constantly. Or, you give it a weird control input, the DCS Hornet would smooth out, and in this sim it twitches and throws itself into a spin. High angle of attack, guys. High angle attack flight is basically off limit at the moment. I think because Asobo's still got some work to do on that aspect of the flight model, because basically nothing else uses it. Old mate in his Cessna's not going to be pulling fucking 50 alpha, generally speaking. So both the Hornet and the F-35, once you get up to about probably 30 degrees angle of attack, they start to get squirrely and it starts to feel like a Cessna. Like, it starts to feel like a Cessna with a fucking big jet up its bum, and you'll feel it getting squirrely. It'll go into a spin if you let it, which is obviously not how those aircraft are supposed to work. But yeah, It's okay, but for the price on the F-35, there's a bunch of other stuff I get first. Right, I'm going to see who is streaming what, and I'm going to send you guys on a raid, and then I'm probably going to need a couple days to regenerate my voice after this. Don't know if I'll be streaming Saturday. I probably will, but I'm not sure how my week's going to go. I'm waiting on a few calls back on things, so don't take my word for it that we'll stream Saturday. We might not. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream half as much as I did. I had a great time today. Thank you all for hanging out with me. As ever, you guys are fucking wonderful. Who is live? Not that many people I follow on. Who have we got in the DCS category right now? Oh, there's fuck all people streaming DCS. Oh, well, no, there's a few people streaming DCS. There's not many people watching DCS. Harrier. I don't mind some Harrier. I'll send you guys that way, I think. And this guy has a name that's really hard to remember, so I'm going to have to copy-paste here. Bebop Junkie, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, and I will hopefully catch you next stream. There we go. Auto trim in a 35. Yeah, no, I figured it would probably not work the same as in the Hornet, but in the Hornet you can tell the fly-by-wire is not really implemented, and in the F-35 you can also kind of tell, like, just the way it flies doesn't quite feel there. Anyway, guys, yeah, thank you all for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week. I will hopefully see you on the weekend. Until then, enjoy IHC 4L4M. That is a very complicated name to try and pronounce. And some Harry gameplay. And drop a follow, because there's a lot of people that kind of stream around this hour of night and don't get a lot of viewers, and I think we should show them some love. Catch you guys later.